are in Jacksonville, where we are here in Orlando. David's in Lakeland. Of course, we are all impacted by this storm, and it just goes to show you that everything that we have said up to this point is kind of happening, right? Where the threats expand far away from the eye of the storm. Jack, I see Jordan's camera there. Do we have Capucci yet? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do it. Hey, Capucci, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. So I know that when we last spoke to you, that you were repositioning. Where are you now?
I'm still in Perry, Florida. I was trying to reposition, and Jordan Hall called and told me that police are stationed at the edge of town to arrest any storm chasers or arrest any people that they deem out after whatever curfew's been implemented. So trying to gauge my options at this point. Obviously, we want to intercept, but we're going to do so safely. And truth be told, oftentimes meteorologists have the most expertise, and so it's not like we're yahoos on the roadway. We're going to safe locations to do our job safely and communicate information to the public. So hopefully local authorities strive to cooperate with meteorologists rather than, work against them here. But ultimately, the public safety is the number one goal. So we'll see what my options are.
Yeah, a stressful day, I'd imagine, for a lot of folks. It looks like we have, with those internet connectivity issues, Jack, each time it's like created a new stream. So unsure how many versions of the live stream we have across all of our social media platforms, if we want to look into that. I see that we still have all these folks watching on TikTok as well. We're still live in the MyRadar app as well. We are going about 2 hours now until we should see landfall. I've got both the radar here. You guys should be able to see that on screen. And then I have the satellite imagery as well on the MyRadar app too, which I know David played a big part in getting that into the app. David, landfall here expected over the next 2 hours. What can folks that are in the notch, in the Big Bend of the state, what can they expect here over the next few hours as this monster storm approaches?
Rapid deterioration of conditions. We've talked about this basically since the stream started, and they're looking at storm surge of 15 to 20 feet. That is unsurvivable. So if they're, hopefully people have gotten out, because I know there's a lot of marshland there that's not going to act as much impedance. I mean, this is Idalia all over again. Actually, probably even worse, because the storm is going to be moving faster and it's larger. So hopefully everyone has gotten out. If you have not gotten out, you try to get as high as you possibly can. Now, I know that sounds counterintuitive because winds increase with height out of the boundary layer when it comes to hurricanes. But the real big threat for you right now is storm surge. So I hope that if anyone is still there, they can find a way to get to higher ground, because, when it's conditions deteriorate, and Matthew can probably speak to this more than I can. He's done some in situ chasing here, is that things can deteriorate, can go from bad to nightmare really, really quickly. Right, Matthew?
Yeah, it's amazing. Oftentimes, as you know, outside of the eye wall, that innermost ring of furious winds, we sometimes get something called the moat, where you have a little bit of sinking air that cuts down on the intensity of the wind and the precipitation. And so the storm might feel like it's lightening up just a little bit, and then bam, you're hit by the eye wall, and you get tornado-like wind speeds for a little while. And that's likely what will happen tonight. So, unfortunately, I think residents don't really know what they're up against. In the next 3 hours, things will change so incredibly dramatically that it will be like a day and night sort of thing, a complete 180 turnaround in terms of what's going on right now. Right now, the trees are moving a little bit, but we're getting winds 25 miles an hour. In a couple hours, we'll have winds to 125 miles per hour, tearing through areas near and west of Perry, depending on the eventual track of the storm. And it's going to be a pretty rough one for a lot of people.
Capucci, for people that have not felt winds of that intensity, I know you have. You have been involved with that. What does it feel like physically? And then what does it look like around you as something like that is happening?
Well, it'll be a complete whiteout. There will be so much spray in the air from both the rain and just moisture whipping around that you won't be able to see much of anything. It'll be like being in a car wash in terms of visibility. But oh wait, you have winds going 125 miles an hour past you, trying to pry any loose object and whip it down the street. Parts of your buildings may begin flying off. Lightweight vehicles might be rocked or moved a little bit, especially if we have any smaller whirlwinds, tornado-like vortices, or mini swirls within the storm itself. The other thing, too, is that it's not just that the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing. If you have any objects caught up in this flow, they'll quickly become deadly projectiles. So that's a big issue, too. If you want to know what 125-mile-an-hour winds feel like, drive down the road at 125 miles an hour and stick your head out the window. But imagine that's the force that is hitting everything. Obviously, don't drive 125 miles. You get the idea. Don't do that. But that's roughly what it would be like. And so if you imagine not only that amount of air rushing past you, but that amount of air, that amount of force being applied to everything, it comes as no surprise we get so much structural damage. Then you get stuff flying. That causes more damage. And I think the landscape here will look significantly different in 6 hours. The vegetation here will take a long time to grow back in some places. And the landscape will ultimately not be the same tomorrow as it is today.
This is a part of the state that just last year, Capucci, saw Idalia. How does this storm differ for folks that maybe are up here, up in that part of Florida that are thinking like, oh, we did this once. It's the same intensity, right? It's a category 4. Idalia was a category 4. And they're thinking like, oh, we made it through that fine. I mean, sure, it was wet, right? But how's this one different?
So Idalia was weakening upon landfall. It was a category 4 at the coast, but then quickly weakened to a cat 3. Arguably, in reanalysis, they might classify it as a category 2. I can tell you here, it felt like a 1 to a low end 2. The radar signatures, the satellite signatures tonight scream category 4. And so it's just comparing apples and oranges. What will happen tonight will be very dissimilar to what happened during Idalia. Idalia was a good training wheels trial run for a hurricane. This is the real deal. And this is the kind of thing that people remember for probably generations in the areas hardest hit. It will come down to a game of inches in terms of whether or not the eastern eye wall scrapes through Perry, hits Perry dead on. Any little wobbles, trochoidal wobbles, or shifts in the track at the last minute will have a serious bearing on just how bad Perry gets it. But anywhere between, say, Perry and west towards Tallahassee is likely to going to see a significant impact. But I'd say Perry to roughly Newport, St. Mark's, over in like Wakulla Springs, Shadesville, you guys along the Highway 98 corridor will see the ultimate worst conditions in about 3.5 hours time. So it's getting closer, it's going to get worse, and it's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets at all better.
Less than 20 minutes to go until the next update from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, these are going to be hourly updates up through the point of landfall. David, you, of course, used to work at the National Hurricane Center. For when they're at this point, right, where they're coming together and they are looking into the updates, what are they doing right now? I mean, we're talking 15 minutes before the next advisory is issued. What is that room like where they are discussing what to put out into the public?
There is a plane out there, so they're probably paying very close attention to what it's one of the NOAA hurricane hunters, and an Air Force hurricane hunter just took off a little while ago and is on its way there. So they're probably paying really close attention to that flight data. Now, also, we have the radar data as well that we have up here. So they're paying attention close to that for track. So those two things together are what they're doing to basically diagnose what the hurricane is actually going on in the core and where it's heading. Because we've talked about this before, it's going to do a little bit of a wobble. That's called the trochoidal oscillation. And so they're trying to smooth that out. Now, the other big thing that they're doing is that they're constantly communicating with local weather forecast offices, specifically knowing where this one's making landfall, probably the Tallahassee office. So they're trying to coordinate at what point, they're going to do all of their warnings and watches, but they're coordinating with Tallahassee's that after it makes landfall, then it becomes essentially the problem of the local weather forecast office and the Weather Prediction Center back up at headquarters in DC. So there's a combination of both people trying to do their jobs as the hurricane forecaster, trying to give you the most information while it's over land, trying to give you the landfall threats, where it's going to land, how intense it's going to be, and also coordinating with local forecast offices and national centers to provide you additional information for support services after landfall happens, Mike.
In Florida, up to 357,000 customers without power. Of course, remember, a customer does not necessarily equate to the true human impact, right? A customer is simply a building, a residence, an outbuilding, a shed, right? That has power, that pays its own bill. That is what is deemed as a customer. You can see some of the hardest hit counties here in Florida are the yellow colors down here, that being Pasco County, where there's roughly 31,000 people, customers without power. We then have Pinellas County, which is home, of course, to St. Petersburg, 58,000 customers without power. We've got Manatee County here, 26,000 customers without power. And finally, Sarasota County, 34,000 customers without power. And what's pretty interesting there is when you consider the fact that the storm has remained well offshore. David, still nudging eastward, right? Away from the path there. Do you think that we see the path adjust even more to the east based on changes here?
Yeah, I think it is slowly drifting to the east, because right now, this image that we're looking at right now, right, the eye is slowly drifting out of the cone. God, I'm getting bad flashbacks of Ian right now. Yeah, no, I think this is slowly drifting ever so slightly east of where the cone is. Yeah, this is Ghosts of Adalia, track-wise, anyway.
Right, and as Capucci talked about, Perry, of course, where he is, that's right here. You guys should be able to see it. I'm circling with my mouse pointer there. Perry, that is where Capucci is. And it seems like he could be dealing with the outer eye wall here momentarily. David, does it look to you that we've got eye wall replacement here from this band on the back side here? I mean, the eye is open a smidge there. If I bring it back, you can see that. Let me find the radar scan there. Right there, the back of the eye kind of open right here. And then we have it doesn't seem like it, right?
No, it's so there's been this dry slot that's been persistently in the same spot for going on a couple hours now, and then the eye, will deteriorate on one side, then close off, then open up, then close off, then open up. You do make a good point that there is that rain band that is way out there that is trying to circle around. Normally, if you want to get like a secondary eye wall formation, you're going to have to, like, you'll see this one band that's kind of curving around to the west. That's going to have to link up with the one to the south. Possible, but again, we're just running out of runway here, Mike, because we're getting to the point where now landfall is now really what's going to happen here.
What time do you think that happens?
Probably in about two hours, hour and a half.
Okay. So it is 7:46 Eastern. Of course, we are about 14 minutes away from the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Good evening. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with...
I'd like to amend my answer. 1 hour away. I have a 24-hour clock, and I did not do the math correctly in my head. So more like an hour 15 to landfall.
No worries. Okay. Well, to bring it back home again, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, I am joined by Dr. David Ruglicki as well as meteorologist Erica Lopez. We will also be joined momentarily by meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is chasing this thing on the ground. Of course, we'll also have storm chaser Jordan Hall. I see his vehicle. He is his camera there. It looks like he's parked in Perry, Jack. Is that where he is as well? Yeah. Okay, fantastic. So, of course, to bring it back home again, I'm streaming to you live from the MyRadar office here in Orlando, Florida. We were dealing with some internet connectivity issues before, of course, because the the wind field of this storm expands so far away from the center of the storm. It's 400 miles wide. It ranks up in the top 10% of storms when it comes to the sheer size of the wind field. It is a Category 4 hurricane. I see people in the TikTok chat that are saying, hey, does this mean it's a Cat 5? No, it does not. It is a Category 4, as David alluded to, and I'm curious to see what the folks over at the NHC say next. There is an Air Force Hurricane Hunters plane in the storm right now. Of course, we will get some recon data from that soon. They are still in the storm, and that's going to tell us a lot about what's going on, of course. 130 mile per hour winds around the eye wall there. It is moving at 23 miles per hour. That is very fast, folks, for a storm of this size. The National Hurricane Center surmises that it's going to make landfall somewhere here, west of Perry, east of Tallahassee, somewhere between Wassissa and, again, west of Perry. If I zoom all the way in here along State Route 19, west of the Perry-Foley Airport, south of Interstate 10 there. So, again, the National Hurricane Center, they are the best of the best, and we will have an update from them coming up here shortly in about 10 minutes. David, is there anything from the recon data that you're seeing? I was looking at Tropical Tidbits. Good shout out to our good buddy, Dr. Levi Cowan, another Florida State Seminole such as yourself. Is there anything jumping out at you from the recon data? I've got it pulled up here on my screen, Jack, if you want to take it.
Yeah, it's I'm getting some lag here with Tropical Tidbits. His website is probably being
just a couple
slammed.
people looking at it.
Yeah, a couple people looking at it. No, so they were doing some recon missions, I believe. There are a couple in there at the moment. Give me a second. So we have the Air Force is on its way, and I believe the NOAA plane is southwest of the storm. I believe it's probably checking on a dry slot. I don't know what it's doing out there, but I think that I have a little munchkin here who's upset. I can say goodnight to him. But I think what they're doing here is based on the last update, they're not trying to find the center anymore. So it's hanging out on the western side. Maybe the website isn't updating anymore, but really now it's just they're trying to get as many flights in before it makes landfall because they're really trying to pinpoint exactly where this landfall is going to happen, Mike.
David, what's it like being on board one of those planes flying through a storm of this intensity?
When people ask me this question, I usually say to them, how do you feel about roller coasters? And if the answer isn't immediately, I love roller coasters, you shouldn't go on this plane because one of the most intense things you can feel is that as you go into the eye wall, you'll experience about 3 Gs, and then maybe a second or two later, you're going weightless as the plane is dropping. So it really is like one of the most intense roller coaster rides of your life. And I say that, half jokingly, and I do not want to downplay how amazingly skilled those pilots, flight engineers, flight meteorologists, a good friend of mine here in Lakeland, the planes are here in Lakeland, a good friend of mine is a flight meteorologist. They are amazing at their jobs to get us all this awesome data to give us, a lot of things to talk about and help out the forecasters. So, yeah, it's quite a thing to be on a plane when it's running through the eye, Mike.
David, we are up to 366,000 people that are, or customers, I should say, that are without power right now across Florida. That number, of course, going to continue to rise here over the next couple of hours as we are.
Yeah, Mike, we also have several tornado warnings down in Southwest Florida.
I see 3 of them. You're right. There to the east of Sarasota. And Erica, I see the graphic that you've got pulled up next to you. I mean, for folks that think that you might not necessarily see tornadoes during something like this, well, you've got 3 tornado warned storms right there across South Florida.
And that is a genuine concern for me as the night
Again
bears on, because I just had to deal with one, and these bands keep coming.
All right. It looks like the Florida 511 cameras, I cannot access them anymore. Maybe they turned them off for access? Unsure. Listen, Florida is dealing with a lot right now, needless to say.
Yeah, they also extended the tornado watch until 6 a.m. from Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, Southeast Georgia.
Yeah, that certainly checks out, right? I mean, with this storm on the backside of it there. Erica, oh yeah? A watch? Because we've been under a watch. So as Erica just suggested, they extended it until early tomorrow morning.
6 a.m. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Erica, if you would be able to pull up the graphic you've got next to me, again, to show folks that the risk for tornadoes, that extends all the way up into Myrtle Beach overnight tonight from Helene here. This is just a big weather maker, if we have to break it down, right?
Yes. I'm not sure, Jack, if you can get WSI up on the screen there. Is that what you?
Yeah, we're working on pulling it up here. I'm waiting for Jack to get it there. There it is.
Yeah, so there's that tornado risk. Of course, they just extended that tornado warning through 6 a.m. So that means this is going to be an overnight threat. That also poses a danger, especially since most of Florida is still going to see that tornado threat through the 6 o'clock hour tomorrow morning. Just something to keep in mind. If you can, have your phone somewhere nearby, or have a way to get alerts in the overnight hours as Hurricane Helene passes over your areas, just because we're already seeing several tornado warnings. We've already seen several tornado warnings today, and we're going to continue to see them into the overnight. But yeah, what you're seeing on your screen is just where that tornado risk zone is. And what's interesting is tomorrow as well, we have another tornado risk zone a little bit more northward after I think the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock hour. Once Helene makes its trek inland, across the Carolinas is where we're going to see that tornado risk. So just something to keep in mind. We're already seeing tornado warnings issued. I'm not sure if we can pull up that tornado watch zone, and I can do it here, Jack, on a screen share if necessary. So we can just show that new tornado watch.
I've got it.
Okay.
So it's everywhere in the yellow on my screen here.
Yes.
Which is a pretty big chunk of the southeastern coastline.
And yes, this was extended through 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. So you have about 12 hours of this tornado watch, or maybe less than 12 hours. Let's see if we can stop. But yeah, I just wanted to show that on there.
Also, for the folks that want to track along at home, of course, you can download the MyRadar app for free. I'm using it here on Windows. I've also got it up on an iPad here next to me. That's what's above my head. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or what have you, that's what's above my head right here. So you can download the app for free across all major mobile platforms. For those of you that are watching on TikTok as well, if you go to our profile, you'll see an app download link right there on our profile page where you can also download the app for free. And hey, while you're at it, there's 1,300 people watching on TikTok. If you'd be so kind as to shoot us a follow, you can see that we're almost at 78,000 followers. If all of you were to like or follow right now, we would break that number. And hey, while you're at it, tap on the screen and let us know that you're enjoying these live streams, and we will continue to try to bring them to you more often. Of course, if you would also be so kind as to share the live stream, particularly with people that live in the Big Bend area or here in the panhandle of Florida and into southern Georgia, being that I saw someone earlier that said that they're not getting much TV coverage in South Georgia. So, of course, we are more than happy to keep y'all informed. Of course, I've worked long enough with Erica that now I say y'all all the time. I grew up in New York. Never said y'all in my life, and worked in Kentucky even, but working with Erica, of course, Texan, I hear it quite often. So
y'all,
yeah.
You got to get a little twang in it.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. But again, appreciate it for everybody as well on TikTok that has been sending us gifts. Pam, Pamela, Danny, how about them Sooners? Mr. B, thank you very much all for the support. We really, really appreciate it. All right, so folks, we are 3 minutes away from the update from the NHC. David, unless it dropped, I'm not seeing anything here. Unless you're seeing it on your end. I'm looking around. The last one I'm seeing... Wait a second. Yes, I'm seeing it here from 8 o'clock. David, do you see it?
No, I'm mashing F5 on the update. Yeah,
I'm looking at the public advisory here. So it looks like they didn't change very much as of...
there it is.
You see it? So They're saying it's 80 miles away from Cedar Key, 115 away from Tallahassee. Not much of a change, 130 mile per hour winds. Okay, so the pressure dropped. I see it on the app too, Jack, if you want to pull the app up. It dropped to 942. That seems to be the biggest change, right, David?
Yep.
So what does that? I was going to say, what does that mean? That we see a pressure drop of just 3 millibars.
So it doesn't necessarily correspond to a wind increase, because if you want to think of it this way, a wind maximum is sort of like an instantaneous max, whereas a pressure is takes into account kind of the entire structure of the storm, the radial structure of the storm. So it could mean anything. It could mean a tightening of pressure gradients. It could mean the storm is actually getting bigger. So if you see a pressure drop without a corresponding wind speed or maximum wind speed, it means somewhere the winds have increased, whether it's in size or the winds have increased radially outside the radius of maximum winds. So all that means is that the more destructive winds have increased in radial size, if not just at the radius of maximum winds, Mike.
From the National Hurricane Center, David, I highlighted something, Jack, on my screen here. So they wrote, weakening is expected after Helene moves inland, but the fast forward speed will allow strong, damaging winds, especially in gusts, to penetrate well inland across the southeastern United States, including over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians, which is just nuts to see. By the way, they also down here talk about the storm surge. Folks, you got to understand that some of these numbers, as Erica touched on before, occur at high tide, right? Look at how mind-boggling this top one is. Carabel, Florida to Sewanee, Florida, 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. That is a big number, David. It then drops here to 10 to 15 feet, but I mean, gosh, that is so wild here. The deepest water will occur along the immediate coast near and to the east of the landfall location, where the surge will be accompanied by large and dangerous waves. Surge-related flooding depends on the relative timing of the surge and the tidal cycle, which can vary over short distances, right? So, again, not much of a change here in the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, other than showing a deepening or a strengthening of the storm. They also mention here in the discussion, David, that some additional strengthening is possible before the center reaches the coast in a few hours. So it looks like they anticipate landfall occurring here within the next 2 hours, right? Whether it's 9 o'clock. That's what we said earlier today, around 9 o'clock. But, of course, that could occur between 9 and 9:30 here. Now, it is running out of runway considerably here. It doesn't look like the cone moved all that much. Maybe a touch, right? Perry's still not in it. And then, of course, maintaining Category 2 intensity into spots like Moultrie and into Tifton, Georgia there. I still can't get over the fact that you're going to see a Category 2 hurricane over southern Georgia. I still can't get over that. Even folks in Dothan, Alabama, you are on the western side. Jack, if you want to pull the app up here. Dothan is on the western side of the storm. But, I mean, gosh, even Panama City right now, we had a lot of folks asking earlier about impacts to Panama City. And David basically said, no matter where you are on this thing, whether you're on the west or the east, it certainly will be raining. And boy, that is happening right now in Panama City. And it looks like even for us in Orlando, we are certainly not out of the woods just yet. We got a pretty potent feeder band. In fact, David, you got one coming near you right now over Tampa St. Pete on its way to Lakeland. So Legoland getting a big shot of rain there. Again, another thing worth pointing out here, David, and I'm going to pause it here. It continues to remain east of the cone by like a considerable wide margin. Do you see it here?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. They should have shifted this thing to the east, because it keeps drifting to the east. I keep expecting in these updates for them to give us a new direction, and it's been pretty consistent, 25 degrees northeast. It doesn't feel like that, but we'll see. I know with this eastern shift, because I thought for a while earlier today, it was kind of windy and not a little bit of rain. And same thing with you in Orlando, right? It was kind of windy and a little bit of rain. But all of a sudden now with this eastward shift, like these tornado warnings are popping up all over the place due south of me. And we have to keep an eye on this moving forward.
So Colin McCarthy, of course, who works with us here, showed something on his X account there that someone flew a private jet through the southern edge of the storm. So, boy, not a great idea. not a great idea. Whoever did that, that was an hour ago, by the way. I missed that. Looks like Jordan as well is running into yeah, so as Jordan touched on, the sheriffs and Florida Highway Patrol in Perry are really cracking down, it seems like, on people being outdoors, which, fair enough. That being said, you know, Jordan and even Matthew Capucci, they are experts. They certainly know what they're doing. Jack, I see Jordan's stream there, if we can pull it up. Of course, the thing is, we're getting to the point of the evening, right, where the key word there is evening, right? We don't have daylight anymore to really see things. Jack, you can replace the satellite view over my head there. We can take Jordan's cam if need be. We're still waiting on Capucci as well, who's going to be out there momentarily chasing two. Only a matter of time here until we are in the eye wall, at least for Capucci and Jordan here. If I zoom out, you can see that right here, where my mouse cursor is, Harry and Athena, this is where Jordan and Capucci are, to the east of the cone. Remember, though, even being east of the cone, things are going to get real dicey there. I mean, just look at the size of this thing, right? The cone only represents where the eye should or could be going. And again, as we continue to point out, this thing just continues to stay eastward, which means that, you know, we are certainly in Idalia territory, which David made landfall right here, Cedar Key to Steenhatchee, right? So it is bearing down on an area that was hit by a Category 4 hurricane last year, right? This is so wild how it's following nearly the same path here.
And I think Matthew made a really good point, since he was in Idalia last year, and they were surprised. And we actually got comments, in the app about how they didn't feel like, or it looked like, a Category 4, how it dissipated, basically disintegrated after it made landfall. This guy, or this lady, is a little bit different, where it seems to be holding itself together. And yeah, it's been fighting off this dry slot on the western, now on the southern side of the storm, basically for the past couple of hours. So yeah, there's no reason to think that this isn't going to be an absolute monster that's going to be way worse than Idalia was, Mike.
Jack, if you can take the app again, I want to show folks out there a really neat feature in the I'm using, of course, the Windows app of MyRadar. And big shout out to our Windows development team. Matthew is great and puts in so many cool, neat little features. One of which is right here at the bottom. It says beta, but you can use this version in the MyRadar Windows app, but custom user layer. So what we have in here are GeoJSON data sources, which of course are just going to show you some imagery on the map. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to click Orlando inbound, and this is showing us flights that are, as you could imagine, avoiding Helene big time here. I mean, you've got this flight here, David, that's flying right through the dry slot through Gainesville here. Boy, they are trying to beat out the heavy rain here over Tampa. These are all inbound, mind you, right? So it's very likely that this flight here coming in from near Miami, you've got a couple of flights landing literally right now. But of course, if I zoom out, not too many flights, David, coming in from the west. You have two here. These folks.
Mike, I saw on social media that I think there was like a private jet that flew.
That's what we talked about with Colin. That is so nuts. I can't believe somebody would do that.
I think I saw the height was about 45,000 feet. So it wasn't, they weren't flying right in the storm, but they shouldn't have been doing that.
Yeah, no kidding. And these folks, David, we talked about the Hurricane Hunters flight before and what that's like for people. Now, I don't know whether or not they're watching us on this flight as they cross into the Panhandle here. What is that flight going to be like for these folks right here?
Probably not great.
Great analysis there, David. That was great.
I gotta know who okayed that flight, because it's not like you're flying on the southern side. And kudos to those pilots for finding that little wedge in between the rain bands, over Gainesville, and trying to get into Orlando. Like, props to those pilots. But that flight on the northern side, I don't know what that's all about. I don't know who okayed that, because it's coming. It looks like it's coming out of what is that, Pensacola out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a very unpleasant time because, you know, at least when you get closer to the core of the storm, it gets a little more predictable in terms of upwards and downward motion, right? As you get closer to the center. These rain bands, because they have a cellular structure, so you're going to have intense ups right next to intense downs and intense ups and intense downs. So trying to navigate that, even if you see on the flight radar, on the plane radar, that you're like, oh, we're just going to shoot the gap between these updrafts, there's probably a major downdraft going on between the two based on a lot of research. So this flight, I question exactly what's going on.
Someone's asking, could it be a medic helicopter? The data that we were pulling in are aircraft, like commercial aircraft. Another thing here, all these dots that you're seeing on the screen right here, all of these dots are flights right now in the continental United States. If you notice, not too many, not too many here around Helene. I almost said Idalia, David. I mean, again, it's like deja vu all over again, although, again, this storm considerably larger. We're going to look at some more flights here. How about Atlanta in and out? Same deal, right? Everyone is flying super far to the east, going up and around. There's Atlanta, of course, the airport, which, mind you, is in the cone. So I would imagine, I know that's a big Delta hub there. I would have to imagine that as chaotic as it might be in the National Hurricane Center, I can only imagine what it's like at air traffic control in Atlanta with this storm coming into tomorrow, of course, right before a weekend, right? We've seen a ton of people here on TikTok and in the chat asking about whether or not their flights are going to be delayed. I mean, as you guys can see, these pilots know what they're doing, right, in terms of finding the path of least resistance. But with the speed at which Helene is moving inland, that is certainly going to, if you have a connection, I'll say, in Atlanta tomorrow, it could be tough, right? So let's switch. Let's see what else I've got here. I know we've got New York outbound. We've got Southwest flights. Do we have any Southwest ones? Yeah, again, same thing, right, guys? They're all around. Woo, these guys, these guys and these guys right here. These two flights near Valdosta and east of Dothan, they are trying to get out of Dodge real quick. Jack, is that Jordan above me there, that camera? I think so. Yeah, thank you. Okay, great. So again, this feature available to you in the MyRadar Windows app. So as long as you have a data source and you convert it to a GeoJSON, ChatGPT can help you do that. Okay? You can put a bunch of stuff in there, which is pretty neat. So let's go back here. I'm going to turn that off. David, I'm just now noticing as well. Fun, an area of interest.
We talked about that yesterday, is that the GFS way out had another storm forming in the same region, right? And right now it trickles its way into the Gulf of Mexico. So we could be doing this again in about 10 days.
Do you have an all too early forecast for that, David? This area of interest here?
No, that's way too out there. I haven't. All I know is that there was something. I haven't been keeping track of the ensembles because this is where you check the ensembles. Now, I also want to remind everyone that the models picked up on Helene or Proto-Helene very early, right? But the Euro model had a cluster of storms that were in the Bay of Campeche. If you remember, there was that big question, I want to say like a week, 7 to 10 days ago, was this going to enter the Gulf or was this going to go over Mexico and, basically develop itself in the Bay of Campeche and have a Mexico or a Texas landfall? There's just a lot of uncertainty going out. This storm in particular, when it formed, was from a Central American gyre, which we'll get into a little bit after the season. But the new storm looks like in that same area is actually coming from a wave that's going to stir up some trouble in the Western Caribbean. So, I know there's been a lot of talk on social media that this has been kind of a dud because we, myself included, we're talking about this rivaling 2020. And I just have to remind everyone, it ain't over yet, Mike.
No, absolutely not. And of course, if you recall, was it last year or 2022 where we had a storm in January that the National Hurricane Center had to double back and say, oh yeah, that you guys are right, that was one. So I mean, to your point, David, hurricane season goes until December 1st. We have plenty more time. I hear and I see Matthew Capucci. We will get to him in just a moment. I just want to remind folks that somebody here on TikTok said, "'Tis the season." Amen to that. We are not out of hurricane season by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, some of the more significant hurricanes, Michael, for example, was an October hurricane. Matthew was an October hurricane. So we are not done with hurricane season by any stretch of the imagination. I want to remind folks, we're just going to bring it back to the top, and then we're going to bring in meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is in his vehicle, and I'm very curious to hear what his plan is. I've also, Jack, if you want to pull up the my screen share for just a moment, we can see that the exterior of the eye, or the exterior of the center of the storm, is now pushing ashore, which means that where Capucci is, more than likely, is about to get pretty darn bumpy, like your flight, Jack, when you were flying through Lee last year with Capucci. Of course, land-based. One more thing before we get to Capucci as well, Jack, if you can take the iPad, I want to show folks the satellite feature in the app here. I'm just going to turn off a couple of features. We're going to turn off the hurricane tracker momentarily and the power outages. I'm going to tap on the map button there, and we're going to switch to the globe just because I think this looks really cool. And big shout out to David and to the development team for making this a reality. Now, this is a ton of data that is being pulled in right now, so give it a moment. But just goes to show you that, like, looking down at the surface of the Earth from space, you can see the eye of the storm, right? You can see the little crosshair there. If I zoom out just a little more even, I don't want the little blue dot to cover it because that's where we are. But can you see the eye of the storm? This is from outer space, folks. So again, this is a very potent storm, a Category 4 hurricane. Jack, if you want to pull the app up again, and you can push the satellite back above me there. I'll zoom on back in. Stand by. Switch back to the flat map. But what an amazing feature, David. Kudos to you guys for making that a reality. It looks incredibly cool. Now, what is not cool is what Jack has up on screen here. Shout out to our good buddies over at Tropical Tidbits, Dr. Levi Cowan. But Jack, if you want to pull up the app here, the MyRadar app here, I have up on Windows. For those of you that are just joining us, good evening. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, I am joined by the MyRadar Weather Team. We've got meteorologist Erica Lopez, Matthew Capucci, as well as the Director of Meteorological Research, Dr. David Ruglicki, all joining me here this evening as we are tracking Category 4 Hurricane Helene. It is a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 130 miles per hour. It is moving at a brisk 23 miles per hour toward this part of Florida here in the Big Bend, east of Crawfordville, west of Perry. On its way here within the cone is Wassissa, up into Boston, which is there on the border of, that is into Georgia, I should add. It will then weaken a Category 2 hurricane over southern Georgia, and with as densely packed as the forest is down there, it's going to cause for a lot of downed trees. For those of you that are watching across our various social media platforms, thank you very much for hanging with us. We've been streaming now for a good, I think, like 6.5 hours now, and we are here through the landfall. And as it begins to work its way into Georgia, again, I will remind you, folks, if you are watching on TikTok, for example, we are about to hit 78,000 followers, which is so incredibly cool. There's over 1,400 of you right now in here. If you were to all follow us right now, we would break that number, and we would really appreciate it if you guys would show your support. Hey, tap on the screen too. We're almost at 100,000 likes on this TikTok stream, which is, again, incredibly cool. And very much so, thank you to all of the people that have been giving us gifts. We've gotten super chats on YouTube as well. Thank you very much for your support. We are here to guide you through the worst that Mother Nature has to offer. And for more on what the worst of Mother Nature is throwing our way, let's send it out to somebody that is going to be dealing with it up close and personally. That would be meteorologist Matthew Capucci, standing by in his vehicle. Matthew, can you hear me?
Various positioning locations, just depending on where the eye wall and the eye itself go. It's going to be a very tricky sort of thing, just given how low the terrain is down here. You know, we're in the Big Bend of Florida, where we're only probably 46 feet above sea level where I am right here, there was a correctional facility that I was considering stationing at that's about 23 feet above sea level, which should be safe considering we're expecting up to a 20-foot storm surge. But that said, little wobbles left and right in terms of where the actual hurricane goes, how bad the surge is, et cetera, will make all the difference in terms of ultimate impacts. And so this one's going to be a very sketchy one. The eye is only a few miles wide. It's not a very big eye, which will make it all the more difficult to get in. But conversely, because the eye is sort of so narrow, we have a narrow radius of maximum winds. It's like the ice skater was spinning, pulled her arms in, she's spinning even faster. That's why the hurricane itself is so ferocious right now. And ultimately, these next probably 4 or 5 hours are going to be absolutely crucial here. And, you know, even in the past probably 20 minutes, I've noticed a dramatic uptick in wind here. We're now getting borderline tropical storm conditions, but those real hurricane conditions won't be here for a little while. But once they're here, it will definitely mean business.
Capucci, you got through a lot of that information, but you kind of like went right over a big number there when you talked about the storm surge, when you're like, 20 feet of storm surge. That is an incredibly big number. For folks that are trying to, picture what that's going to inevitably look like, can you paint a picture of what 20 feet of storm surge would look like?
Yeah, picture water to your second floor window. That's how high the water will be above ordinarily dry ground. Now, we don't build at sea level, but that said, there are a few folks here who have built 5 feet above sea level, 6 feet above sea level. And so if you have a 20-foot storm surge, the water is 14 feet high in your home.
Yeah.
That's above your first floor. That might be under your second floor or in your attic. And so that's not something you can survive unless you have high ground to go to. We always tell folks, run from the water, hide from the wind, and that becomes absolutely imperative, especially given how conditions here are deteriorating so quickly. We don't have a ton of extra time to be seeking shelter. We don't have a ton of extra time to be making final preparations. I myself am, like I said, looking for final options here where I am right now in terms of safe places to shelter, given the anticipated storm surge, et cetera. And unfortunately, it seems like, nothing here is an ideal option, but it's going to be a really rough night for a lot of people. And I'll be switching at about 9:15. I'll probably be beginning to get into position for wherever I decide to shelter. And at that point, you'll likely see me switch from Zoom, the way I'm on right now, to my camera and live view unit. So for the folks in the back, Jack, that's something to be aware of as well. But yeah, the storm surge here will be absolutely mean, absolutely terrifying, really. I'm petrified of storm surge. There are two things in weather that scare the heck out of me: lightning and storm surge. And unfortunately, tonight, that storm surge is going to be extremely memorable and potentially deadly.
And I know one thing that you also are not a big fan of are spiders. At least the water will probably keep the spiders away from you. Gotta find a little levity, Capucci, right?
Well, they float. That's the problem. So often after a hurricane, you get floating spiders that will cling to whatever objects are floating in the water. And so one more fear of mine that, that's part of the reason why I won't venture into anywhere that is likely to be surged. But yeah, spiders, insects, there have been instances in the past where you have flooding, you get all the fire ants to cling together, and they make these little raft-like structures in order to all float. Fire ants are very cool, but they basically lock legs so they all float together, and then so that none of them drown, they take turns and have like this overturning circulation such that they can all take turns being above water and no one drowns.
Capucci, we've got a bunch of people in the TikTok chat that are asking questions. I also see some coming in on YouTube as well. For folks that are watching, if you have questions for TikTok, or rather, if you have any questions for Capucci, please let me know, because as he mentioned, he's about to have to get into position to deal with the worst of this storm coming to him. By the way, big shout out to Jeb on YouTube that just gave us a $5 super chat. Appreciate it very much. It's someone just saying, keep it up. Hey, thank you for that. Appreciate it very, very much. Jeb also saying, love you guys. Was in Panama City during Michael. App guided me through that experience. That's unfortunate to hear. Michael, of course, my namesake, a storm that I think you will forget that live in that part of the world, Jeb. And again, thank you very much for your support and for using the app as well. That's incredible. Capucci, a bunch of questions here rolling in on TikTok. I'm going to throw them your way here before you got to get going. So someone asked where you are. If you can remind folks where you are in your car.
Yeah, I'm parked in Perry in the Panhandle, not the Panhandle, the Big Bend of Florida, and I'll be looking for a location in the next probably hour or two that's ideal. I think I've found a couple locations. It might be to the point where I'm not even, near anywhere scenic or with shelter. I'll be in a location that will probably be on the side of the road but with an open field so nothing hits me. And so the view might not be amazing, but we will get the worst of the wind, the worst of everything but the surge. I do not want to deal with the surge. So actually, what I'm doing behind the scenes right now on my laptop is looking at surge maps to make sure I stay above water at all times, because that is the number one priority. And in abundance of caution, I've actually begun looking at surge maps for anything that has a surge up to almost 20 feet, just in case we are to realize the higher end of any scenarios projected by the National Hurricane Center, because this is such a ferocious, nasty storm. So yeah, I do think that I'll be heading a little bit west to best position for the eye and the eye wall, likely on Highway 98, somewhere a little bit west of Perry. So that will be sort of my ultimate game plan at this point. I'm hoping that I can find a place without any trees on the side of the road, because if I can, then I maximize my chances of not being hit by something. When we talk about hurricanes, it's not that the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing. There's a good chance, and I want to make it clear to everyone in the call right now that I will be safe overnight tonight, but there's a very strong chance that, once the cell service is knocked down, you won't hear from me. You probably won't hear from me in the morning until I'm able to get safely back to where I'm going. There will likely be down trees just about everywhere. So rest assured that I will get back to a place with Wi-Fi, with cell, with something at some point. But, there's a strong likelihood that at some point the cell signal will somewhat or entirely give way, and I'll be incommunicado for a little bit.
Well, I know Andy is watching Capucci. Andy, yep. Capucci has his satellite communicator, so we will be able to know Capucci's status, even if the cell network is to go down. Capucci, a lot of folks telling you to be safe out there. Some folks very interested in what kind of car you are in. I think the important part is that you are not outside, that you are in a vehicle. And of course, again, we have to remind folks, Capucci is a professional. He is a meteorologist. He has been through many of these before. He was in Idalia last year, pretty much in this same location. A bit of a different storm this time around. Idalia weakening on landfall, Helene strengthening as it approaches land. Again, Capucci's got to get rolling here in just a couple of minutes, so if anyone has any additional questions, and Jack, if you can pull him up on TikTok as well so people can see him there too. Let's see what else. Capucci, someone asking on TikTok, how fast does the storm surge drain? So like if all of that water comes in, how fast can you expect it to leave?
Not very quickly, unfortunately. Odds are it'll take a while to go back out. Once you push this much water inland, it gets caught up in dips in the topography and little inlets and estuaries and all sorts of little bodies of water like that aren't normally that flooded. And so it might take days for that water to fully drain. There's even a chance that near the coastline, especially with some of the coastal roads might be completely isolated or reshaped. I mean, there have been times where you'll have a river that is rerouted due to storm surge. There are times that flooding rains will reroute a channel, change where an inland is on a beach. Hurricane Mitch, and I think it was Honduras, they built a bridge over a river. The hurricane rerouted the river around the bridge and left the bridge on a sandbar. And so weird things can happen topographically. That might be a case of one of the things that we see tonight, just given the power of this storm. Mm-hmm. But right now, it's looking like landfall will occur very near or just west of Perry. So it's going to be a scary night for a lot of folks, unfortunately.
Capucci, Anthony on TikTok says Waffle House is officially closed in his area. We all know what that means. He jokes, but Capucci, I know that you are the Waffle House's #1 fan. We might joke, right? But the Waffle House Index, that's a real thing. What does that mean for him saying Waffle House is closed? We know what that means. Can you break down what that means?
Yeah, Waffle House is known for being sort of the last place to close during a hurricane. They stay open almost no matter what, and they're the first people to reopen after a hurricane. I've had food there during Category 1 eye walls before. I did during Beryl in Houston it seems like forever ago, but only about 2 months ago, back on July 8th. I had it 2 weeks ago when Francine hit New Orleans. They were the only place, not only with power, but the only place to reopen and be serving food. And so Waffle House is ultimately in a sense, its own sort of first responder. And when Waffle House shuts down and says, hey, we're getting out of Dodge too, that means something.
Yeah. Okay, Capucci, another question here. How quickly you got to get going, by the way, Capucci? I don't want to hold you. I want to make sure you're safe.
No worries. I'd like about 20 minutes to look at data and stuff, so I'll probably take off in about 4-ish minutes time.
There it is, folks. You heard it. We got 4 more minutes to get questions into Capucci, and then he's got to roll. Capucci, what's your order at Waffle House? Jarrett asks.
Bacon grilled cheese, double hash brown, smothered. Although lately, I've been trying to cut back a little bit, so I only do a single hash brown because I'm trying to be good.
I find it amazing you go to Waffle House and not order waffles, but hey, to each their own. Someone asking, is Disney closed? No, they're not. And Disney's hours are extended today, which is so bananas. Listen, if Mickey can get you to show up and eat churros and pretzels, they'll make it happen. What else we got here? Someone says on YouTube, Capucci demand, let Capucci cook, and W Capucci. So you got some fans out there. Sandy Rose.
Aww.
Sandy Rose is watching
Sandy.
too. Someone asked, what's Disney's wait time on their rides? That's a great question. I'm actually going to look here momentarily, but while we have Capucci, let's use the time. Capucci, what car are you driving? People are asking.
I'm driving a big truck. I should know this. It's red. I'm driving a red truck.
There you go. A red truck.
It's a big red truck. It has a plus sign. Oh, it's a Chevy.
It's a
Chevy.
There we go. Hashtag not
Chevy
a sponsor.
Silverado. Yes, Chevy Silverado. It's a 2021 Chevy Silverado, and the only reason I know that is because it doesn't have one of those. What's the thing? Cigarette outlets. It doesn't have a cigarette outlet, so instead it has like a regular wall inverter type thing that I'm using to charge the live stream equipment and whatnot that'll be broadcasting from very shortly. But yes, I'm driving a red Chevy Silverado.
So folks are saying they swear by the Waffle House thing. That is a real index. FEMA goes by the Waffle House index. There are plenty of write-ups on it. I think we've covered it. Capucci, if we haven't done a video on that, it's probably about time to cover the Waffle House index.
If you see how many, I hope Andy's not watching this, because wait until y'all see.
Oh, he is.
Oh, good. Well, Andy, my apologies in advance. I love Andy, but there will be a suspicious number of Waffle House receipts on my expense report for this and the prior trip. I did genuinely eat there that many times, so I'm not trying to abuse the system. I just ate every meal there on my work travel.
So we here someone read my mind about Disney. Rise of the Resistance at Hollywood Studios, a 5-minute wait time. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That wait time is usually like an hour to 2. So yeah, Disney's open. That is amazing. What else we got here? A few more minutes for Capucci, and then he's got to go. What else we got here?
I also have
Capucci.
an NBC hit at 40 past, so I'm going to be on NBC for MyRadar at 40 past, so I'm going to have to hop off in just a sec.
Shout out to NBC. Hoda Kotb announcing she's leaving the Today Show this morning. Capucci, what's in store for Georgia?
Georgia is going to see hurricane impacts, especially southern and eastern Georgia. So like Valdosta down in Macon, that area down there. Helene is moving inland so incredibly quickly that by the time she realizes she's not over water, she will have penetrated 2 hours inland. And so they will see winds likely gusting upwards of 80, perhaps close to 90 miles per hour in southern and eastern parts of the state, especially if that eye wall, that inner structure, sort of remains intact. And I do think before it slowly, falls apart, it will likely hold together a decent amount, at least into southeastern Georgia, giving hurricane impacts, which is remarkable to think the entire Peachtree State is under either a hurricane warning or a tropical storm warning. Remarkable what we have in 2024.
I've got to remind folks as well, and Jack is going to switch it. Oh, he already did. That was not Capucci driving. That's Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who is elsewhere. They are separate. Capucci, I have a message from Andy to relay to you. He says, yes. Eat up. So,
and Andy, I love you. Thank you for investing so much in making this kind of coverage possible. The fact that we have a team of 5 meteorologists here watching around the clock, giving people what they need in a way that transcends television. Speaks volumes to sort of how much investment you've made in this sort of coverage. So to the folks at home, Andy is the mastermind of MyRadar. This is sort of his baby. This is his brainchild. And recently we did a big overhaul of our streaming. And this is sort of the first big event. And so far, the folks behind the scenes, Jack, Mauricio, have done an amazing job too. So with that, I have to run briefly. I'll be back hopefully in a little while on the live view unit. And soon enough, in the next probably hour, I'll be in position and we'll see what we get.
All right, so that's meteorologist Matthew Capucci, folks. He is going to be joining us. He's going to switch his camera So we will see his dash cam. Jack, we should have audio when he's going too, right? Like we should be able to hear him speaking, right? I guess he can always join via Zoom as well too, right? Yeah, awesome. Fair enough. Hurricane noises. All right, so let's re-rack things. It is 8:33 Eastern time, so we'll have another update from the National Hurricane Center in 20 minutes. Again, we're at the point where they're updating on an hourly basis here. We've got meteorologist Erica Lopez. We also have Director of Meteorological Research, Dr. David Ruglicki, standing by. We should have both Will Cano and Colin McCarthy joining us into the evening as well. But let's re-rack things. I'm going to zoom out a little bit in the app, tell you what's going on from the big picture here, some of the bigger impacts, and then I'm going to bring David and Erica both in. In fact, Jack, if you can pull up the team shot there so we can show folks again, we have got you covered. There's Erica and David. We've been with you since like 2 o'clock this afternoon. We are still plowing ahead, and ironically enough, that is exactly what Helene is doing right over my shoulder here, a Category 4 hurricane that is set to be the strongest storm to make landfall in the United States this season, and it's gaining speed here, Jack. If we take the app here, the last update we have from the NHC, 130 mile per hour central sustained winds. Remember, that's right around the eye wall, but the storm in and of itself is 400 miles wide in terms of its wind field. That puts it in the top 10% of the largest hurricanes that have been seen since record keeping began. Okay. The central pressure, that number there, 942 millibars, that's just showing us, and we're likely going to see that drop even more. Essentially, the lower that number goes, the stronger the storm is getting. Now, this number here might not seem like a lot, 23 miles per hour. Again, when you go back to what I just said before about the wind field being 400 miles wide, this is like the biggest cruise ship you could ever imagine trying to turn to miss the iceberg, right? Big, Helene is. We are seeing impacts from South Florida all the way northward. If I zoom out here, the outer bands of Helene kind of tapping into this predecessor rain event up here into parts of Tennessee, North Carolina, where folks in North and South Carolina are dealing with, according to the National Weather Service, an unprecedented rain event like never seen before. This is the rain before the rain, mind you. Of course, Helene really bringing the noise coming in from the south. Jack, I want to switch off of the app momentarily, and we're going to go to the National Hurricane Center's website here. I want to show folks this map. This is the peak storm surge. Y'all on TikTok should be able to see this too. That purple color there, that is 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. I had to go back and look. I spoke with David and Capucci earlier this morning. The last time that we've seen numbers like this was Hurricane Laura. So what storm surge is effectively water being pushed above sea level. Okay, so 15 to 20 feet means if 0 is our baseline, 15 to 20 feet worth of water. That's enough to reach the second floor of your house, a second story house. So again, for more context, I'm 6'3". If I was standing outside anywhere from Charlotte Harbor all the way up to Mexico Beach, above my head amount of water, right? So that is, of course, a huge threat. The National Hurricane Center referring to that 15 to 20 feet of storm surge as unsurvivable. This is an organization. David used to work at the National Hurricane Center. They choose their words very carefully. And to throw something out there like that means serious business. We're going to jump back to the path for a moment here, Jack, and then we're going to pull David in. So the landfall should happen here within the next hour and a half or so, somewhere here between Crawfordville and Athena and Perry, Florida. Zooming out a little bit wider, you can see all these blue and yellow boxes. Those are power outages, and we are ticking up big time. A big jump up from our last update, up from 397,000 customers without power to now 527,000 customers without power, 16,000 in Georgia, 13,000 in North Carolina, 6,000 in South Carolina. So that is well over 1 million customers that are without power right now. And again, folks, the storm has not even made landfall yet. The worst of the winds, near the eye at least, have not made landfall yet. Of course, though, once they do, you can see here this number 2. That is not a glitch. That means that there will be a Category 2 hurricane sitting over top of southern Georgia overnight tonight. Okay? The reason for that being, as I'm sure you're thinking, wait a minute, hurricanes need warm water to do hurricane things. Well, at this point, the storm will be moving so fast. Again, remember, it's like a giant cruise ship here. It's going so fast that it is going to maintain the Category 2 hurricane force winds over land. Moultrie, Tifton. This is again in Georgia near Cordell. And then to make matters even more fun, the storm will weaken, but look how much ground it's going to cover from tomorrow morning, this number 2, to up here, this S for tropical storm up into Tennessee, and Metro Atlanta is in the cone. I think that I think that it just popped on me there. Looks like the cone is shifting a little more to the east up there in Atlanta, which is better for Atlanta if the storm were to pass east of the city. We'll get to that in just a moment with David. But needless to say, the Atlanta airport on a Friday, just a couple of flights in and out of there. So major travel delays more than likely heading into tomorrow. So that is kind of a top down of Helene as it stands right now. I'm going to go back down here. Need I remind everybody that's watching in the app and across social media, again, I am using the MyRadar app, which you see in front of you here. It is completely free to download on all major mobile platforms, iOS, Android, Amazon, as well as coming soon to Apple TV. And if you are watching on any of our social media platforms, we would really appreciate it if you were to follow us and show your support. I see people on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or X, rather. Why'd you have to go and change the name, Elon? You're just confusing everybody. And then, of course, on TikTok as well, where we crossed 78,000 followers not too long ago. I missed that. Thank you very much for your support. There's over 1,600 people watching. We've been streaming for over 6 hours. Thank you very much for your continued support. Over 100,000 likes as well. And we've gotten a ton of gifts here. Nancy, Russell, Jamie, Black Jade, Carson, thank you very much for your support. We really, really appreciate it. And again, if you haven't already, follow us here on TikTok. If you're watching on TikTok, it's completely free to do so. That way you always know whenever we go live or whenever we drop a new TikTok. Okay, I made it through all the big picture stuff. I want to bring in the man of the hour, Dr. David Ruglicki. Has a meteorological phenomena named after him in hurricanes. Of course, he worked for the National Hurricane Center. Jack, if you want to show the satellite view again, David made that happen in the app. If you like the color tables in the per station radar, David made that happen too. What can't he do, really, to make MyRadar even better? Let's bring him in and let's break down the storm. David, the fact they're on satellite that we can see the eye of the storm from space, I mean, just goes to show you that this is a strengthening storm, unlike Idalia last year that hit this part of the world, where that storm was weakening. People on TikTok are curious, David. Could we see this tick up even more to Cat 5?
I think that's asking a little lot. We're just running out of runway, Mike. What fuels a hurricane, right, is really warm sea surface temperatures. What hurts hurricanes, dry slots and shear. And to this storm's credit, it's been fighting off a significant amount of shear from that trough that is digging into its west that it will eventually merge with, which causes that turn to the left. And as you can see, there's that dry slot to the western and southern side. It has been fighting that thing for hours and is still intensifying in the middle of that. So yeah, I think asking a Category 5 out of this, I think it's going to run out of runway. I think that, it's made it this far, became the Category 4 is really impressive, but I think we're about finished here, Mike.
David, is there really, I mean, this is, I guess it's semantics really. Is there much of a difference from where we are right now to just crossing over that threshold into the Cat 5 in terms of the human impact on the ground? I know that damage multiplier does tick up, but ultimately we're talking, a borderline here, no?
Well, you have to understand that the energy goes up by the square of the winds. So any small little increases, you have to square those increases. So a in terms of the kinetic energy, if you have a 15 mile per hour, 15 knot increase, you're talking about 15 squared, 225 joules per kilogram energy. It's throwing a bunch of nerdy stuff at you. So it's not just, it's not just a linear increase. It's just that it's a power law increase every time, these wind speeds kick up. Having said all that, the real big issue with this storm is absolutely the surge because of its size and because of its forward speed. The wind is kind of like playing second fiddle here with these, as we talk about the unsurvivable storm surge numbers that are coming our way, Mike.
We've got people in the chat asking about Orlando. That's where we're broadcasting live from right now. Orlando into tomorrow. Listen, once this thing goes north, things will get better. But of course, there's still more to come, right? If I zoom out just a little bit here, again, this is a massive storm. And if this does continue to trek a little bit more to the east, I mean, shoot, you can already see these feeder bands down here that's passing right over David in Lakeland. I mean, they're bringing the noise. Tonight's going to be a busy night overnight in Orlando. A lot of rain and strong winds. You just kind of have to get through the evening. Also, people asking about landfall. That should occur here, David. What are we talking within the hour here?
Probably within the hour. Yep.
Okay. Let's see what else we got going on. I know Erica. I see the radars. Erica's got monitoring things. So Erica, of course, is watching the threat of tornadoes. Jack. Oh no, Erica dropped off. If we can bring Erica back in when she's ready. She's looking at the live radar loops for any tornadoes that might develop. Of course, the state of Florida northward into Georgia under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. Of course, on the eastern side of a tropical cyclone is typically, and a hurricane particularly, of course, with the way they rotate in the northern hemisphere counterclockwise, up the spine of the state of Florida are fast-moving thunderstorms that absolutely can produce the spin necessary to put a tornado down. If we're looking at a silver lining here, right, it's that if you were to see a touchdown, it would happen very, very quickly just due to the nature of this storm really hustling here. So we're about 15 minutes away, David, from the next update from the National Hurricane Center. Just looking at this here, I mean, I'm going to pause it here on the last radar loop I have. I mean, this is very far to the east of the path, no?
Yep, and I we keep saying that every time they put out every time the update comes out, it's like, wait, we're still a little to the east. We're still a little to the east. So maybe they're seeing something that we're not. I honestly don't know. But yeah, it keeps trending to the east just a little bit every single time, Mike.
So, of course, this is part of the world where Idalia made landfall, a very different storm to Idalia, which, of course, was last year. Now, 1 year later, a storm that is strengthening on landfall as opposed to one that is weakening. David, a lot of folks asking about Atlanta. Of course, Atlanta is one of the most populous cities in the southeast. It's home to one of the busiest airports in the world. This storm, as it works its way inland, of course, weakening to a Cat 2. But David, even going from a Cat 2 weakening to a tropical storm on its way through Atlanta, for people that may be in Atlanta that are under a tropical storm warning right now, that have never experienced that before, break it down what people are going to feel through tomorrow afternoon.
Well, again, since right now the cone is coming pretty close, if not going over Atlanta outright, is that they're going to be where the strongest winds are. And, the winds are going to diffuse a little bit more because of the friction, because it's going to be losing the fuel from the ocean. But still, because it's moving so fast, I don't think these people in Atlanta have experienced anything like this in quite a long time. Maybe I know there've been severe weather here and there, but this is going to be like the size of the city itself with Category 2 winds. So you should expect some rollicking buildings, things moving around, and we're already seeing a ton of rain from this storm. So, maybe people there get to see the infamous rain, coming in sideways, that kind of thing. So I think they're in line for something that I don't think anyone there, maybe their parents or grandparents, have seen. I haven't been able to find the last time we saw something this intense passing through Atlanta, Mike.
David, also considering the fact that the forests there in Atlanta, the trees are so tight, right? I used to live up in the Pacific Northwest, and I used to talk about how the forests up in like Oregon and Western Washington are like Q-tips. Like when you open a package of Q-tips, they're so close together. Atlanta and the woods around it, very similar to that. Of course, different kinds of trees, but of course it's a lot hillier there. with winds like this coming through town and all of the rain kind of weakening the trees there, I mean, it's very likely that power outages are going to happen. So one thing, I have not even mentioned this at all. We've been streaming for hours and hours. I've had this literally to the side as a prop the whole time, and I haven't showed it. This is a mobile power bank. In today's day and age, I think everybody's got a phone, right? A mobile phone. You need one of these to charge your phone if you lose power, because your phone, of course, is your lifeline to reaching out to emergency services. So, of course, checking on the MyRadar app to be able to get alerts prior to severe weather coming your way. Now, I know it might be a little too soon to rush out and get one of these right now, but for next time, if you don't have one, these are quite affordable. I got this from good old Mr. Bezos. He sent this to me, I think in like a day when I ordered it. So these are very, very helpful to keep juice up your devices. Of course, you can plug like any USB thing into there. Hashtag not a sponsor by that particular brand if you saw it. But hey, we love mobile power banks here at MyRadar, of course. If you want to keep using the app and you lose power, that's going to help you out. So I see that Erica is back, Jack. And Erica, of course, is monitoring tornadoes, which Erica, it looks like there is a tornado warned storm right now just to the west of Savannah. What are you seeing?
There's several tornado warnings. Actually,
oh, you're right.
Georgia.
I couldn't see it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings in Georgia right now. So it's starting to get pretty active in that zone that we were watching earlier that had like that 10% chance or that 10% risk. That's pretty much where we're seeing all the tornado warnings now. So Brunswick, you've been in a tornado warning over the past several minutes, and it looks like they keep extending that tornado warning. So just on the north side of Brunswick, Georgia, Savannah, a pretty populous area, you're under that tornado warning at least through 9:15 p.m. Eastern time. So you have about 25 minutes on this tornado warning. This includes areas from Chatham County, Beaufort County, and in South Carolina, Jasper counties also. So it's like on that border between Georgia and South Carolina. And then we have some interior tornado warnings here. And actually, can we pull up, let's do this on the MyRadar app on my end here, Jack. I'll share my screen. That way we can get a little bit of a better view using the MyRadar app. So, so let's track these tornado warnings and show you what's going on here. So there are several of them. Looks like the tornado threat keeps ramping up here in parts of Georgia. And again, this is a very useful tool. If you have the MyRadar app, you can follow along on what I'm doing here. And so let's show you a little bit. So let's hone in on this one, because I think this one's a little bit more concerning, a little bit more of a populous area. And we can turn on velocity here. You can see, so let's fast forward that. Not noticing too much there, but I think maybe I'm a little too far away from that radar. Let's see. Let's toggle this one on. So maybe just something that's quickly spinning up there in Savannah, Georgia. And we're seeing several of them inland. So let's see if I can zoom in here from Claxton. And looks like maybe they just allowed, or maybe I'm not seeing that very well, but Claxton, Georgia, looks like there's the rotations right over you with that tornado warning. And I'm not seeing anything that's been confirmed with these tornado warnings right now, but definitely something that if we do see something confirmed, we'll let you know. But so far right now, we do have several tornado warnings from all across Southeast Georgia there. So let's toggle on this here. Oops, I zoomed out way too much. Actually, so I do want to touch on this. There's been a lot of people who've been asking about Jacksonville, what's happening there. And so let's go back here to WSI, and maybe I'll share what's going on there so far using this. So Jacksonville, a lot of people are concerned. We haven't really touched much on it. You're still going to see tropical storm force winds in Jacksonville. You could see up to 80-mile-per-hour winds in Jacksonville. And right now in Jacksonville, most of the tornado warnings are on the north side of you. But you are going to see right now, I think right now through at least early this morning, that's when most of the impacts will arrive in Jacksonville. So up to 80-mile-per-hour winds may be possible across this area. And you've been seeing sporadic rain. You did see some tornado warnings earlier, and some of y'all were like, I got an alert in Jacksonville. That is for that tornado watch that has been issued. So tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. It does not mean that there is a tornado currently over your area. So just something I wanted to kind of clear up. A lot of you were like, I just got an alert in Jacksonville. Why? It's because of that watch. So nothing imminent right now, but definitely something to pay attention to. And that watch goes through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And so in Jacksonville, you're just going to start to see the worst of the storm from now through early tomorrow morning. So we're talking about the 1 to 2 o'clock time frame. Now, somebody asking about storm surge in Jacksonville. Storm surge in Jacksonville, he'll get 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. I saw some video earlier on social media of some minor flooding across the Jax region. So this is going to go up from here, especially as Helene is making its close approach. We're maybe an hour and a half away from landfall here. So just something to keep in mind. So Jacksonville, I'll just sum it up for you. Expect more so the wind risk, I think, will be a primary threat. One of the primary threats as well is going to be that tornado risk. So again, you're under a tornado watch, but if you happen to be under a tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. And also the winds and the storm surge, especially closer to those coastal areas. Even parts, from Fernandina Beach all the way down to St. Augustine. That's where we're watching primarily for that water rise. And along the St. Johns River, of course, you guys know it floods, and that's where most of the video I was watching from earlier was from the flooding across San Marco and the St. Johns River there. That's where we're watching, especially in Jacksonville. So I'm not expecting significant rainfall, but because you've already seen rain over the last several weeks, you're above normal for this time of year in terms of rainfall. Just something to keep in mind if you're in Jacksonville. So I hope that cleared a lot of questions. I kept seeing Jacksonville being asked about in the comments. So I'll keep monitoring for you guys and come back here if you need any more information. We could go city through city over the next several hours. So yeah, I know a lot of people are concerned because the shift of the track and what it's going to do in Jacksonville. Just expect a rainfall to increase, even storm surge, and really the primary concern in Jacksonville, I think, is going to be that tornado risk.
All right, Erica, thank you for stretching there. I'm back. Just had to run to the restroom. Grabbed some caffeine. Can y'all believe that meteorologist Matthew Capucci does not drink caffeine for how much energy that guy has? It is, if we can only bottle the what he's got there going on. Jack, do we have Colin McCarthy yet? He messaged me, said that he was going to be rejoining us. Okay, unless he was in the waiting room. Anyway. Cool. All right. So we've got Capucci soon going to be streaming. We've got Jordan Hall. I see his camera there. It's not too much going on. And of course, as Erica mentioned, she is watching all of those onshore tornadoes. We are, what time is it? It is 8:56. Hey, so we should be getting that update here, David, unless have they issued it yet? I don't see it. I don't see it yet. So any minute now, we should be getting the next update from the National Hurricane Center. David, any guesses what we're getting here?
I think they're probably locking this in to a category 4.
At landfall.
So some of the convection has been pretty intense. I'm not gonna lie on that northern side, but it's been fighting that dry slot on the western side for, like I said, hours. So I imagine we're pretty locked in here to maybe 125, maybe 135, but we're pretty locked in here at around 130, I think is what's going to happen.
All right. Colin just messaged me. He'll be joining us here momentarily. So that's great. For folks that are watching on social media, if you guys have any questions, we will answer them as they come. We're pretty much just waiting here in the next couple of minutes, as David alluded to, for the next big update from the National Hurricane Center. We're at the point now where they're going to give advisories each hour through the point of landfall. To David's point, landfall looking pretty darn likely right here. If I turn this off for just a moment, this is where landfall is expected. It is a not super populated part of Florida. So again, it is a bit of a silver lining west of Perry there, and to the east of Wassissa, although Wassissa is in the cone of uncertainty. Here, let me pull this back up. Stand by. Let me make it full screen for everybody. So, and that's Monticello as well, that people were saying, just to the east of Tallahassee. So this is the cone as it stands right now, but I'm going to turn the radar back on here. So we are about an hour or so away from this thing making landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. We have a great comment here from Sharknado Alert on X saying, shout out to the power crews coming down from Boston, Massachusetts to help out Red Cross volunteers and all the power companies coming to help out. Of course, all the areas dealing with power outages. Big shout out. It's after events like this where you really see the people doing a bunch of good to help their fellow human beings. It looks like we've got an update here. So I am going to see if it came through in the app. It did. All right. Here we go, folks. Wow. 140 mile per hour winds. David, that is a big uptick.
That's a big update.
That's a big uptick. That's up from $130 to 140 mile per hour winds. The central pressure down to 941 millibars, and the ground speed now at 24 miles per hour. So that's in line with what we thought, the ground speed. We've both anticipated that this is going to get up to 25 miles per hour. But David, as I'm looking here, doesn't seem like the cone has shifted all that much here. I'm looking up in Atlanta. It's pretty much the same. Not much of an update there. I'm looking at the update here from the discussion from the National Hurricane Center. So let's see. At Cedar Key, which is right here, if you guys can see my mouse cursor right here. So there was a sustained wind there, 55 miles per hour, and a wind gust at 73. A tide gauge at Clearwater Beach recently reported water levels at 5 feet above the normal level. So, David, what are your thoughts here on the update from the NHC here? The cone remains the same, but a huge uptick in wind speed to $140.
That's impressive. So I'm looking at the most recent Air Force flight, which was the 306, and they had a flight level wind of 125 knots. So that might be what's going on now. Also, when they do the outer wind measurement, I think they do an integration inwards, a pressure integration inwards to get some of the wind speeds. So I think the two of those combined together are giving them the 140 mile per hour. That's a big jump, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm legitimately surprised. And the other thing I want to draw your attention to is I know things, it looks like to us the storm is drifting to the east, but in that update, it's a subtle shift to the north. So all the updates prior to this one were moving at 25 degrees, north northeast. Now they're saying it's 20 degrees. So this is they're putting in slight shift to the north. But yeah, that 140, that was unexpected. That was absolutely unexpected, Mike.
So for folks that are playing along at home, okay, so a lot of people asking, is Cat 5 coming? Folks, a Category 5 hurricane, you need winds at 157 miles per hour and above. If we see a 17 mile per hour jump from here, where we are right now, I think David's head might explode at that point, because we are viewing meteorological history if that happens, considering the coast is right there, right? Jack, if you want to pull up my web browser for just a moment here. Again, shout out to our good friends at Tropical Tidbits. Again, shout out Dr. Levi Cowan, Florida State University. I'm going to pause this right here. Look how close we are, folks. It's not far away now. That is a big punch out with the eye there. You still have hot towers cooking around this thing. This is a super potent storm that is definitely not giving up. David, a teeny bit of dry air right here on this run right here, but Helene does not care at all, huh? It closed off the eye right there in the last frame of this IR satellite here.
That's been amazing. Just basically since we've been on the stream, there has been that, if you go back to the radar, that pocket of clear air has basically worked itself all the way around the storm. Finally, there was a channel that spread all the way around the storm, and it's finally closed off on the northern side, and the eye wall is closed off on the southern side as well with that dry pocket of air. Like you see it's been there for hours, and it's been eroding and reforming. The eye wall has been eroding and reforming and eroding and reforming following this dry packet. And yeah, I guess if it just needed to keep itself closed off, 30 degrees Celsius SSTs are undefeated, Mike.
Somebody in the chat just asked about how warm the water is. Yeah, David, for 30 degrees Celsius Fahrenheit, we're talking what?
I think that's 88, 89.
So Jack is sharing my screen there. We've got over 600,000 customers without power right now in Florida, 23,000 in Georgia, 11,000, almost 12 in North Carolina. Big shout out to our friends at poweroutage.us. They're the ones that provide the data in the MyRadar app to show power outages. Jack, if we jump back to the app here, I'll zoom out here. You can see that Florida kind of getting covered like a paint by number here, but not exactly a good one. All of these areas that you see shaded in blue or yellow are counties that are dealing with power outages. There's where my home county there in Seminole County. Fun times. My kids should be asleep by now. I hope they're not up watching the stream, but hey, who knows? We got the in-laws in town, so maybe they're spoiling them. Needless to say, of course, back to the matter at hand here, a Category 4 hurricane. What else we got? We got a lot of folks asking questions. Jacob on YouTube says, how much longer to landfall? I mean, Jacob, I think that we could see this thing make landfall within the next hour or so. It's going to be real tight, though.
Hey, Mike, I think they just issued an extreme wind warning for big area in where Helene's going to make landfall. It stretches from...
See.
Yeah, so they just issued that extreme wind warning.
Okay, we're just going to turn off the radar for a moment. Yep, Erica is correct. It's right here. So, Jack, if we want to tell Mauricio, we can send out that video from Capucci. So this is the extreme wind warning, as Erica just touched on. It's this orange box. I also see Colin back in the stream as well with a pretty neat background there. We'll bring Colin in here momentarily. But this border here, this polygon, in fact, here, I'll fill it in for just a moment here, just so you guys can get a better look at it across all of our platforms. So it's right there, this orange box, okay? That is the extreme wind warning. And this is set to expire here in 3 hours. So it's up until midnight. David, for those that are unaware, of course, the name is quite extreme. The extreme wind warning. What does that mean for people on the ground that are about to deal with that? Of course, that is for Lafayette County in the Big Bend, Wakulla, Dixie County, Taylor, Jefferson, Eastern, and Madison County. In there, you got Wassissa, Perry, Athena, Madison, Greenville, Monticello, Pinetta, and Mayo. Steinhatchee in there, too. David, break down what the extreme wind warning is for folks that are unaware.
An extreme wind warning is a way for the National Weather Service local forecast offices to be how to basically to give you the impression that you are under a hurricane or an extreme major hurricane warning. The rule goes, I think it's about the National Hurricane Center gets the ocean and then like 3 feet up the beach, and that's what they're responsible for. And then they pass it off to the local weather forecast office. And the extreme wind warning was developed by the weather offices in the past decade or so to convey that, yeah, by the way, a hurricane eye wall is coming onshore. It was designed specifically for major hurricanes in these conditions, Mike, to let everyone know that the eye wall is coming ashore, and brace yourselves.
So we've got a video coming into the MyRadar app, and then, of course, that's going to be pushed to folks that are under that extreme wind warning there. In addition to that, it will be up on X and across our social media platforms as well. Of course, we have an ability on MyRadar to be able to draw effectively a border around something as granular as even our building and send a push alert out to people within it to alert them to severe significant weather. Oh, Jordan is in the Zoom call. Let's bring Jordan audio in. Okay, it's just audio. So let's Jack, let's replace, or rather, if we can get Jordan's camera up on picture-in-picture and then bring him in. Well, sure. Jordan, where are you right now? It says Greenville on the locator there. Is that where you're? I know you're driving.
So I'm currently westbound on I-10 heading towards Monticello exit at the moment. I had left Perry because of the shelter-in-place mandatory curfew.
I saw your posts on X there. It seems like the Sheriff's Department and Highway Patrol are out in force trying to get people away from the coastline, including storm chasers and meteorologists. What's the evening been like for you?
Yeah, so law enforcement had let everybody know that regardless of media credentials or any status, that they will be arrested after 7:30 p.m. if they are seen in any parking lots and roadways. So a lot of people had to got forced into hotel parking lots and were forced to get hotels. And I decided to leave and get up to I-10 just so I can maintain my ability to be mobile during the storm.
So they just issued the extreme wind warning there, Jordan, and you said that you're heading to, remind me again where you're heading. You said Athena is where you're going?
That Monticello exit on
Monticello.
I-10. Yep.
Okay, so yeah, you're heading northward there. You're within the extreme wind warning. Jordan, have you ever been in one of those before?
I don't believe I've ever actually seen an extreme wind warning, and if I did, it would have been during Ian, but I don't remember. Those are extremely rare, and they're rarely issued, so when they are issued, it's very important to take them seriously.
Yeah, so we're about to get a video coming in momentarily, or at least out to the app here.
I gotta hop off quick.
Okay, go ahead. So we'll check back in with Jordan. Of course, we got his camera. Jordan, thank you very much for that update. Let's bring in Colin McCarthy, who is back with us. Of course, you may know Colin on Weather Twitter. If you've ever seen anything go viral on Weather Twitter, it's likely come from Colin at US Stormwatch. Let's bring Colin back into the fold. Colin, I know you want to talk about rapid intensification of this storm. It continues to kind of baffle myself, Erica, and David, where, again, it's up to 140 miles per hour, up from $130 just an hour ago. This storm is just exploding on its way up the coast.
Yeah, it's been an exceptional period of rapid intensification. The image I have on the screen is actually what Helene was 24 hours ago versus now. You can see that it was a very disorganized, weak Category 1 hurricane, and in just 24 hours, it's increased its maximum winds by like 55 miles per hour. And usually the definition for rapid intensification is 35 mile per hour increase in 24 hours. This one's almost gone up 60 miles per hour in 24 hours. So pretty nuts intensification.
David, this is something, I mean, that's a big number, David. The big question here, why? Or I guess how did the storm do that?
I think it was a combination of factors. Well, because I remember early on when it was just trying to thread the needle, what made the Hurricane Center's forecast a little conservative was it going to hit the Yucatan? And when it didn't, that's when they started bringing up the forecasts to the 3s and the 4s. Now, the other thing was that this storm has been in a warm, moist envelope for basically its entire life. And I think the way the Hurricane Center forecasters were thinking about this is that there's really nothing here to stop it. And, you know, we've talked about the trough, right? Well, before it got to the trough, after it finally got out of the Western Caribbean, sheer dropped to single digits, almost at borderline zero. So if you're talking like a moist environment, a really warm SSTs, and a low shear environment, it was going to take off. Now, the question this entire time was, as it was moving toward shore, we knew it was going to get slingshotted, basically, 25 mile per hour into the coast. We knew that was coming, but it was always that question of, good trough, bad trough. Was the trough going to help ventilate the storm, help bring all that outflow out away so there could be more inflow at low levels? Or was it going to shear it and bring in dry air? And we've watched this entire time where it has been fighting off the dry air. And the answer to this, what ultimately ended up happening, was that Helene was able to power through that trough. Like, it was able to fight off most of the negative effects of the potential vertical wind shear. And as we've said, like, these super warm Gulf SSTs, they're basically undefeated at this point.
Folks that are looking, or I see a lot of chatter in the chat here talking about Cat 5. Folks, again, a Category 5 hurricane would be 157 miles per hour. This is still, 17 miles per hour away. and we are real close to land. I've got the radar image here. We should be seeing landfall here within the hour. Jack, if you could just pull up my web browser for a moment. I've got, again, courtesy of our friends at Tropical Tidbits, the satellite view here. Let me pause it on the last frame if I can find my darn mouse cursor. There it is. I mean, look how close we are to land here. David, I mean, if this... Let's just play ifs here, the game of ifs. If this were to intensify and strengthen with an additional 17 mile per hour wind speed on top of where we're at right now, I mean, is that even possible?
Well, anything's possible. We saw Patricia and Otis, right? And that they kept like bombing out. Who knew when they were going to stop? Yeah, of course it's outside the realm of possibility. I still can't believe this is 140 miles per hour. After the last update, that was completely I'm very surprised by that. So nothing is off the table, I guess, but you have to figure, so we've got one more update until landfall, right? So we've got to get, what's the number we got to get to 157 to get category 5?
157, yep.
157. You're talking about 20 miles per hour increase in 1 hour. That would that feels unprecedented.
Yeah, this is to use football speak, as my New York Giants are playing the Cowboys right now. We are in the red zone, so to speak, right now. So we shall see, David, if that plays out. We also have folks in the chat saying Cat 6, folks. That does not exist. Just so we get that out of the way. Anywho, the extreme wind warning, as we touched on, Jack, if you want to take the app up again, I'll make it in full for folks just so they can see it. I've got to hide this for just a moment. It's this orange box here. Folks, we're about to send a video. I think it's already out there for folks that was just pushed out about what the extreme wind warning is. Again, we are effectively saying as if there were tornado force winds in this entire box. This is, again, the word is extreme. It's not going to be a fun time for people that are within this box here. And again, if you guys stay with us here in the live stream, I see we have almost 2,000 people on TikTok. I know we've got people watching in the app and across all of our social media platforms. Jack, if you can take Jordan's stream there, we have got a storm chaser out there who is driving. He's in the extreme wind warning. We will see what it is like to be in this storm momentarily. We also have meteorologist Matthew Capucci. His camera, Jack, is not up yet, right? Okay, so we're waiting for Capucci. If you want to just touch base with him and see if he's okay. I mean, I assume he's fine, but I just want to make sure that we will have his camera up here soon. And the goal, of course, is for Capucci to give you guys a report of what it's like being in the eye. Of course, if you were watching our stream during, wasn't Ian, it was Adalia, right? David, right? When we had Capucci live in the eye? I believe so, that it was Adalia.
Yes. Yeah, that's why they've been so adamant about it. The surprising about the Hurricane Center keeping it as a Category 4, because it did not, to their experiences, it did not feel like a Category 4. This obviously is going to be a little different.
We have got people on YouTube saying, give me Capucci on the ground. He's coming. Capucci is a pro. He is getting to a place that will not be dangerous. I mean, listen, it is dangerous being out there, but it's the storm surge, the sudden rise of it too. As he touched on before, there's not many things meteorologically that scares him. He said that storm surge frightens the hell out of him. So he knows what he's doing. He just needs to be in a place to best document this and do so safely. Of course, Jordan doing the same thing. Jack, if you want to take the app back up here, we can take Jordan in a picture-in-picture. What else we got? People on YouTube saying, what category gives us a Sharknado? We're not there yet, folks. We're not there yet, folks, at all. But we are getting real close here to landfall. Of course, it is 9:17 Eastern time. We'll get another update from the National Hurricane Center at 10. We are running out of real estate here for this thing. Landfall should occur at any moment, or should occur at any moment. We're going to a quick little re-rack. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Thank you very much for joining us. We have been streaming all day long covering Hurricane Helene here. Of course, I am joined by the Meteorological Avengers, Dr. David Ruglicki, Director of Meteorological Research from MyRadar, meteorologist Erica Lopez, and of course, digital content creator and Mr. Viral on weather Twitter or X or whatever it's called now, Colin McCarthy. We are streaming live across all of our social media platforms, X, Facebook, YouTube, as well as on LinkedIn, Twitch, and even on TikTok as well, where there are there's 2,000 people in here right now. Again, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. Of course, we are almost at 79,000 followers. Seems like every time I bring this up, we're up another 1,000. It's completely free to follow us. We'd, of course, really appreciate it. That way you know whenever we drop a new TikTok, or, of course, whenever we go live. We're up to 200,000 likes as well. So if you could tap on the screen, let us know that you are watching and you're enjoying the coverage. Again, we'd really appreciate your support. And again, we are getting so many of these little gifts that are coming in here. We really, really, really appreciate it. Dixie, Russell, Vintage, Nancy, Bethany, Spring, Tony, thank you so much for all of your support. We really, really appreciate it. The Gaming Cantina says best weather app available. Appreciate the support very much. And of course, if I didn't mention, I am using the MyRadar app right here. It's the label that pays me. You can see it right here on my shirt. You 80s, 90s babies knows what I'm saying when I quote that. Of course, kind of in the news right now. If you know, you know. Anyway, we're looking at the MyRadar app here on the Windows platform. Of course, you can download it for free on iOS, Android, Amazon. Coming soon to Apple TV. David is a big Linux user. Not just yet. Maybe one day we'll come to Linux. But we are pretty much everywhere. Every single mobile platform that exists, if you search MyRadar, more than likely you will find us. And again, the app is completely free to use. All right, we brought it all back. Whoa, we got a comment on Twitch. How about that? Thanks for streaming on Twitch. Was watching in the MyRadar app. Appreciate it very, very much. We're trying to figure out some new stuff to do with Twitch. What'd you say there, Jack? Riley said solid reference. I think he gets it. All right, let's bring Jordan back in then. I see that he's parked there at a gas station. Jordan, can you hear me? Yes. All right. So what's going on out there? We see your stream here. It looks like the rain is starting to pick up there.
Definitely getting some rain, definitely getting some more wind, probably like 10 to 15 mile an hour gusts. But we are in that extreme wind warning, and Helene is definitely making its way up here. I do see it's moving due north, if I'm correct. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, it continues to... it continues to turn. At last update, it was 25 degrees northeast, and now it's at 20. So it is ever so slightly beginning to turn its way northward, which I guess gives reason to why they really haven't adjusted the cone all that much.
Yeah. No, yeah. And then I've also noticed a lot of lightning on that northwest eye wall.
Yeah, you know what? Let's turn that on. We have not looked at the lightning here in a little bit. Let's do it.
I wanted to chime in on that as well. I actually have the satellite pulled up with the lightning overlay.
So real quick, before we bring Colin in here, Jack, if you can pull up the MyRadar app for a moment, just so we can show it. I turned on the lightning layer and you can see the markers. That is big shout out to a meteorologist I used to work with, Chris Bailey. That is LOL, lol, lot of lightning. A lot of lightning there around the eye of the storm. What that effectively boils down to and means is that this thing is chugging along and is getting stronger. Colin?
Yeah, I mean, usually when we see lightning in the eye wall like this, that indicates intensification. But this is honestly some of the most lightning I've seen on a hurricane in the last 5-10 years that I can remember. And now we're at the same pressure now as Hurricane Ian when it made landfall, 941 millibars. And based on satellite and everything we're looking at, I think it's still increasing in intensity. So definitely not good news.
That's a great little stat there about Hurricane Ian. Of course, for those of you that remember Hurricane Ian making landfall in Southwest Florida 2 years ago, pretty much this week, mind you.
Yeah, it was this week.
Yeah, I mean, I have a 7-year-old daughter who was born on September 24th. Happy birthday, Harper. I love you. That was the other day. And I remember during her party in 2022, of course, I work in weather, and everyone was asking me, like, hey, what's going on with this storm south of Cuba? Of course, talking about Ian, as meanwhile, I'm just stressed out like crazy figuring out what we're going to do for that storm. David, of course, I'm sure you remember that day as well, and Erica. That was what a storm that was. But again, we are looking at Helene right now that is really getting close here to land. I would expect that we should see this here within the next hour. You can see on your screen there, Jack, if you want to take the app again, Colin's screen there is bananas with all the lightning around the eye. The last update we had from the NHC took this thing from 130 miles per hour winds to $140, right? It is still strengthening. That lightning, as Colin just showed you, is an indicator that it's just not given up and is continuing to strengthen. I'm sure any moment now we're going to see on Jordan's camera there. Jordan, do you plan on hunkering down where you are now?
I plan on going out here and scoping for more areas with power. I'm trying to find a more populated area, but if I end up back here, this is going to be it, and it's going to get pretty hairy up here. So
yeah, so we of course will be watching. By the way, big shout out to Russell on TikTok that just gave us these boxing gloves animating. I don't know what that means, Russell, but appreciate the gift very, very much. So again, we've got Jordan's camera there. We're still waiting on Capucci. I see the folks here on YouTube, particularly. He's got a big fan base there on YouTube that want Capucci to come back. So we'll get him here soon. We've got folks on X talking about the students at Florida State University. Of course, they are west of the cone, but they're still, of course, going to get likely blasted by some very, very strong winds. The cone is just representative of where the center of the storm is going to go. I see Capucci's camera. We'll have him momentarily. But I would imagine, Jordan, Erica, you guys are the Sooners fans here. I would imagine that you would love for the waters to wash away Florida State's football record this year. Not doing too great there. David, of course, you are a Seminole. DJ Ukulele, struggling a little bit this season. But hey, plenty more of the season. Plenty more of the season to go. All right. Back to the matter at hand here. Again, for the folks that are watching on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitch, and all these places, we will try our best to answer the questions as they come. Jack, let me know when we have Capucci. I see his camera. I'd love to be able to talk to him. We have a question from Twitch, guys. If you were to compare, David, let's send it to you here. If you were to compare Helene to Michael, do you think we will have a similar impact in Georgia?
Wow. So, I think this one's actually going to be worse. It depends where you are. In southern Georgia, Michael was more intense, will be more intense unless something shocking happens with Helene, will be landfall more intense. And I know there was a lot of trees flattened because I think it went over Tallahassee. The difference with this one is that this is going to be moving at 25 miles per hour. So it may not be as intense in a localized area just because Michael was stronger, but the breadth of damage, the whole streak, the whole swath of damage is going to be much greater, all the way up to the Atlanta metropolitan area. I think we've been talking about it this entire time, is that Atlanta is looking at a Category 2 tropical cyclone, hurricane tomorrow, or the next day and a half. So I think that's going to be the major difference between the two, is that this thing is just trucking along so fast that it's going to have these tropical effects just deeper into the state of Georgia, Mike.
Yeah, look at the ground that it's going to cover, David. This number 2 here on the map, again, that's southern Georgia. Somebody in my ear here, I think that might be Capucci or Jordan, if you just want to mute just for right now. This Category 2 here, that's over Georgia, right? So if you had Category 2 hurricane in southern Georgia on your bingo card this summer, you can mark off that square, because congratulations to you. That is nuts to see. But look how much ground it's going to cover. This right here, this S927, that's the end of the day tomorrow. So you're going to see Helene weakening, but a hurricane becoming a tropical storm on its way through one of the busiest airports in the United States, if not the world, in Georgia here. I'm going to switch to a different radar product because we're getting, I don't know if you guys saw all the radars were lighting up there because it's not filtered out, but I got the high def again. Yeah, I mean, this is a doozy of a storm here. Let me see if I can switch to the per station radar. It looks like Jordan is on the move again. Jordan, you still with us? He dropped out? Okay, yeah, I would imagine Jordan is trying to position himself safely. David, can you see my screen here with the per station radar?
Yes, I can.
Any thoughts here? I mean, you've got a big slot of dry air around the inner eye here. Could that work against the storm's further intensification?
Yeah, well, I'd been thinking that this entire time, and this storm keeps making a fool out of me, in the sense that that dry packet has been sitting over about a third of the storm, or a third of outside the eye wall, and for whatever reason, Helene simply doesn't care. The eye wall is connected more or less all the way around, so you know I didn't see the 140 coming. I thought this dry slot was gonna at least put the brakes on it, and Helene, like I said, just keeps on trucking all the way through. There was one very interesting thing earlier today, and I think this goes along with the lightning, is that you don't see it as much, but there were these ripples in the eye wall on the northern side associated with all this lightning. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. So it'll be interesting to go back and take a look at this after all the dust has settled and all that kind of stuff, to see what was actually going on in this northern eye wall of Helene, Mike.
631,000 customers without power right now in Florida, 25,000 in Georgia, 11,000 North Carolina, 5,800 in South Carolina. So those numbers ticking up. Again, Georgia at 25,000. I think when all is said and done, I mean, 631,000 is a lot in Florida. If this thing goes through Metro Atlanta, as the expectation is that it will through the day tomorrow, even as a weakening hurricane to a tropical storm, those numbers are going to jump big time. For people that live, again, in and around the Atlanta, Metro Atlanta communities, you need to be prepared now. It's going to get rough here. So again, if you did not have any hurricane supplies, again, non-perishable foods and water, those are going to be necessary. Erica, I see that you have the graphics next to me here. Any updates here with the tornadoes? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings right now in Georgia. That's also something, Erica, that's probably not going to give way overnight tonight.
Yeah, and something I want to mention too with Atlanta is they're actually under a flood warning, or flash flood warning. And this is from, just the initial rain bands coming up from Helene, but also a system that affected them yesterday. So they're already starting to see the rain. And so just kind of adding to what Mike was saying, that's another concern with Atlanta, is the amount of rain that's going to fall there. So already under a flash flood warning. And so, and Helene has not even made landfall yet. So just something I wanted to mention there. But also, let's talk about where our tornado warnings are. And I don't know if you're seeing them there on your screen, but we have several tornado warnings. And let's actually, Jack, let's do my screen share here so I can show the app and show where the warnings are, because we still have. So it looks like just now they've expired at least 3 tornado warnings over parts of Georgia, and there's still about 3 of them close to Savannah area. So that's where the main concern is for these tornado warnings. But I'm not seeing anything imminent. So that tornado warning is just on the northern side of Savannah right now. And again, these are quick spin up tornadoes. Nothing has been confirmed, but it's radar indicated with this, the one that's just north in Chatham and Effingham and Jasper counties in Georgia. There's also just one on the western side of Savannah. And you can see how quickly these storms are moving through this area. So actually, with this tornado warning, it looks like there was a confirmed water spout that was located over Richmond Hill. It was moving at 50 miles per hour, so a pretty quick moving one. And you may get some water spouts with these storm systems, especially off the coast of Georgia and maybe off the coast of Northeast Florida. So a water spout potential is there. Of course, it's dark. You're not going to be able to see it if there is something out in the water there. And let's take a look at this tornado warning that is a little bit more in inland Georgia here. And if I can zoom in there. So it looks like there's also some flood warnings that are issued. So this tornado warning for, let's see, and this is out of Peachtree City in Georgia for Lawrence County. And again, nothing confirmed here, just a quick spin up. We still have a couple more minutes on this. So just something to keep in mind. I'll keep watch on these tornado warnings, but so far right now, we only have 3. There's also flash flood warnings already being issued across Atlanta, South Carolina, all across the Appalachians. So that's a big concern, already seeing flash flood warnings in these areas.
Erica, I think that we've got Capucci. I saw him posting on Slack. Capucci, can you hear me? There he is. Capucci, the folks on YouTube have been posting your name In all capital, what'd you say, Jack? I didn't hear what you said. Okay, how do we get him in? Let's take his audio from his stream then. All right, so we'll work on pulling in Capucci's audio because I hear him in my ears, folks. Jack behind the scenes is going to work on routing his audio in from his stream there. So stand by. We've got his camera feed up. I see him driving. We also just sent out a video featuring Capucci to the extreme wind warning. Again, oh, we got it now. Capucci, go ahead. Can you go ahead and talk?
And so,
yes,
you know,
I hear you. All right, so Jack, if you want to switch to the app here, Capucci, we just pushed out that video about the extreme wind warning. Of course, that is where Jordan is holed up right now. That's in effect for another 2.5 hours for effectively the landfall of Hurricane Helene. Where are you right now, Capucci?
And let's actually, Jack. Let's do my screen share.
Gotcha. All right, so let's see if we can reconnect with Capucci, if he can join the Zoom call. We'll work on pulling him back in here. Again, we've got his camera feed up. If Jack, you can pull up Capucci and Jordan here, and then Jack, if you can pull up the app here over the main screen there. We'll work on getting Capucci in. You can see his camera there. Oh no, I'm pointing at the camera. It's in the bottom corner right now, at least on the app. I don't know, Jack, if there's a way that we can get that into TikTok as well. But we've got Capucci, we've got Jordan. You can see their cameras. Capucci is in around the Perry area. Jordan is is that Lamont? Am I reading that correctly, Jack? Don't hear Jack. All right, Lamont. Okay. All right, so both Capucci and Jordan are both within the extreme wind warning. He also mentioned something about Twitter, guys. If you guys heard that as well. Oh yeah, it's got to change. You guys see the post? We've got to hang on one. Okay.
Right now we
I don't know if we're going to be able to do that because I'm connected through Zoom now. Let me see if there's a way that we can do this here. Stand by 1 second. Take these out. Hang on. All right, this may be the best way to do this. We'll take him momentarily. All right, I'm going to put him on speakerphone. Go ahead, Capucci.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone, rather. Sorry, it's been a long day. I'm driving west of Perry in the direction of, it looks like, Hampton Hills, just southwest of Perry. Winds right now, solidly at tropical storm force. I'm trying to get to a good location as soon as the eye wall moves in, such that I can avoid any falling trees or any flying debris. Obviously, this roadway right now is very susceptible to flying trees. And one of the big issues, you know, when this eye wall comes in, it goes from 0 to crazy in a very short amount of time. So even though it looks like not too much is happening right now, it's going to be absolutely crazy. I will say that winds will likely gust upwards of 100 miles per hour. I'm preparing for that at my location. The eye wall right now is exhibiting some very bizarre, wonky shapes. It almost looks like a four-leaf clover. That's the result of mesovortices, a smaller world within the larger eye itself. And that's going to make for very erratic changes in wind, too. So it's not just the wind. In addition, it's how much the wind will change very quickly. So that's my biggest concern with this. You can see the road itself isn't great, just trees on either side. I'm heading up to what looks to be a gas station campground area where hopefully I'll be able to get some good visuals, good video, and there should be a wide open space that will allow me to escape the threat of falling trees as I hunker down and ride out the eye wall. So again, the eye wall will be coming in soon. That's why the extreme wind warning has been issued. We're noticing a big moat around the eye wall, meaning there's some sinking air, dry air on the south side. I don't think that will do all that much, unfortunately, to help things where I am. It looks like winds are going to get very strong in short order in the next little while. And we want people to treat this like a tornado is approaching, with the caveat that when they seek shelter, they're not doing so below the water table. In other words, they're getting freshwater flooding. They can't be doing that. If they're getting any surge, you want to be above the surge. So seek shelter in the lowest floor of whatever building you're in that is not susceptible to flooding. Again, I'm pulling up to, it looks like Rocky's Campground on Hampton Springs Road on the southwest side of Perry. That's where I will be stationing, and that's where I'll be riding out the eye wall. You can see just how much rainwater and spray is flying through the air. This is the parking lot I'll be in. So ultimately, you're seeing quite a bit in the way of crazy activity here. This is where I do plan to stay, and I see police are stationed there as well. This looks like a staging area for first responders and people of that nature. So we'll see what winds up happening, but it is definitely a severe storm. It is definitely a storm that will leave a mark on this area. And the unfortunate part, too, is that this area hasn't really had a hit this bad before. Unfortunate in that they may not necessarily know what's coming their way. So we're hoping to hunker down, ride it out, but these next 3 hours are going to be crucial for where I am. And unfortunately, it's going to be something that, when folks wake up in the morning, the landscape may not necessarily look the same as it does right now. And that's quite concerning.
All right, Capucci. So I've got to take my audio here. I'm going to put my AirPods back in. So that was Matthew Capucci. I wonder if we're going to be able to pull him in otherwise. Oh, of course, I dropped one on the floor. Pop that in here. All right, so everybody should be able to hear me. We'll work on getting Capucci into the stream if we can, but the good news is that we have his update there. As he just mentioned, he's going to find a place to hunker down. Of course, it's at a point where, as he mentioned here, over the next couple of hours, things are going to get go from 0 to 60, faster than the Cybertruck in our parking lot. Things are going to be pretty nuts here. We've got Jordan up as well, Jack. If we can have both of those shots up, I'd love to be able to show it on TikTok too. I don't know if you, Jack, if you can take the super source into TikTok. It might just be the NDI. Anyway, you're the expert there. By the way, Colin, Erica, David, you guys can hear me, right?
Affirmative.
Okay,
yep.
Fantastic. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure, just because I switched back. Great. All right, I think we have Will Cano as well. He might be waiting to be let in, Jack. I think we have him as well. Do we?
Yep,
Will,
I'm here.
I hear Will as well. All right. So, Jack, again, if you can pull up a big team shot, we'll re-rack here. It is 9:40 Eastern Standard Time. Good evening. My name is Mike Linden, a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm streaming live from the MyRadar studio in Orlando, Florida. As we have been all day long, we have been streaming for Hurricane Helene, which as it stands right now is a Category 4 hurricane, 140 mile per hour winds. We are looking at landfall here within the next hour. It was anticipated that it would have been right around 9. Things are happening a little later now. The storm is really trying to stay over water for as long as it can. Of course, it is moving very fast. 24 miles per hour is its ground speed. It's starting to turn a little bit more to the north as well, which is quite interesting to see. The path has not changed all that much. But again, we are streaming in the MyRadar app and across all of our social media platforms. Of course, I am joined by the Meteorological Avengers, Director of Meteorological Research, Dr. David Ruglicki, Colin McCarthy, Will Cano, our digital content creators. If you follow us on TikTok, you've definitely seen those guys. And then, of course, bilingual meteorologist Erica Lopez, who has, of course, been updating folks in both English and Spanish across our MyRadar Espanol social media platforms. That's MyRadar ES. I believe Joseph Trujillo Falcon is streaming right now on MyRadar Espanol on TikTok. So we have got you covered. Not to mention, right there in the center of your screen, Not on TikTok, though. But either way, on your screen that you're likely seeing on the app is Jordan Hall. He is storm chaser as well out in the field. We also have meteorologist Matthew Capucci that is also chasing out in the field as well. So again, another brief little update for you here. Jack, if you want to take the app in full, we'll do a little around the horn with everybody here. We are looking at Hurricane Helene set to make landfall here within the next hour. This orange box, Jack, if we can take the app here, this orange box, I've got to turn off the radar just for a moment so you guys can see it. There is a lot happening here. Let me turn it off right here, and I'm going to fill it in for everybody. Boom. Right here, this orange box. This is a very rare alert that is only issued during extreme circumstances. That is, of course, the extreme wind warning set to expire over the next 2 hours for this part of Florida. Effectively, what this means from the National Weather Service is that landfall is happening here. And for the folks that are within it, especially those east of the eye of the storm, that they are about to go through some of the most hellacious conditions that one can experience on the surface of the earth. I know that that sounds crazy to say, but these are effectively as if you were in a tornado, but it stretches across your entire county, right? So not to mention that Helene here, of course, major category 4 hurricane, has a 400-mile wide wind field. This is a very, very large hurricane. Remember, the way that these rotate as well in the northern hemisphere counterclockwise means that on the eastern side of the storm is where some of the worst conditions lie. Of course, that is where we are also seeing right here south of Perry upwards of 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. Again, that is water being pushed ashore above sea level. 20 feet, folks, if that were to verify. That is as if you were in the second story of your house and you look out the window and the water meets your eye level. That is a lot of water. Now I'm going to turn on the winds layer for just a moment here, and then we're going to send it around the horn. We should have an update from the National Hurricane Center momentarily. This is the winds at the ground, and wouldn't you know it, that the winds on that eastern side, of course the right side of the storm, are the strongest on the ground. So of course right now you have got water slamming into Cedar Key right here in Florida and pushing northward through Crawfordville. Mind you, if I zoom out, you can see all the blue and yellow and orange boxes. Those are power outages that continue to tick up across Florida. We are up to 651,000 customers without power. And for the folks right up here in Tallahassee and the Panhandle, that number's about to jump up pretty considerably as this thing makes landfall. We're going to see that really start to fill in here momentarily. I want to bring in Dr. David Ruglicki, the Director of Meteorological Research. David, I'm sorry, I just saw your post here. I'm going to pull that up. You said you wanted to see the velocity. Let's do that. So let's pull up the velocity.
Yeah, because I think this is going to look, now that we're getting much closer to land, you'll see some very impressive and very high. I think we're like coming close to saturating the color bar here with how intense these winds. And I think this goes up to about 120 knots, I think, is for saturating the color bar. So that pink right there is the forward motion of the storm plus the rotational. So we're talking, 120 knot winds that are about to be coming on shore here momentarily. So, I know we talked about a Dahlia weakening on the way in, and this, despite all odds, despite that giant dry slot on the southern side of the storm, it just continues to keep itself together. I'm truly amazed by this. Mike.
Let's keep it going here. Erica, I know that you've been tracking, of course, the tornado threat. That's going to continue through the overnight hours for folks that live in Florida and in Georgia. Of course, a tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning. Is there anything that jumps out at you right now as this thing begins to make landfall here within the next hour?
Yeah, I was just looking at it. So it looks like there was an observed tornado near Richmond Hill, Georgia. That tornado warning, I think, is still in effect. So that was an observed tornado, confirmed tornado there. in Richmond, Georgia. So watching that one very closely, and I think it still has that confirmed tag on it. But otherwise, we do have several other tornado warnings that are issued all across Georgia, at least as of right now, at least 3 tornado warnings. But so far, we do have one that was observed again in Richmond Hill, and I think it's this tornado warning. I'm looking it up now. I don't know if you could pull it up there on your screen, or you know what, Jack, if we could pull up
I've got it.
my screen share here, and that way I can show y'all where that confirmed or observed tornado was. So let's zoom out here. I think I zoomed out a little too far. Let's go here. And I think this is one just outside of Savannah, Georgia. So that's where we saw that observed tag here. But either way, we still have several tornado warnings that have been issued. And so far right now, at least, that's the only one that I've seen that actually had something confirmed with it. But I'll continue to inform you guys. And of course, that tornado watch goes through 6 o'clock in the morning. And I think there was another tornado watch that was issued for parts of the Carolinas that go through 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So just something to keep in mind, this tornado threat will continue throughout the rest of the day on top of Helene making landfall here in an hour or so.
All right, that's meteorologist Erica Lopez. We're also, of course, joined by our digital content creators, Colin McCarthy and Will Cano. They're going to be keeping an eye on things as they developed. Guys, feel free to chime in whenever we see something. Will, we haven't seen you in a minute here. Let's bring you onto the stream here. The chat is just going wild. We have almost 2,000 people watching us on TikTok. Twitch continues to tick up here. Someone just said on Twitch, there's only 19 people on Twitch. Again, it's not a huge number, but they said, why is there only 19 people in here? This is better than the news. Thank you so much. And from a former broadcast meteorologist, of course, Erica worked in local news. Matt Capucci worked in local news as well. We appreciate it very, very much. Thank you very much.
For sure.
Will?
Yeah, it's been great to see. We're streaming across all platforms, so it's great to see all these comments from lots of different places. One thing I'd like to add, just noticing about the storm right now, we are approaching a very shallow and a very extended part of the Gulf Coast. Right off of this Florida Big Bend, it is shallow, and it is shallow for a long period of time. That means that as this storm surge comes and that water begins to push up into the coast, there is nothing stopping it. There's no like ocean drop off to stop it from really swelling up. And that's why we get those 15 to 20 foot totals. So that's something to be mindful of right as we're up to landfall.
All right, so let's keep an eye on things. Colin, we should have an update here from the National Hurricane Center within the next 10 minutes. I mean, this I would have to guess is going to be our last, hourly update prior to this thing making landfall. Of course, for those of you that have been following along this whole time, again, we really, really appreciate it. I saw somebody on the TikTok chat that said, I've been in here since 3 o'clock. This is great. That's awesome. Thank you for rolling with us. We have just continued to stream live here. TikTok is behaving for once, which is great. We're up and above 78,000 followers. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you guys would be so kind as well, whatever platform you are watching on, to follow us. It's completely free to do so. We are going to do more of these live streams, so be sure, of course, if you're here on TikTok, follow. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video or wherever we go live. It should be right above my head somewhere. Again, we really, really appreciate it. So many of you have been giving us these gifts as well. We really, really appreciate that too. And hey, while you're at it, share the stream. This storm is about to make landfall. So if you know someone that lives in this area, share the stream with them so that way they can be informed. Or of course, if you know folks that are super into the weather, this is, again, if we're talking football terminology here, we are, let alone in the red zone, we're on the 10-yard line here. This is first and goal here. So exciting, exciting times.
Hey, Mike, I'd like to chime in real quick about something.
Let's do it, Colin.
Yeah, so right here, we're looking at the storm surge in Clearwater Beach, and we can see, let me zoom in here, the levels have just skyrocketed in the last few hours. We're getting reports of 6 to 8 feet of storm surge, and I actually just recently saw a video in St. Petersburg where the water level is almost up to a stop sign, which is about 7 feet tall. So we're seeing that really big surge levels verify in the Tampa Bay area as well as Clearwater. And if you even go farther north to Cedar Key, closer to where the hurricane will make landfall, we can also just see the levels just skyrocketing. I mean, you can see how it's almost going directly up as the storm nears. So pretty incredible stuff to see this in real time.
So Tampa, of course, the forecast for storm surge there was 5 to 8 feet, which Colin, of course, the TikTok that you made was talking about how Tampa is one of, if not the most vulnerable cities to storm surge in the United States. Again, 5 to 8 feet is a lot for Tampa.
And you can see on this graph this is in East Bay, Florida. So this is in Tampa, pretty much proper. Same deal, just going straight up as those, as I talked about in that TikTok, it's a very shallow bay. So the water gets funneled up and can really rise really rapidly right near Tampa. So that's what we're seeing in real time.
Jack, let's pull up Capucci. I'm seeing his stream there. I can see water flying across the screen. There it is. So Capucci's in Perry. We've got Jordan in Lamont. Folks, we are really approaching landfall here. Jack, if there's a way where you can put the app in the screen above me there, we should be able to really get a look at things. It looks like the eye, or at least the winds around the eye here, are really getting close to where Capucci is in Perry. If I zoom in here, Jack, right here. Okay, well, I mean, you can, I can't access it right now, but if you want to work on it, that's fine. So, folks, above my head there, you can see the storm as it approaches landfall there. Jack is working on pulling in this stream here. Do we have audio from Capucci's camera, Jack, that we can pull in? Waiting to hear Jack in my ear here. I know that he's doing a bunch of stuff right now. We have an update here from Colin that he just sent me. Pressure's down to 938 millibars. Oh my gosh, we are going to see an uptick in the winds.
I'm here. I can talk to your phone too.
Matter of time here, folks. We are 6 minutes away from top of the hour. We have the audio from his camera. Is it going to be delayed, Jack? Okay. All right, Capucci is there. So at least we can see him. Jack, if there's a way that we can pull up of course. Give me just a moment and we can pull up his screen. Waiting to see if we get anything from the National Hurricane Center. It should be momentarily that we get the next update. Sure, folks are F5ing their website over and over again here. Again, for those of you that have just joined us, we're at the point now where the National Hurricane Center issues hourly updates as the storm begins to make landfall. A couple of points worth pointing out here, as Colin brought up earlier. We're at the point here with this storm and its central pressure where it is equivalent to Hurricane Ian, which of course made landfall in 2022 in Southwest Florida. That's a big one. The other thing worth mentioning is that both Ian and now this storm, Helene, both were had the extreme wind warning issued, right? Those are very, very powerful winds across a wide area here where landfall is happening. So that, again, that's two little tidbits for you. The third is that unlike Idalia last year that made landfall in this area, the Big Bend, this storm is strengthening on approach, unlike Idalia that was weakening. Whoa, Joe, who sent us a crazy gift on TikTok. I've never seen that before. Thank you very much, Joe. That's too kind. So we, again, should get the next big update. David is saying that... David, if we can pull him in, Jack. Can we pull David in, too? You guys hear me?
I'm here.
Okay. David, I see your post. Talk about it.
According to Tropical Tidbits, I know we kind of touched on this. It looks like the low pressure is around 938. I know we just said that. The peak flight level winds increased yet again, pushing up around 128 knots. So this thing just keeps going. I don't think anyone man, forget like Ian and Dahlia. This feels like Michael all over again, right?
Yeah, you invoked my namesake there. Of course, Michael, 2018, a storm that folks will not forget that live in that part of the world. We are moments away here from an update from the National Hurricane Center where we will get official word on what this beast of a storm is doing. Of course, you guys can see on your screen on TikTok, and then of course you're streaming across our platforms. We've got Capucci there in Perry, where things are going to get wild here fast. We also have Jordan Hall, who is in Lamont. Jack, if we can get Jordan Hall back into the stream as well, that would be great. Both of those guys. Again, for those of you that are watching on TikTok, we're over 2,000 strong. That is awesome. Thank you very much for joining us. If you all followed us right now on TikTok, we would cross that 79,000 mark. If we can get to 80 by the time this stream is over, I mean, that would be incredibly awesome to see. Really, really awesome to see. Again, we appreciate your support massively. It's very evident that you guys on social media have been enjoying these live streams, and we will try to continue to do more of. All right, Jack, I saw your post. A lot of text. I'm going to have to read it later, but as long as you're aware of what we can do. We've got a lot of folks watching on Twitch now, which is super cool. What up, our Twitch folks? That is awesome. Claudia says, I moved to Georgia from Florida. I thought I was done with this stuff. Mother Nature just has ways of humbling you, huh? All right, I'm still waiting on this update from the NHC. I'm not seeing it yet. If you guys see anything as well, feel free to chime in, and we'll talk about it here. Again, it's kind of a waiting game, where if you're able to take the app in full for just a moment here, we are really, really close to landfall. The thought was that it was going to make landfall around 9. It looks like it's going to be here maybe after 10 p.m. because this is the eye right here. It is getting darn close. Of course, if I hide it just for a moment here, you guys can see that we have this little notch south of Crawfordville. David, it's very likely, right, that this storm is going to try to fit right into that little notch and stay over warm water as long as it possibly can, right?
Yeah, it means it seems to be defying all odds. So sure, why not? It just developed a sentience over here in the past few hours, and it's going to try and stay over this warm water and make us all look like idiots and become a Category 5 right up until landfall and break all the records. I'm not bitter.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see the update here. It is almost, I mean, we're at the top of the hour here, and I'm still not seeing it. Have you guys seen anything yet updating?
Nothing
No,
yet.
I haven't either.
I'm not seeing it yet.
I'm hitting refresh.
There it is. 10 p.m. just came in.
All right. Drum roll,
So
please.
The pressure dropped to 939, but they kept the winds the same.
Okay, yeah, it hasn't updated in the app. That'll happen momentarily, I'd imagine. Okay, so I'm going to read this sucker out. Jack, if we can put Capucci above me here while we have the app, because Capucci's camera is nuts, man. Oh, my gosh. All right, here's the update from the National Hurricane Center. This is as of 10 o'clock right now on the dot. Helene is producing catastrophic winds that will be spreading onshore in the Florida Big Bend region during the next few hours. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Persons should not leave their shelters and remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. When the eye comes ashore, people are reminded to not venture out into the relative calm, as hazardous winds will increase very quickly when the eye passes. So a University of Florida coastal monitoring program tower in Cedar Key got a sustained wind of 59 miles per hour and a gust of 78. The tide gauge at Clearwater Beach up from 5 feet above mean high water to now 6, which is the approximation of inundation in that area. Meanwhile, at Cedar Key, water 5.76 feet above water. So again, that is the update from the National Hurricane Center. So there it is. We've got it in the app now. 140 mile per hour winds. So the winds are the same. The pressure dropped, right, guys? I'm not making that up, right? The pressure dropped to 939 here?
Correct.
Yep.
And 24 mile per hour ground speed. So we said 25 earlier today is what we expected it to kind of close out at, and it is darn close to that. I know that may not seem like a lot. This thing's 400 miles wide. So understand that 24 miles per hour for a storm that size, I mean, sheesh, that is that's a big storm. Big storm. Apologies, by the way, if I said Eastern Standard Time. It is Eastern Daylight Time. Or Daylight Saving Time got me again. All right. So, that being said, we are approaching landfall. It should occur within the hour. The fact that the National Hurricane Center is talking about it gives you reason to believe that it's going to happen here very soon. Above my head here, you should see, not on TikTok, but we should see it here, Capucci's camera. I can see him repositioning. I can hear you, Capucci, I think. I would have to guess that this is where you're staying, right? Okay, I know that we can't hear you, Capucci. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take my AirPods out, and I'm going to open up the stream so you can...
I personally hope that the eye sort of jogs east. I think there is a subtle easterly component to it, but it is going mostly north.
Capucci, hang on 1 second. If you're on Zoom, I'm going to take off my AirPods so you can talk to the people. Hang on 1 second. All right. Mr. Capucci, can you hear me?
Yes, you?
Yes. All right. We've got you. So there's a delay coming through the camera for your audio, so we've got to do it this way. I want to, of course, allow you to be able to reposition if need be. We've got your camera, Jack. If you want to take Capucci up in full here and put the app there in the picture-in-picture. Capucci, things went from 0 to pretty wild on your camera there. It looks like the sheets of water just streaming across the parking lot. What does it look and feel like for you being on the ground there?
Yeah, definitely. You know, my vehicle's rocking back and forth right now. We just had some gusts to around 75, 80 miles per hour, so we're beginning to get the hurricane force winds here. That said, we're still not in the eye wall. We had like an outer, I think that might have been a lightning strike or a power flash. I saw power flashes moments ago, and you can see the lights there are flickering in front of me. Obviously, the gas station on backup power. The only other lights coming from people who are parked here to ride it out. And the winds have been changing direction. Here you see, once again, the winds are coming in something fierce at the moment. We're getting gusts around 60, 70 miles per hour. But, yeah, moments ago we had a little band outside the eye wall come in, and that was like an appetizer. And the fact that I was getting gusts over 70 miles per hour there tells me that when the actual eye wall comes in, it's going to be nasty. Now, earlier on, Dr. Glicky and I were discussing mesovortices, or smaller contortions of the wind, contortions of the eye wall. And, you know, if we take a look at radar, we see just how weird and wonky the eye wall shape is. It looks like a four-leaf clover, but it's anything but lucky. That signifies the changing winds in the eye wall. And so we might get tornadoes, mini swirls, a very chaotic wind. And so it's a very messy-looking eye, but also a textbook one. So my concern is that where I am right now, even if I'm not in the lee of where that gas station canopy could be, if we have a mini swirl or tornado-like vortex come through, I'm going to have to duck. So I did bring a helmet with me. I did bring safety glasses. At some point, once we get into the heart of the eye wall, once the winds hit about 100, I'll probably recline my seat and talk to you guys from below the window line, just in the unlikely event that the glass is broken or, you know, something punctures the windows, the windshield, you know, anything that we can do to minimize risk here, because even though we're scientists, we know what we're up against. We also have to, of course, take care of ourselves. MyRadar has done a great job about making sure that I have a satellite phone, that I have a personal locator beacon. You know, Andy has been phenomenal about maintaining safety. It may be tough to see, but you might have just noticed the vehicle rattled a little bit. If it looked like my camera shook back and forth. We are getting gusts now, and actually, here's a brief change of wind speed right now. But we're just about on the edge of the eye wall. The edge of the eye wall should rotate through in the next little while. But I'd say I probably still have another, looking at it, 40 to 50 minutes before the worst gets here. We'll see if it hits me or if it passes even just 3 or 4 miles off to my west. Depending on road conditions, I may at some point, if we get into the eye, try to get deeper into the eye. I doubt that at this point. I think I'll probably hunker down and ride this one out. And I don't know if you can hear the roar of the wind where I am. But it's interesting, you know, earlier on, we talked about how the southern end of the eye wall was open. It no longer is. It is a closed eye wall. The diameter of the eye is about 25-ish miles wide. That's a pretty typical size. Now, if it was bigger, it would reduce its winds, but spread those winds over a wider area. I'm impressed in a problematic way by how well this thing tightened up. You know, earlier on, it had 2 eye walls. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Can y'all see that at home?
Yes.
We're definitely getting gusts now. We just got a gust to about 75, almost 80 miles per hour. Hopefully you're able to see it, but yeah, it's funny how they come through. I've made sure there's nothing to my right. The only thing that I'm keeping tabs on is a stop sign about half a football field away. I highly doubt that would, get me, but it very well could. That's why I have the safety glasses on right now. I know y'all can't see me. You can hear me. Shout out to Verizon, though, for maintaining this network and the fact that we're able to, through the technology of live view, still stream is pretty impressive.
Hashtag not a sponsor.
True. For the folks at MyRadar, do know that I set up a personal locator beacon. I'm good to go there. I will only text or call if I'm unsafe. But know that right now I'm safe. I'm in a good location. I'm making wise decisions, as we always try to do. One thing I also want to mention, too, for the town of Perry, they may be on the sort of right side of the eye, but in a protracted sense, meaning if the eye passes just to the west, Perry will be in the right eye wall for a long period of time. And what that means, unfortunately, is that they are likely to see an hour to 90 minutes worth of winds over 100 miles per hour, and perhaps gusting up to about 120 miles per hour time. I went there last year to the same hotel, the same place, the same everything for Idalia. And Idalia had some brief gusts to around 90. This will be a different experience. So anyone in this area, in Lamont, in Perry, even east towards Salem or Steinhatchee right now, getting the outer eye wall, up towards Madison, Monticello in the next probably 2 hours or so in that extreme wind warning, the I-10 corridor as well, east of Tallahassee in the direction of like Jennings, Jasper, and Live Oak. In fact, power may have just gone out to the building as well. You can see it's flickering, so clearly the generator is trying to come on and then going back out. But yeah, anyway, Steinhatchee's in the right eye wall right now. But I'm just amazed by the shape of this thing, how it's continuously evolving. And really, this is just something that, unfortunately, we knew this was a possibility. We communicated the hazard, but every time we see something like that, it's problematic. Now, if I may ask, just because obviously I don't have y'all in front of me, who is driving the radar right now?
That's
and
me.
Are we able to do sort of a brief tour? Okay.
Let's do it.
Mike, would you mind pulling up not the Tallahassee radar, but KVAX, the one from Moody Air Force Base in southern Georgia?
Got it.
Okay. And when we have that, could we put on base velocity, super res velocity 1, lowest level?
We can. Hang on 1 second, though. Jack's got to get it up on screen. Jack, if you want to replace what's up above me there, or we can just give it a moment, Capucci, and we'll get it up on camera. But I've got it pulled up here. Hang on. Just waiting for Jack to give me the okay. All right, Capucci, it's up.
Okay, so if we take a look at velocity, y'all can just barely see how there are those weird little liney things to the northwest of the radar site near like Nashville, Enigma, Lenox, Ado. Are we able to see that?
Yeah, I'm circling them for you.
Yeah, so what those are roll vortices. Basically, the air is going so fast just above the ground, but in the frictional layer near the surface, it's a little bit slower. So you're getting like an overturning circulation of the wind. So there are these like big rolls in the lower atmosphere that might be 2, 3, 4 miles wide, and they cause strips of alternating enhanced damage and then a reduction in damage, and enhanced damage and a reduction of damage. Picture if you had, a bunch of pencils in between your hands, and you moved your hands one over the other, those pencils would roll. Oh, look at that. Now we're getting a brief change in wind
Capucci,
direction.
real quick, just to pass along here, I'm going to switch it back. The northern eye wall is now coming ashore, literally as we are talking. So I'm going to switch here back to reflectivity so folks can see that. Boy, the power outages just ticked up in a major way up just to the south of Gainesville there. So if I just got to bring the opacity down just a smidge here. Okay, so the northern eye wall, remember folks, Capucci's like right here near Perry. You can see that right there on like the northeastern side that the eye wall is coming ashore. Landfall's imminent, folks. We're talking within the next 30 to 40 minutes here. Capucci, are you going to stay there?
I'm going to stay here. Conditions don't permit me to move. I will likely get the right eye wall. I'm hoping to get into the eye. It will really depend on mesovortex action and if the shape is a little wonky. If we pull up the radar for the immediate Tallahassee area and then switch on over to the Hurricane Tracker app, we can see the Hurricane Tracker feature, rather, and have both simultaneously. We can see that, this thing is still trending a little bit east of that center line from the National Hurricane Center. So that's why I think there is a decent chance, knock on wood, that I do get into the eye here. I'd love to get into the eye, obviously, from a science standpoint, but also from a safety standpoint. I will not be venturing out on the roads like this. And even looking at radar, I know I still have probably another 45 minutes until the worst of the winds arrive. We are getting gusts now in the 80 miles per hour range, and I'm expecting these gusts to obviously, get worse by a factor of 2 if we tack on, probably another 40 miles per hour. Remember that the force of a gust isn't necessarily linearly proportional. It might be a square or a cube of Dr. Riglitch would have to remind me. But, force goes up exponentially with time. So as we have stronger, oh, wow.
I want to remind folks that are just joining us, who I have on the phone here is the camera that you can see on screen. And Jack, if you can pull it up so we can see it on TikTok, I guess let's switch the two, I guess, so that way we can see Capucci's camera. In the field is meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is about to feel the true brunt of Major Hurricane Helene. You can see it up on camera there. He's in Perry, Florida, which is under an extreme wind warning for the next 2 hours. Of course, an extreme wind warning is one of the most rare warnings that are issued by the National Weather Service and is typically only issued during landfalling major hurricanes like we're dealing with right now. So for those of you that are watching and for those of you that are in the chat, I see we have, Capucci, we have almost 3,000 people watching us on TikTok right now, and the numbers are big across social media. For those of you that are watching, if you have a question for a meteorologist who is literally about to be in the eye of a major hurricane, now is the time to ask your questions, and we will try to get as many as we can answered. I'd imagine we're going to have a lot of repetitive ones, but I am certainly going to try to pass them along to you. Capucci, does that sound good? Pass them along?
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate all the work that Jack did to make it possible for my audio to be on stream. Mike, thank you for thinking of creative solutions to get me on stream too. To the folks at home, we are so grateful for you sticking along with us. Obviously, we've worked a lot to make sure we can communicate the best information possible, getting folks out in the field, having folks in studio. Erica is in Texas right now, or Florida. Honestly, Erica's all over the place. She's amazing. Absolute jet setter. We have folks all across the country here to give you the best weather coverage that we possibly can, and that means boots on the ground right now. I am in the inner rain bands. I still have a little while before the eye wall gets here. How remarkable is it? How remarkable is it that my vehicle is moving back and forth? I'm in what did we say earlier on, a Chevy Silverado.
Hashtag not a sponsor.
And it is rocking. It is rocking back and forth, and the edge of the eye wall is still 13 kilometers, about 8 miles away, which means it'll probably take 30 minutes before the edge gets here, never mind the inner eye wall. And so I have a long way to go. They're saying sustained winds to around 140 miles per hour. Looking at the radar, I've been through a lot of hurricanes, and unfortunately, this one, it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, and it's going to be a 125 plus mile per hour duck, even here where I am. Y'all see that gas station canopy? That won't be here in 2 hours. That won't be here. You see all the signs around me? Those won't be there. Half the trees around here? Those won't be there.
Capucci,
I chose this site.
Capucci, a question coming in from Facebook. How much adrenaline do you have right now? Again, I said earlier on the stream, a little Easter egg for people that have been watching for a while. Capucci doesn't drink coffee. That might be amazing to hear. I was amazing when he told me that. Capucci, how do you have so much adrenaline in a situation like this?
The honest answer is that it's a juxtaposition of the scientific beauty of it. To think that the scientific beauty, but also the raw power and the urge for us to get information out to people. To think that simple things, air, water, heat, can combine to create something so ferocious that upends society for a little while, that changes the rules, that renders landscapes unrecognizable, is simply incredible. Now we're getting a gust again. The vehicle's rocking back and forth. Gusts to about, by the feels of it, probably 75 to 80 miles per hour. That vehicle over there is repositioning. I do think I'm good in terms of, the canopy not coming down on me. Obviously, I would much prefer to not have a gas station canopy hit me. But my father was texting me earlier on. He's watching. Shout out to him and my mother. My mother's probably a couple glasses of wine in by now. I should hope she is. But, I'm making sure that I'm able to position wherever need be. In other words, I can switch out a gear quick and dive right. One thing you always do when you're a storm chaser is have escape routes. And sometimes that escape route might mean moving over 15 feet if something's coming at you. And in this case, wow, here come the winds. and the eye wall is still a little ways away. Interestingly, I'm about to get into something called the moat, where we have a little bit of subsidence or sinking air on the edge of the eye wall. In other words, there's so much air rushing up and spiraling upwards in the eye wall that it has to come down somewhere. So we wind up getting a little bit of sinking, and that reduces wind slightly. So the fact that I'm kind of in the moat right now, and this is what it looks like with a subtle reduction of the wind, I want folks at home to know this is not even the appetizer. When the eye wall comes in the next 25 minutes, you're going to see things flying. You're going to see a whiteout. There's a good chance I won't be able to see that gas station in front of me, only about, say, 25, 30 yards away. And is there any way we'd be able to pull up radar once again?
It's been up, man.
Awesome. Are we on the... Can we do per station radar in Tallahassee and show reflectivity?
That's what it's on right now.
Mike, you were the best. Thank you for running the show. If we look right there, can y'all at home see how there's like a little weird dot in the middle of the eye, and there's like a little ribbed thing on the outside? Those are mesovortices. Now, I'm going to talk rather complex for a sec, but I'm going to explain it. Basically, there's so much angular momentum, so much spin energy in the eye wall, and yet a lack of wind, nothing in the eye, that Mother Nature, power just went out again, backup generator's out, flickering. But anyway, Mother Nature can't go from extreme winds to nothing. There aren't really graceful transitions in nature. And so what the atmosphere has to do is say, let's whip up a few little curlicues that flux angular momentum into the eye, basically distribute wind energy from the eye wall into the eye. And that contorts the eye wall, makes it all weirdly shaped and bendy and strange. And in doing so, that creates erratic wind gusts too. So right now, the inner eye wall is all ribbed, and it's going to be something. I fully intend, just having seen the road, having seen all the structures that will be coming down, I know that I'm going to be here until tomorrow. There's no way I'm getting out of here tonight.
The gas station. You have a lot of luck, Capucci. It's like you just spend the night in your car for these storms. I mean, Ian, Francine, right? Add this one to the list.
And honestly, it's all in a day's work. I would. A gas station sign just came and
Jack, let's pull up. Can we pull up Capucci's camera in full here? As you guys can see, if you've been watching live, boy, all the power is out in that gas station. And Jack, so we can do it, so we can see it in TikTok here too. We still are seeing the app. We definitely want to show if we can. That's a frightening view there. It looks like Jordan as well, Jack, if we're able to pull up both Jordan and Jack together. Jordan is hunkered down at a gas station as well. What's that, Capucci?
Wow. Oh, y'all see that? Y'all see that? Lightning. Wow. We're getting lightning in the eye wall of hurricanes. And for the folks at home, that is so big gust. Wow. I'm rocking back and forth. I've been sideswiped by a tornado before, and this is comparable. And we're not even into the eye wall yet. We're still in the moat. I'm going to try to figure out what the best position is to make sure that I'm not at risk of that gas station canopy flying down. But I'll ascertain once we get closer into the eye wall. But anyway, what I was going to say, we just got lightning as we approach the eye wall. Lightning is very rare in the eye wall of tropical cyclones. It shows that the eye wall is still strengthening. Storm tops are getting higher. Hurricanes have a lot of horizontal movement, but not a lot of upward oomph, which is necessary to get lightning. The fact that we have so much upward moving air in the eye wall to get lightning is a harbinger of just how intense this thing is. And my goodness, to see that at night is such an eerie thing. Y'all see those cars over there? I'm going to pivot to my right a little bit.
There's a new eye wall lightning burst going up on the north side of the storm, so just FYI.
Can you hear that, Capucci? Uh-oh. Did we lose him? We might have lost him. Not. Uh-oh. There goes his feed. All right. No. So we are losing cellular connectivity. I told you, folks. Oh, wait. Oh. There he is. Capucci, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Oh,
Am I coming in now?
We lost you, and your camera looks like it's frozen.
Let me check the live view real quick.
Jack, if we want to switch to Jordan, let's just switch the two. We see you again, Capucci. It's
I went from about 3,000 kilobytes per second to about 7. Oh wow!
For folks that are just joining us, who I have on the phone here is meteorologist Matthew Capucci. You can see his camera there. He's in Perry, Florida. The outer bands of the eye wall starting to come ashore. We should have landfall here. Helene really taking its time making landfall here. But that is Capucci's shot there. Again, for those of you that are just joining us, welcome. We are over 3,000 people on TikTok. Thank you so much for your support. We really, really appreciate it. We're over 79,000 followers already. If you guys can help us get to 100, I mean, hey, you guys are amazing. Really, over 200,000 likes. Thank you so much for the support. Again, if you are watching across any of our social platforms, it is completely free to follow us on all of them. We're coming at you live right now in the MyRadar app and across all of those social media platforms, and you can download the app for free. It's above my head here. It's behind me. That's MyRadar. There's Helene. You can download the app for free. It's right on the profile of our TikTok page for those of you that are there. You just click the little app with a download thing. You can download it right from within TikTok without even leaving the stream. Again, we really appreciate it. Up on the screen right now is meteorologist Matthew Capucci's camera. He is in the eye, not in the eye just yet, but he is these are the eye wall, the outer bands of the eye wall approaching Perry, Florida. Capucci is also in the extreme wind warning that is reserved for only the most extreme circumstances. Capucci, the example I know that you've given in the past, it's like being in a county-wide tornado.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's like a buzzsaw of winds, maybe 30 miles wide. You know, back in, I think it was late August, early September of 2020, in Louisiana, I was amazed because when I say the edge of the eye wall is so sharp, and I experienced the same thing with Ian, you're either in it or you're not. And so there was a razor sharp edge to the extreme tree damage. You know, Jennings, Sulphur, Louisiana, they got hit hard. You went back west into Calcasieu Parish, or rather towards the Calcasieu River, and lesser impact. Driving I-10, it was like someone shaved a line into the landscape. And I think it'll be the same way here. Unfortunately, I think the town of Perry is now looking more likely to be hit by the eye wall. I'm in a position where we're getting gusts right now. The edge of the eye wall is about to arrive. So I want folks to pay attention to my camera shot for the next, say, 5-ish minutes and see how much conditions deteriorate. I'm shaking back and forth here. I mean, it's like you have a bunch of linebackers pushing my truck back and forth, and this is just the beginning. Yeah. I'm just getting off easy right now. I'm getting like 80, give or take, mile-per-hour winds. Very shortly, I'll get 90, then 100, then 110, and probably up to 120 or 130 here.
All right. Capucci, we're going to do this for 1 second here. I'm just going to put my phone down momentarily. I'm going to pop my AirPods back. Capucci, if you could just hang on for just a moment. We're going to do a little bit of a round robin so I can just introduce everybody again on the call. If there's anything that Capucci is good for right now, it's allowing some time for me to charge my AirPods, which is great. So let me get Capucci, or let me get my AirPods back into the fold here. All right. Can you guys hear me?
Affirmative.
All right. Yep. I can hear in my AirPods. Fantastic. All right. So we're going to come back to Capucci in just a second. I just want to remind everybody that is watching. Again, we are coming at you live as Hurricane Helene is approaching landfall. Finally, it has been a long day, and things are finally about to come to a head here. There is almost 3,000 of you on TikTok. That is so awesome. We've got a ton of people watching us on Twitch, which is great, and plenty of people watching on X and on YouTube as well. And of course, in the MyRadar app as well. Jack, if you real quick, you want to pull up the team shot here. Of course, we are joined by almost our full meteorological team here. We've got digital content creators Colin McCarthy and Will Cano, and meteorologist Erica Lopez and David Riglicki. Of course, out in the field is meteorologist Matthew Capucci and storm chaser Jordan Hall. Jack, if you want to take those feeds for the folks over at home so they can see. Again, both Jordan and Capucci are both in the extreme wind warning that is outlined on the map, that orange kind of box that is drawn on MyRadar. Jack, if you want to be able to pull that up. Of course, behind the scenes is Jack, who has just been directing the live stream all day today. He's been crushing it here. We're looking at Capucci's camera. We just had him on the stream. We'll bring him back into the fold here in just a moment. Yeah, shout out to you folks that are watching on Twitch. That's our biggest number we've ever had on that platform, which is great. Of course, we'd like to do more of these, and it's pretty clear that you guys are down, which is great. Again, if you're watching on TikTok as well, we'd really appreciate a follow. It's completely free to do so. David, we are looking here at the outer bands starting to come ashore here. For those that are just joining us that are looking at Capucci's feed here, of course, Capucci was describing it. This is a storm that is strengthening at landfall, and as Colin brought up before, is now stronger in terms of its central pressure than Hurricane Ian. For the folks at home, what is making this storm unique?
What is making this storm unique, as you pointed out, unlike Idalia from last year, this storm continues to intensify all the way to landfall. That 140 mile per hour number, I think, shocked all of us just a couple hours ago. And yeah, the eye wall is coming on shore right now as we're watching this. There's been this dry slot on the western and southern side that has been in basically the eye wall's hip pocket for hours, and Helene just doesn't seem to care. It has sped up to about 25 miles per hour, which is going to drive it inland after this. But we've got a lot to go. The storm surge 15 to 20 feet. Yeah, this was everything and more that they warned us about, Mike.
David, 754,000 customers without power across Florida right now, 30,000 across Georgia. That number going to continue to increase. Give me one moment here, and I'll pull the app back up so you can see this. We've got Capucci. All right, let's take Capucci's screen here, and I'm going to bring him back on camera. Give me 1 second here. So you guys can see Capucci's camera here. Of course, shout out to the live streaming capabilities. We are in the midst of the eye wall starting to come ashore here. Again, if you guys can see the app, Jack, you might have to replace the one above my head there. I could replace this, the satellite imagery here momentarily. Yeah, you see it on the screen. I'm going to try to zoom in here. It's not liking that. So let me take, Jack, let's do the iPad here. I'm going to switch over to per station radar, and we are going to look at the Tallahassee radar. I want to show you guys where Capucci is right now, because he is in, as we would say in the meteorological business, the thick of it. He is right here.
Yeah, and his shot is insane. I've been watching it, and wow.
Yeah, it's up on screen.
I wish you could make it bigger.
Yeah, folks can see it. Jack, if you want to replace, I know that is good right there. I trust you. Give me 1 second. Yes, we can hear you, Capucci. You're not on the stream. Give it 1 second here. Yeah, we've got Capucci and we've got Jordan, both of which are chasing Hurricane Helene, a major hurricane, Category 4 as it makes landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. All right. So Capucci is right here. If you guys can see, he's in Perry, which now the outer bands of the eye wall are starting to come ashore, and Capucci's camera is nuts here. This is it, folks. You can see land. If I pause it right at the end of the loop, here's the coastline, right? It looks like we could get the landfall at Keaton Beach. That looks to be where we might see it, but Capucci is right there. He's here in the outer bands of the storm. It is making landfall as we speak. Yeah, we've got Capucci's camera up here. Capucci, I'm going to bring you into the stream. Give me one moment here to take out my headphones. And for everyone that's watching, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to put him on speakerphone. Capucci, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. So your camera is coming in intermittently, but we see you here. I've got the app pulled up. The outer bands of the inner eye wall are hitting you right now. What does it feel like? We can certainly see it.
It's like somebody is taking a battering ram to the truck. I'm honestly a little bit concerned it's going to flip the vehicle. Just having seen them in the outer eye wall right now, and already we're getting gusts 90 to 100 miles per hour. Remember how I said you wouldn't be able to see the gas station? Yeah, that's how it is. I'm trying to figure out what to do in terms of if I should. So right now I'm angled, at about a 70-degree angle to the wind. I risk flipping the truck, or if I go back to my previous position and try to back up, I risk the canopy hitting me of the gas station. So there's really no good answer. In about 5 to 10 minutes time, as I get deeper into the eye wall, I'll gauge the wind direction and potentially back up to where I was, point into the wind to reduce the risk of me slipping, and then go from there. Although I am noticing the winds are more coming out of looks like the southeast right now. But look at this. You know, we're getting winds right now sustained at about 80, gusts to around 100 at times. I was going to say out of an abundance of caution. It's not even an abundance of caution. It's just me trying to maintain some self-preservation. I have my safety glasses on, and I'm now reclining in the seat. I know it sounds silly, but because there could be so much debris in the atmosphere, debris flying around, I have to be below the window line. And particularly if the vehicle flips, I want to make sure that in the event the roof gets crushed, I will be, sort of low enough down. Of course, we are being safe. The winds right now are absolutely incredible. And this is still, a preview of what's to come. I still have another, 23 kilometers. So I have another, 15 until I'm sort of in the inner eye wall where the winds will be the most extreme. And considering this is moving at about 25 miles an hour, that gives me 35 minutes of conditions like this. I can't even see the gas station canopy anymore, and it's only 50 feet away. Oh, we just had a mini swirl come through, so a quick change of wind direction. I'm rocking back and forth. Look, the wind changed direction again briefly. There's a little lull, and then suddenly it's going to come back with a vengeance.
So, Capucci, for the record, the camera mount is doing a great job at really not showing the fact that your car is bouncing. For those of you that are watching his stream, though, if you look at the hood of the vehicle, that is giving you can really see the motion of it there. Jack's got it up in full here. Again, we're streaming to you live here in the middle of the eye wall coming ashore here. So big shout out to the cellular providers that are keeping the coverage alive here. Capucci's moving the camera. It's tough, by the way, Capucci. Each time it moves here, it's getting a little more pixely. Wow. But yeah, we've got him on the phone still.
I'm rocking back and forth by about 6 inches now. That's how much the truck is shaking. And keep in mind, I have a truck that I think is 3,500, almost 4,000 pounds. I am, of course, hiding below the window line. In the next 5 or 10 minutes, I may have to position into the wind, even though that would risk and falling on me, simply because, honestly, there's no real good other answer. I'm hoping the winds change direction to be more in my favor soon. But, when I tell you this is wild, this really is wild. Right now, again, we're still getting gusts over 100 miles per hour, and this is just the start. The edge of the eye wall is just barely nicking the coastline, and I do think Perry's the right eye wall. If we pull up radar again, you can see the eye wall has actually intensified. There's lightning out there. I've seen lightning flashes, which is such a rarity in tropical cyclones, but also, wow, the sound is incredible. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. I can no longer see the canopy. I can't confirm it's up. I'm briefly getting a view of it. I can confirm it's up. It won't be soon, but yeah, so suffice to say, it's getting quite nasty here. But on radar, the sphere, it is fully wrapped around. It is fully intensified. And it's now a mid-range Category 4. It's just seeing what I'm experiencing compared to my position. I still have, like I said, probably 30, 40 minutes before I'm solidly within the eye, assuming it passes over my location. I hope it does. But this is incredible. And now I'm rocking back and forth so much. I am a little bit worried the vehicle will flip, which, when you're in Category 4 hurricanes and you have any type of vehicle with any meaningful surface area, you do run the risk of your vehicle flipping. I'm hunkering down below the window line, and that's just kind of what I'm doing right now, but that's the way it goes.
So, Capucci, a lot of folks, by the way, chiming in on social media. I'm going to answer a bunch of the questions that are coming in here. The lights in front of him are a gas station. That's where he's hunkered down. Right in the dead center of the screen is where the gas station is, but of course the power is out in the building and the backup generators have gone down. Those lights, though, are likely being powered by a generator of some kind, so that's going to answer some questions. Next, people are thinking of your parents, Capucci. Believe you when I say this, Capucci's parents are probably used to this by now with the amount of storms that he has chased. But I know Capucci's parents are likely watching the same stream that you guys are. So big shout out to them. And a couple of other questions. Folks are Capucci, a lot of comments saying, it's amazing how calm you are staying through all of this.
You know, honestly, I consider myself a bit of a natural disaster, and so sometimes being in a natural disaster, by virtue of that, I'm the comparatively calm thing in my environment. So, truth be told, I'm not overly stressed right now. You know, my heart really does go out for the people here whose homes, whose livelihoods, whose businesses are at risk, who will see semi-permanent changes to their landscape, who will wake up tomorrow morning and have neighborhoods altered, communities that will be altered, landscapes that may not look familiar given the extent to which trees will be either uprooted, denuded, or otherwise just, decimated. And so I feel for the people here. The scientific beauty is one thing, but when you're here covering it in person, you've been here before, you know these people, it is quite sad. That said, I consider myself pretty calm. You know, we're watching the crazy conditions come in. It is getting worse by the minute. As I said, I've hunkered down below the window line in case any sort of flying debris punctures where I am and punctures the window, etc. And believe me, I've lost plenty of windows in hailstorms. But the difference is in hailstorms, you got a baseball coming at you or coming towards the vehicle. Here, you might get a 2x4 or whatever. So I'm trying to make sure that I, on the driver's side, am facing in the lee of the wind. Now we're getting a gust over 90 miles an hour now, close to 100 at times. But I'm making sure that I'm sort of in the lee of the wind. The tricky part is, do I want to angle myself to be in a place where the gas station canopy is not going to hit me, or do I want to be in a position such that I can't flip? I do worry that I run the risk of flipping in the next 30, 40 minutes. That would be unfortunate, but, realistically, I would just write it out in the truck and then see if I could write it tomorrow or get some help writing it tomorrow. But, that's sort of what you're up against in a Category 4 hurricane. It's amazing, and I don't know if Dr. Riglicki is still around, but it's amazing. Has become perfectly spherical. We're seeing evidence of mesovortices in it. And together like this right before landfall, there's no doubt in my mind it is a bona fide Category 4 hurricane. We knew all along that it would likely rapidly intensify up until the point of landfall. Unfortunately, that is exactly what has ensued. And now it's sort of a situation of good luck and Godspeed for the folks in this area. The extreme wind warning will likely be extended. It goes in effect for, looks like another hour, 21 minutes. That will likely have to be extended farther north as well. So again, this entire area is under the extreme wind warning. One thing I want to, there is an increasing chance I'll lose cell service. I've been watching carefully the live view. We've slowly been ticking down in terms of bandwidth.
Wow, that's ironic, huh? Just as he starts talking about losing cell signal.
Position and remaining safe. But
Capucci, you're going in and out here. Real quick, to the folks that are watching, that is Matthew Capucci's live stream there. He is in Perry, Florida. If you guys can see the iPad app here, Capucci, the inner eye is now starting to come ashore at Keaton Beach. I'm going to zoom in real tight so you guys can see it here. There's Keaton Beach, and you can see now that the eye of the storm is coming ashore. It is any minute now, folks, that this thing is going to be called landfall. Of course, the only folks that can officially do that can plant that flag, is the National Hurricane Center. Capucci's right here in Perry. So he is dealing with the inner eye wall winds here momentarily. Capucci, if you can hear me here, a lot of folks are concerned about your car flipping. Can you remind folks what the plan is if that does indeed happen?
Well, I have hunkered down below the window line such that if the car does flip, I'll just simply hold on to the handles, let it flip, deal with it after. Oh my goodness, now we're getting gusts over 100 miles per hour, close to 105. And it's becoming a constant thing now. So sustained at about 70, 75, gusts around 100 to 110 where I am right now. But if the vehicle does slip, then I will simply remain in place until the eye passes overhead, either find myself a different shelter in terms of sheltering with someone else in a vehicle that hasn't slipped, or else I now just ride it out in here and adjust my physical position. If that happens, so be it. The biggest thing is just making sure I'm safe and debris doesn't hit me. I'd rather a flipped car than, because I'm at least safe inside with airbags and whatnot, I'd rather that than debris projectiles hitting me.
To remind folks that are watching here, this is Category 4 Hurricane Helene. The wind speeds are at 140 miles per hour. Capucci, as he just mentioned, winds up to 100 miles per hour. So there is still more to go here. Pretty intense. We're going to stay on his stream here for as long as we can, being that, of course, the cell service is really trying its best here. If you guys can make it out, we're essentially looking at a gas station canopy right in front of Capucci. It's real hard to make out. It's kind of coming in pixelated there. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm going to reposition the vehicle. At this point, it might almost be safer for me to risk the gas station canopy coming down and getting me than it would be to risk flipping the vehicle. So I'm adjusting my position at home. You may see the camera shot looks like it's changing. That's because it is. And I won't be able to give you as good a perspective of the winds kind of crossing, but you will be able to see, obviously, the winds being strong, the extreme gusts coming in. I'm going to back up here, and I'm going to be close to a building. And so, you know, still backing up, still on. Just seeing what we can do here. I'm near, it looks like some sort of big gas tank. You know, one thing that's amazing has been how much lightning there's been in this system. And unfortunately, y'all probably won't be able to see too much. I'm going to tilt the camera. And, you know, you don't see the gas station canopy, but believe me, it's there.
Are your headlights on?
Oh, headlights on, high beams on, everything's on.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to make it out here.
Capucci, I'm so worried. I know you have your helmet and your protective gear, but I'm just like my stomach is churning watching
this.
I'm not feeling great about this either.
Yeah, Capucci, oh my gosh.
Well, you guys are very sweet. Rest assured that, you know, I'm good. I'm pretty comfortable with my positioning. I scoped everything out long ahead of time. And, you know, cell service is coming in and out. So if I lose y'all at all, know that I'm remaining in my position and I am safe. There will be no surge here. There will be extreme winds, tornadoes. Like the advice we give, I ran from the water and wind, of course, in a vehicle I strategically positioned. But, yeah.
So again, for the folks that are watching, I see a lot of comments coming in on social media. Matthew is a meteorologist. He is not just some guy that we happen to bring up on our stream. Capucci is a meteorologist. A lot of folks are asking where they can find him on social media. You see it on the screen there, at Matthew Capucci. It's the same username on Instagram, X, and on TikTok, so you can follow him there. Of course, you've probably seen him here on the MyRadar social media channels, and of course in the MyRadar app as well. So for those of you that are just joining us, we're up and almost at 3,500 people on TikTok. I don't even know how many people are watching in the app. I'd have to assume it's quite a bit, and across social media. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar, and of course we are joined by the entire meteorological team here at MyRadar. Matthew Capucci, senior meteorologist for MyRadar, is in the eye wall here of Hurricane Helene. I've got him on the phone here because we're not able to pull. The cell service is pretty brutal, as I'm sure you could imagine, but we have him right here, so I'm holding it up to the microphone so you guys can hear him on the stream. Capucci, you still have us?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Listen, for those of you that have any questions for a meteorologist that is intercepting a major hurricane, now is your time to ask any questions. He's going to try to give you as much play-by-play as we can. Of course, the live stream is it's doing as best we can here given the circumstances. Jack, if you're able to put Jordan Hall's camera up too, holy cow. Oh my God, if you can bring Jordan up too on camera, his stream is nuts too. Oh my gosh. We are going through it here, folks, a big time. Here's a question.
Oh my gosh.
You all right, Capucci?
Yeah, we're up to about 105, closing in on winds to 110 right now. 105 closing in on winds to 110. I'm glad I changed my position. I think that last gust, had I been perpendicular to the wind, would likely have potentially flipped the vehicle. Station canopy is still holding. Vehicle's rocking back and forth so much that it's only a matter of time before that canopy comes down. I'm hoping it doesn't hit me. I would not be able to reposition quickly enough to avoid it. So if that happens, I will simply be sheltering below, hoping it doesn't trigger the airbags. But, you know, that's kind of how it goes.
Jack, can we pull up Jordan's stream too? Is that possible that we can have both? Yeah. If we can even do a... if you can bring up a 2x2.
Not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen? Okay. No worries. I know there's a lot going on here. If you're able to even just switch back and forth between Capucci and Jordan, Jordan's shot is nuts. He's in Lamont, Florida, by the way. Right, Jack?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, people are saying on TikTok
Mike,
to get me out
Can I
of there.
chime in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, so just looking at some historical facts about this storm, this will be just the 14th hurricane on record to make landfall at below 940 millibars in the U.S. And the only other storms to do that, some, for example, Ida, Laura, Michael, Irma, Harvey, Katrina, Andrew, Hugo. So this is up there in terms of some of the most intense hurricanes we've seen make landfall in the U.S.
Thank you, Colin. Appreciate it very much.
And I'd also like to chime in real quick.
Go ahead, Will.
Some sad news to bring. This is already a fatal storm. We have had 3 deaths associated with Helene, 2 in North Carolina from a car crash, and then 1 in Tampa. So this is obviously a very serious situation.
All right. That is unfortunate news. Of course, Idalia that made landfall here in the Big Bend did not happen to have any fatalities. By the way, Jack, yep, you got it. Thank you very much. You saw it there. I caught it over the top of my head. It keeps popping up there. So silly. Anywho, Jack, if you there it is. Perfect. All right. So, Capucci, you still have us?
Oh, yeah, and we're getting gusts now to 110. Gusts to 110. I can't even see the canopy anymore. The vehicle's rocking wildly. I'm now ducking down below the front seat in order to shelter for potential debris because so much is going on so quickly. We just had a gust about 110 miles per hour at my location, a little bit west of Perry, by about 5.5 miles southwest of Perry. And we've took up eye itself gets here. At this point, it is looking likely that I will wind up in the eye. But, one concern I have, the mesovortices are about to rotate through in the next 20 minutes. Time before things finally begin to wind down, and really, it's still going to build this next little while. So the inner eye wall is getting crazy right now, and radar indicates winds gusting upwards of, I'd say, 120, and I can confirm at least 110 at my location.
Well, we still have you on the phone here, Capucci, but it looks like the camera is really struggling. You still got me?
Yep, I'm still here. We're down. Transmit. So while I am recording everything, unfortunately, it looks like there's not a great chance that the signal will get out meaningfully. So my apologies for that. Home.
Okay, as I'm sure you guys can hear his
right now, my mother texted.
Oh, his signal's going.
Yeah,
Capucci, your signal's going in and out on us. Obviously.
My apologies for that.
No, you don't have to apologize for anything. What are you talking about? So I'm gonna keep you as long as we can here. Again, for those of you that are joining us, you can see on your screen that's Jordan Hall, storm chaser, who is in Lamont, Florida. Jordan also trying to reposition to be in a place to be safe. Holy cow! Look at all that rain coming through on Jordan's stream there. Capucci shot again for the folks that are watching the stream. It keeps freezing up on us here. Capucci's in a real rough spot here, literally intercepting the inner eye wall. We have him on the phone.
Here, we just had a mesovortex rotate through, so there's been kind of a brief lull, and now we're about to get gusts to 105 again, maybe closing in on 110. I think the worst winds are still a little ways away, but now we're solidly getting sustained to around 80 to 90 with gusts to about 110 a time.
Right. Okay, folks. So again, you can see it on social media. You can also see it streaming in the MyRadar app right now. That is meteorologist Matthew Capucci's live shot. Jack, unfortunately, it looks like it's frozen. Capucci, you still have me on the phone?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Man, we need to get Capucci a cell phone sponsor, because let's not say the carrier, because hashtag not a sponsor, but. Look, I mean, it's working in a landfalling Category 4 hurricane, as Colin brought on before, that ranks up there with some of the more destructive hurricanes to make landfall in the United States. We just heard from Will Cano just a moment ago that this storm is a fatal one, unfortunately. Yeah, let's hope that number doesn't tick up anymore. The storm is in the process of making landfall right now. It is a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 140 miles per hour. The folks, we are far from over at this point. This thing still has to work its way into Georgia, and it is hustling at 24 miles per hour, moving through the Florida Panhandle into southern Georgia. Atlanta is in the path into tomorrow as a weakening hurricane to a tropical storm. When all is said and done, Helene going to have quite a path. A little update for you on power outages. We're up to 875,000 customers that are without power in Florida. Capucci?
Sorry, got to 110.
Okay. Yeah, your camera is it's frozen on us here, but I still have you on the phone, so I'm going to keep you. 28,000.
It's only 522 kilobytes, so I can unplug and restart if we want, but I don't know how much use that's going to be at this point.
I don't know. Jack, would that be of any use to restart it?
No.
Yeah, figured. Hey, maybe, but no, Capucci, it's coming in and coming out. I can see the windshield. Yeah. I can see the windshield wipers going there.
You know, it's kind of funny. I have decent cell service right now in terms of talk, but I struggle to place a call in my apartment because I live about 3 blocks from the Pentagon, and there's so many jammers in my area that I can't even use my cell plan in my apartment.
That's funny. All right. So again, up on screen here, I can see on TikTok and that across our other platforms, we've got Jordan. There's Capucci's camera. Jack is switching back and forth to both of them. Again, big shout out to our live stream director, Jack Branco, who's running things behind the scenes there. Of course, Jack had to update me on the New York Giants score, which made me sad not too long ago. I don't want to know, Jack. Please don't send it again. But we
17-15 Cowboys.
Fantastic. All right. So we've got Hurricane Helene that is in the process of making landfall. Of course, the only authority that truly can determine landfall is, of course, the National Hurricane Center. If you see it from some other organization before that, then, you know, it is what it is. If you know, you know. Anyway, it looks like we have it kind of happening here, the process of landfall. I'm zooming in on the app here. Right here near Keaton Beach. You can see land is in the eye there. David, can you still hear me? David Ruglicki?
Yes, I can. I'm still here.
David, for a landfall to be officially called by the National Hurricane Center, what is the criteria?
I believe they try to find the dead center of the pressure minimum. So I think when that and it's the pressure minimum / the wind speed minimum, when that comes ashore, that's officially landfall. Because you've had cases where the eye wall, I believe it was like Matthew, raked the Florida coast, but you need that wind minimum to come ashore for official landfall. All right. Capucci, you still have us?
Yeah, somebody is texting me right now and says that I don't know who the 321 number is, so if I'm actually not sure who that is. Might be Andy, but in any case, I have minimal cell service.
Okay. I don't know who that be. Hang on one second. It is Andy. Stand by 1 second there, folks. Just going to mute myself. Let's see what Andy says. Give me 1 second here, folks. Yeah, it's good. It's Andy. Andy, if you're watching, Capucci has his satellite communicator, and we are.
Hey, Andy.
We are prepared in the event of losing cellular connectivity. But again, Jason, if you're watching, we gotta get Capucci a cell sponsor here, because seriously, we're in the middle of a landfalling hurricane, Category 4. I've got him on the phone, and we got his camera shot here. So, Jason, I'll leave that to you. And yes, that was Andy Capucci. So, Andy, he is safe.
If I may respond to him real quick, just because I'm having trouble sending text, but I can receive text.
He can hear you.
Enough. Awesome. Hey, Andy, thank you again so much for sending me down. Having a great time. Not getting a suntan. Anyway, with regard to the satellite phone, I got that set up. I think that should allow me to reach out. I haven't tested it yet in terms of sending anyone a text, but assuming that works and assuming I do lose cell service at some point, I will do everything in my power to send you all a message. If it doesn't come through, just assume that I had a tech issue, but but I did set it up. I made sure that before I left the hotel, it should be good to go. It is charged, so I will do everything in my power to send an update.
All right. Jason's watching too. Yeah, Jason, I mean, I don't want to say his provider on camera here, but I mean, you know, come on, hashtag not a sponsor. Again, for those of you that are just joining us, you are watching a live feed right now of meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Keyword there, meteorologist. This isn't just some dude that we sent into a hurricane. Capucci knows what he's doing. He is intercepting the eye of Hurricane Helene. Of course, it is a major hurricane. That's Cat 3 and above. Helene is a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 140 miles per hour. Capucci's in Perry, Florida, as you can see. You all right, Capucci?
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Just got a gust to about 115, almost 120. A mini swirl came through. So it appears like a smaller vortex on the inner eye wall. I'm getting crazy miniature swirls or tornado-like vortices. So just got a gust around 115, give or take. If you look, you can actually see I'm right at like the top of the eye wall, the northernmost part of the eye wall, which you can see on radar. If we're able to pull up the First Station radar, look right there. You can see how like the northern part of the eye wall almost looks a little bit ribbed. So those ribs are these crazy vortices that bring the extreme gusts and the erratic changes in wind direction. So that's what I'm going through right now. At present, it looks like I have probably another 20 to 25 minutes before I'm in the eye, but yeah.
Okay, hang on one second. All right, Andy is messaging me in Slack here, Capucci. I'm trying to do a couple things here at once. Yeah. Andy's just wants to check in, Capucci, and know if you're okay, basically.
Yep, I'm good. I'm managing to type up a text to him right now, but and again, for the folks at home, Andy is our boss. Andy is the one who not only invested in this live streaming equipment, but invested in giving you on-the-ground coverage, whether it be me in the field, Jordan Hall, our great team of meteorologists, Mike Linden, Erica Lopez, the amazing folks behind the scenes. Andy really does treat all the employees quite well. It's a great place to work. And ultimately, you know, the fact that he let me go down, position myself, and bring you folks this compelling imagery we get shows how much he cares about giving coverage in this sort of way and giving you the best information we can. So shout out to Andy for letting me come down, making this happen. And for the folks at home, we really do appreciate you watching. You know, we know you have so many choices to turn to when it comes to critical weather information. The fact that you trust us during your time of greatest weather need really does mean a lot to us. And if you have any feedback, any comments, things that we can do differently or better to best suit your needs, do let us know, because remember, we work for you. I say that as winds right now are gusting over about 110 at my location. It's almost like a blizzard, complete whiteout. It's like going through a car wash but being pressure washed by the wind. It really is quite amazing.
Capucci, question. Yeah, we're getting a question from social media here from, it's either Vima or Vima. Thank you, Will, for sending that to me. They're curious what happens when you're in the eye in the next 20 to 25 minutes here.
So in most cases, if it's a weaker hurricane, you know, the winds might get a little calm. Hopefully they drop down to zero. And you probably have some overcast, maybe a bit of mist. In the strongest hurricanes, you have the most downward motion. So there's so much upward motion in the eye wall that the air has to come down at some point somewhere. So it comes down in the eye and punches out a hollow core. And that's why you get, you know, a drop off in the winds and result gets, you know, sometimes clearing. You might even see clear skies. I'll be getting into in the next 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. And there is a chance that we might get, you know, clear skies. I'm not sure yet. Just based on radar, it looks to me to be a messy or a misty eye. And so we'll have to see. But y'all are going to be with me, hopefully, the next probably 20 minutes, assuming I don't lose cell too much. One thing that's really crazy, can we pull up correlation coefficient? I want to show something crazy to folks.
On it.
Okay, so let me know when correlation coefficient is up. Okay, so what y'all see on your screen right now, there's a lot of red, and then the eye is kind of blue. Is that how it's appearing on screen?
Yes.
Okay, so anyone at home, guess what the blue is? Those are actually birds caught in the eye. There is so much inward pull that birds can't escape, so they get sucked into the eye where they kind of float around and fly around for a little while. Sometimes they die out of exhaustion because they can't escape the inward pull and there's nowhere to land. So sometimes they literally fall out of the sky or get whipped about. Sometimes they survive. Sometimes they get carried very far distances and retransported. You know, during the hurricane of 1938, they had tropical birds that were found as far north as Maine and Nova Scotia. But what you're seeing right now, those are actually birds, believe it or not. I've noticed a subtle decrease in wind and then suddenly a big gust once again. So it looks like, oh, see, now I'm getting a big gust again. I'm closing in on the eye. I really think the next 10 to 15 minutes I should within the eye.
Yeah, we just got the latest update too from the National Hurricane Center.
Oh my gosh,
the 11 o'clock update.
It's already 11 o'clock. My gosh, time flies.
I know, it's gone by so fast.
Holy
watching
cow.
Capucci there.
Capucci, I'm just going to put you down for just a moment, okay? Give me 1 second, okay? We have Capucci up on camera. An update an update here from the National Hurricane Center. So it's 11 o'clock Eastern, 11:01 Eastern time right now. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Winds have come down a little bit to 138 miles per hour, indicative of the fact that it's starting to run into land, quite literally and figuratively. We have gusts of 161 miles per hour, a central pressure at 938 millibars, so that maintains, and the forward speed is 24 miles per hour. Also of note here, if you look at the course there, north-northeast 15 degrees. That was 25 a couple of hours ago, was 20 last hour. Now it's 15, so it's starting to really turn northward. So that means, as you guys can see from the track here, that it is effectively going exactly where the cone is showing it. In fact, maybe a little bit more to the east still. Capucci is very likely to intercept the eye of the storm here. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if we have a landfall called literally any minute now. Jack, if you pull up the iPad here, I've got it. I'm going to pause it here momentarily. That is the eye of the storm right there. I would say maybe, what David, 2/3 of the way there? A good third of the way there? I think any minute now we get an official landfall. What do you think, David?
I'm mashing the F5 on the Twitter feed right now. It feels like any minute now they're gonna call it.
Well, when they do, feel free anybody to jump in and interrupt. Capucci, we still have you?
Yep, and I'm noticing the winds are changing direction now. So I'm getting some of that mesovortex action on the inner eye wall. The winds have actually come down a little bit, and the rain is beginning to slacken. So I think I'm very close to getting into the eye. Looking at radar right now, it looks like I'm so close to being in the eye, but I know there are like 2 or 3 more little mesovortices to whip through, and then it'll probably be another 15 minutes before I'm actually in the middle of the eye. Yeah, like right now, the winds just gusted like crazy.
So I just heard, Jack, that Jordan Hall is in the waiting room. If we'd be able to get Jordan on the call as well, you tell me if that's possible at all. It could require at least somebody temporarily. He's not in there anymore? Okay. Okay. If we can try to get him in here, that would be great. So Capucci, you can see his shot here. I know you guys can see it on TikTok and across social media. He's in Perry, Florida, which if you guys are looking at the app there, the iPad, it is, I mean, Capucci any minute now should be in the eye of the storm, which is going to be really significant because if you're seeing his video here, number one, the video quality has improved, which, you know, we're almost there. And number two, watch how effectively quiet it's going to go. In theory, Capucci, if you can still hear me, in theory, again, you are an expert, right? You're not just some guy. In theory, you could go out into it in the parking lot. Oh, do we still have him? Capucci, can you hear me? All right, folks. We still have his shot. He is okay. We're waiting to grab him back on Zoom. Capucci,
hey, Mike. There's a gauge in Cedar Key that just reported its highest storm surge on record. 8 or 9 feet, I believe, is what the storm surge is at there, which is pretty far southeast from the storm. But that's the highest on record at that station. That's almost been there for 100 years. So pretty nuts to set a record like that with a long period of record.
For what it's worth, as Colin was just talking about, Cedar Key, that's pretty close to where Idalia made landfall just a year ago, right? So now 1 year later, a 100-year record falls. Pretty nuts to see that. For folks that are joining us here, we're at 3,500 people watching us on TikTok. I know there's quite a few others watching on our other various social media platforms. quite a lot on X as well and on YouTube. Welcome. My name is meteorologist Mike Linden. I am coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I am joined by the rest of the MyRadar Weather Team. Of course, we've got meteorologist Erica Lopez, digital content creators Will Cano and Colin McCarthy, and of course, tropical weather expert and director of meteorological research for MyRadar, Dr. David Ruglicki. Of course, we are tracking Hurricane Helene, a Category 4 hurricane that, I mean, any minute now, Jack, if you want to take the iPad here, any minute now we'll be making landfall, at least officially. I mean, I would say at this point, a good 50% of the eye is already over land. You can see it up on screen right now. Any minute now. So we've got, as you saw, a whole team of folks that are tracking things. Guys, feel free to jump in if I miss it and it officially comes down from the National Hurricane Center. I'm super curious to hear what's going on there. Of course, on your screen at the bottom there, we've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is in the storm center right now. I'm hoping that we would be able to get him back up on screen here sooner rather than later. We've got to the other side there, Jordan Hall, of course, one of our storm chasers that is also out in it. His shot is crazy too. Holy cow. Jordan is in Greenville, Florida. So both Jordan and Capucci are in the what's called the extreme wind warning. That was issued a little while ago by the National Weather Service. Of course, that is reserved for, of course, major hurricanes making landfall. Effectively, what that means is winds above 115 miles per hour, widespread. It's like being in a tornado that stretches across an entire county. Might I add as well, Jack, if you pull up the app here, just going to zoom out a little bit here. Like I told you, the power outages were going to start coming in pretty considerably. We're up to 885,000 customers without power across Florida, 31,000 in Georgia. That number's going to go way, way, way up as this thing makes works its way inland. You're already seeing power outages starting to pile up here across parts of southern Georgia. And remember, with winds like this and with a Category 2 hurricane, that's what the forecast is from the National Hurricane Center. In fact, guys, it looks like...
Mike, we also have like a confirmed tornado near Lake City.
Lake City, this one right here? Yeah,
yes.
So Erica, thank you very much for that. David, I want to pull you in to talk about that. Erica's talking about this confirmed tornado that's really close to the inner eye wall. Can you talk about the dynamics that are at play here? Of course, that is that right front quadrant where you see the occurrence of tornadoes.
Yeah, this close to the eye is unusual, and normally you'd only see it if the storm is tilting. And I know we talked about this before, but the fact that it's able to close off his eye wall indicates the storm is probably not tilting. And to get tornado formation in hurricanes, you need a very special kind of a local vertical wind shear of these rain bands. So yeah, this is a little unusual coming this close to the hurricane eye wall, Mike.
All right. So again, we got the whole crew here. Any minute now, we should have landfall. I'm a little surprised looking at the app feed there that they haven't called it just yet. Jack, if you want to also pull up the Storm Chasers feeds there and then leave the app there in the picture-in-picture, I'll leave this as it is because we need to see this. Again, Capucci shot improving. We don't have... Is he still in the Zoom, Jack? Yeah, I figured. I just saw somebody in the chat that's saying some other network called the landfall. Again, we're waiting from the National Hurricane Center. A lot of folks in the chat saying landfall. Again, it's got to come from the National Hurricane Center, folks. They are the authority in this sense. Anyone that's just calling it is it's not. So we need to wait from the National Hurricane Center to call.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, Will.
If I could chime in real quick, and if I could show my screen possibly, I know we got a lot going on, but something I'm sharing it in the hub right now.
Sure.
Basically, when it does come up, what I want to say is how close of a path this is to Hurricane Idalia from last year in 2023. So this right here is Perry. This is where Matthew Capucci currently is, and this is the current path of, or this is Idalia from last year, but is virtually the current path of Helene right now. And you can see that in the top left corner of your screen. If you're on the app with our live stream, it is truly almost an identical path at landfall. Just thought it was crazy how close that is. Same Keaton Beach area.
Thank you, Will. Again, for folks that are in the chat that are saying it's made land, the only authority that can officially determine landfall is the National Hurricane Center. These other media networks that are calling landfall, they do not have the authority to say that it has made land. David, who is joining us in the stream, used to work for the National Hurricane Center. They are the authority for tropical meteorology in the United States. I need to make that very, very clear. Any minute now, we should have landfall officially called from the National Hurricane Center. Someone said, does landfall mean it's almost over? I mean, one could argue it's just beginning at that point, because now it will work its way inland. Of course, the path has been updated to show the fact that it will be a weakening tropical cyclone, becoming a tropical storm, holding on to hurricane intensity on its way through Georgia, where, of course, it is pouring rain right now. Of course, a big time flash flood threat continues overnight. Of course, as Erica touched on, there is a confirmed tornado in Lake City, Florida. There are 3 tornado warnings up in Georgia and into South Carolina. There is a lot going on right now. We are clued in. Oh, there's Capucci on camera. Oh, we saw him for a second. You guys see that on the stream? Someone said, do you guys see who was walking? That's
Oh my gosh, is he outside?
He's outside, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, the eye is, I mean, if you...
He's
if
He
making
might be
my
close to the
picture.
eye.
He's
He
so
might be in the
close
eye.
to the eye of the storm. He is
Oh my
so
goodness.
close.
Oh my gosh.
Again, we've got a lot of people here watching on TikTok. There's meteorologist Matthew Capucci. You see him popping up on camera there. Again,
He's
thank
being
you so
blown
much.
away.
Thank you so much for joining us. If you've been watching here on TikTok, we've been streaming for a good while now. We really appreciate it. We're almost at 80,000 followers, guys, on TikTok, which is truly awesome. Thank you so much again for your support, guys. If you're enjoying the live stream, tap on the screen. Let us know that you're enjoying it. Show some support for us. We really, really appreciate it. And from everybody sending all of these roses and tiny dinies and whatnot, thank you very much. And I see all of you guys as well in on the other channels. We've got people on YouTube, Twitch. Someone on Twitch said inner Florida man is showing. That may be the comment of the night. That one, that's a good one. That's a good one. Leave it to Twitch to pop in on that. Someone said he's waiting on the birds. Oh, and then someone said there went the power. They're right. The backup generator, it seems like, of that gas station is flickering, because there's another vehicle there, probably another storm chaser. We've got storm chaser Jordan Hall up on camera as well. Both these guys are going to be momentarily in the eye of the storm. It should happen any minute now. Someone said, y'all, the birds have me messed up. Yeah, Capucci brought up a fairly grim fact about the storm. In fact, I'll pull it up real quick. We have to use the per station radar feature and go to correlation coefficient. As soon as it switches here, a lot of data coming in here. See that blue color in the eye of the storm? Those are birds that are trapped in the eye of the storm. Normally, you would see this, of course, cleared out. All that blue, those are birds that are trapped and are, you know, yeah, fun. All right, let's go back to Capucci here. He's in Perry, Florida, which is right here. You guys can see my crosshairs right on it. This is the eye of the storm. I am really shocked. Guys, has the Hurricane Center called this yet? Am I not missing something?
Not on Twitter, not on their website.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet.
Okay.
I keep watching.
We're still watching here. Again, thanks for everybody showing their support on social. We're almost at 4,000 viewers, guys, on TikTok concurrently. That is amazing. Yes, it is not officially called. The National Hurricane Center is the only authority in the United States to officially call landfall. Everyone else that's doing it, they're just doing it, okay? These other social media entities also name winter storms. You know. Anyway, looking at the power outages, by the way, we are up to 927,000 customers that are without power. It is a big amount of people, Jack. If you can just real quick switch to the app here. A lot of those people are right here in the Big Bend. A lot of them. We've got a lot of power outages down here near St. Petersburg, Florida. But these power outages, especially now as this thing comes ashore, is really going to be like dominoes, just falling on its way, moving through Georgia there. Again, 927,000 total customers in Georgia in Florida rather, 32,000 in Georgia, 12,000 in North Carolina, 5,000 in South Carolina. Jack, perfect. You're on it, man. You've got Capucci pulled up there. We saw him momentarily outside of his car. We talked to him last time when he was in the eye of Idalia. I would imagine any moment now we're going to be able to see the eye. Unfortunately, as you can see, it is quite late at night, so we're not going to be able to see the sky. In this instance, if it is truly cleared out, you'd be able to look up and see blue skies. Another thing that, David, I guess we're going to have to wait and see from the National Hurricane Center will be the video of the hurricane hunters flying through the eye. I'd have to imagine that we see the stadium effect in the center of the eye of a storm like this. Can you break down what that is to people, the stadium effect in the eye of a hurricane?
Sure. So we've talked about angular momentum. So what angular momentum is, it's the ice skater thing. So when ice skater starts rotating, his or her arms are way out there, and as the arms come in, the ice skater starts to spin up. Same principle applies to hurricane. It brings in air, in Helene's case, from quite literally hundreds of miles away and starts pulling it closer. Well, as it pulls that air closer, due to conservation of angular momentum, as the radius decreases, the velocity has to increase. Now, that's at the lowest levels. As it starts to go up, the velocity decreases. That's just how it is. It has to do with pressure gradients. So as the velocity decreases, your radius has to increase. So the air comes in at a given radius, and as it spins down, as it goes up, it has to exit the storm and the radius has to grow. So that's why you have a stadium effect. It is quite simply conservation of angular momentum, Mike.
David, thank you much for rocking with us, David. Appreciate it very, very much. Again, for those of you that are unaware, the gentleman you just saw on screen has a meteorological phenomena that he discovered that's named after him. He certainly knows what he's talking about when it comes to tropical meteorology. Again, for those of you that are just joining us, we are awaiting any moment now for the National Hurricane Center to officially declare landfall from Category 4 Hurricane Helene. You can see we've got the whole MyRadar meteorology team standing by, waiting for the official call. I mean, quite frankly, looking at it there, as you guys can see on the app, Jack, if you want to take it on the Apple TV there, I'm shocked they haven't called this yet. I mean, it's 60% over land. As David pointed out, they're waiting for that true central, the pressure low, where that effectively is in the storm. Of course, they've been dropping meteorological instrumentation in this thing for hours and hours now. It should be any minute.
Okay, it's confirmed.
Yeah, they called it.
Landfall in Florida.
There it is. All right, so let me pull it up
11:10.
here.
I think it says Eastern time, so it was about 10 minutes ago. I don't know if I just loaded it slow, but that's what they're saying.
Okay, I'm waiting to see it. I don't see it on their website. Is that where you're seeing it?
Yeah, I'm seeing it from, I think you have to refresh the website, the advisory. Yeah, so Helene makes landfall in Florida Big Bend. Made landfall to Category 4 hurricane in Florida Big Bend region at about 11:10 p.m. Eastern time, just south of the Chulia River. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. 10 miles southwest of Perry, Florida.
So right where Capucci is.
Sustained winds at 140. Yeah.
Capucci nailed it. Based on the data from the Air Force. Oh, there he is. Hang on one second. Let me take these AirPods off so we can talk to Capucci. Hang on one second. We didn't hear him for a moment. Amazingly enough, I see Capucci out there tweeting. So he's in the middle of a landfalling hurricane, and he's out here keeping everybody informed. Capucci, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So we officially have landfall, Capucci. It made landfall at 11:10, so roughly 10 minutes ago. Pretty much where you are, 10 miles west-southwest of Perry. According to the Air Force hurricane hunters, the maximum sustained winds, 140 miles per hour with minimum central pressure of 938. Jack, if we want to pull up Capucci and Jordan's cameras there. Capucci, what is it like? Your camera's coming in a lot clearer now. I would imagine that any moment now, we saw you, by the way, on camera. I would imagine any minute now you will be officially in the eye of the storm. What's it been like over the past 10 minutes for you? Oh man, we lost him. Poochie, you there? What'd you say, Jack? Okay, so man. All right, let me know if he comes back in. I'm gonna pop my headphones back in. So guys, that's meteorologist Matthew Capucci. He is, if you guys can see the iPad here, he's in Perry. He's in the eye of the storm right now. So David, for those that are watching at home, what does it mean to be in the eye of the hurricane? Of course, you can see the eye wall winds surrounding it. Those are, of course, the most vicious of the winds. But what is it like in the eye? Folks that are saying, let him talk when he calls back. The moment I hear him, you guys will hear him too. David, what's it like being in the eye of a hurricane?
Well, the pressure is going to be really low. It's going to be at like being at a couple thousand feet above sea level. Your ears might pop a little bit, but it's going to be dead calm. Now, I don't know if he's going to be able, well, obviously it's nighttime, but we have things, the hub clouds and the birds, those poor birds. But you're going to be looking at light winds, maybe a little drizzle, if anything like that, and very, very low pressures. So that's what he should be getting into. Now, of course, when the eye wall comes across, he's going to have to worry about winds in a completely opposite direction and probably have to reorient the truck, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, any moment now. I wonder what he's going to do. People saying some crazy stuff in TikTok. Poochie is fine. We see him on camera. Of course, there's Jordan Hall as well. I'd love to be able to get Jordan on camera in the Zoom, Jack, if we'd be able to. I know Colin and Will, both of you guys might have to get going here soon. Again, thank you to the both of you for being a part of the coverage. Again, for folks watching, Colin and Will have been working with us over the summer. Of course, it's the fall now. My gosh, it's almost October. And both these guys have produced a lot of amazing content. So if you're watching on TikTok or Instagram or all of our platforms, be sure to look out for these guys. I can't even get my fingers right. But you see Colin and Will there. Be sure to check out some of the great content that they have produced. And, of course, more coming from those guys. So Colin, Will, feel free to drop out whenever you guys have to go. Thank you very much for being a part of the coverage. The moment that we have meteorologist Capucci back, we will get him up on camera. For those of you that I see a lot of questions coming in on social media, people asking, is there a recording of this, particularly that on TikTok? You'll be able to see this live stream in the app. I guess, Jack, this may be one of the longer videos that we upload to the app, so this will be a fun upload. But that'll be up in the app, and of course, you'll also be able to look at a VOD on YouTube as well. We went through some intermittent internet connectivity problems before, but Jack, I think that largely this is going to be the one, so to speak, there on YouTube. We have so many people watching us on Twitch as well. What up, Twitch? Thank you very much for joining us. Again, if you guys have any questions for the crew, feel free to get those questions in. We are awaiting to see if we can get Jordan Hall on the phone. I guess, Jack, if you might be able to reach out to him and see if we can pull Jordan into the stream. Of course, we're looking at his camera feed here, and then we see Capucci in the corner. I'm going to try. Capucci, can you hear me? He probably can hear us, but we can't hear him. Hey, Mel on Twitch. Pretty sure we sent you some swag, right? I think so. That's the person who leaving that comment. All right. You did. All right. Salute. Hope you dig the shirt here. All right. Yeah, so it is officially made landfall. So yeah, let's bring it back to the top. Jack, you can leave the shot up. What's going on, everybody? My name is meteorologist Mike Linden. I'm coming at you live through the power of the internet from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, I am joined by the rest of the meteorological crew here at MyRadar. Tropical weather expert and director of meteorological research, Dr. David Ruglicki, who is coming to us live from Lakeland. We've got meteorologist Erica Lopez. Of course, you can find her on the MyRadar account and on MyRadar Espanol. And of course, over here is digital content creator Colin McCarthy. You may know him as U.S. Stormwatch, famous for being stitched by Billie Eilish, Trevor Wallace, and the Kardashians. So Colin is very viral on weather Twitter and on social media. That is the squad. Of course, we are, watching Hurricane Helene, which has officially, as of 11:10 Eastern Daylight Time, made landfall in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane, winds at 140 miles per hour with a minimum central pressure of 938 millibars. David, I want to ask you, what of those numbers that I just called out, 140 miles per hour winds, 938 millibar central pressure, what stands out to you most about this storm?
It's the 938. And there was a study done by Phil Klotzbach and Michael Bell and a handful of other scientists too, where they talked about damage, like landfall damage associated with storms. And they found that there wasn't a great relationship between maximum wind speed and damage caused by the storm. They found that pressure was a much greater indicator because pressure is essentially a three-dimensional integral. It takes in a lot more information about the structure of the storm. Sandy, for example, was barely 60 miles per hour at maximum wind, but how much damage did Sandy do, right? So I think that's the really big thing going on here, is that the pressure is a little bit lower than what you'd expect for these wind speeds. It's just that this storm is so massive, and we'll see what the light of day brings with what things are going to look like after the storm races on through, Mike.
David, the National Hurricane Center was forecasting upwards of 20 feet of storm surge. Jack, did you just say that we have Jordan? Hey, Jordan, can you hear me?
You got me?
Yes, we have you. We're looking at your camera feed here too, Jordan. How you doing?
Good. We're starting to get hurricane conditions here in Madison. Sorry, not Madisonville. Madison.
Okay, so I'm going to pull it up here in the app. Madison, Florida. I'm just going to see where that is. So Jordan, yeah, you're way more inland. Wow. I mean, we saw you driving. Capucci, by the way, is in the eye of the storm right now in Perry, by the way.
How did it go? How did it go in Perry?
Well, I mean, the folks that are watching here on social media certainly had a good time. Capucci got out of his car not too long ago, and we saw him in the headlights. He was concerned about the vehicle flipping over. But for you, man, boy, that rain is coming through heavy. How are you doing, Jordan?
We're good. The power just went out here. Got that on camera. But these, we're just now starting to get into these hurricane force winds, and it really shouldn't be too far off of what Perry was just getting with how fast this thing was coming in.
So for those of you that can see the iPad here, you can't see it on TikTok here, but Jordan is effectively, if you guys were watching Capucci when the eye of the storm was coming his way, we've got part 2 here coming with Jordan. It is pushing its way northward as we speak right now. Jordan, this is boy, your shot is nuts here. Did you see any of the storm surge as you were driving away?
No storm surge that I was able to see.
Okay. We've got a lot of people that are asking on. A lot of people asking. Oh, someone on Twitch just said you guys are my go-to app. Didn't know you were in Orlando. If you purchase some swag, go to myradar.com. You can see the link to our store there. Use promo code FALL10 to save 10% on your entire order. Good stuff. Jordan, let's. The comments on TikTok are crazy, man. So Jordan, I guess we can't hear what it sounds like. Do we have audio, Jack, coming from Jordan's camera streaming?
Yeah, you're gonna hear yourself talking.
That's okay.
Here, I'll go off speaker.
I'm just curious to see if we can hear it.
That's okay.
Yeah, I hear the echo.
Here it is. Here we go. Here's our hurricane force winds coming in. Oh yeah. Here it is. Here we go.
I hear Capucci. I hear Capucci.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Jordan, if you want to come, all right, hang on, Capucci. All right, Capucci, I got you.
Yeah, I'm seeing lightning flashes inside the eye. It's amazing. It's almost calm here. I don't see the effects, but there's less cloud cover. There's a bit of mist, but then the whole sky gets illuminated by lightning strikes in the eye elsewhere. It is so bizarre.
Jack, if you want to take Capucci's camera in full here, Capucci, we saw you get out of your car. Jordan is north of you. He's in Madison, Florida, so he's getting the eye wall right now. We've got Jordan up on the screen as well. Jack, if there's any way you can get it up on TikTok too, that would be awesome. Capucci, I see your shot. Boy, I mean, it just looks incredibly still.
That would be awesome. Capucci, yeah. I mean, I went down and I caught a couple frogs because there are frogs everywhere on the road.
Incredibly
still. Obviously, power's out, but to see the whole sky become illuminated by lightning strikes, it is just such a weird thing, considering A, you rarely get lightning strikes in the eye wall of tropical cyclones unless they're incredibly strong, but B, you know, to get these blue flashes, it's just mystical.
People are saying echo.
Try from me.
Okay, Jordan, yeah, if you can.
I'm gonna hang up. It's about to get crazy, so.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on things. Sorry about that, folks. Did he say frogs? Yes, he said frogs. Capucci rescues frogs in hurricanes. This is not his first time. Capucci,
all right, guys.
Is there any way you'd be able to come in front of the vehicle with the headlights so you can wave to the people?
Yeah, did you all see that lightning strike?
No.
No, let me actually shut my light. I'm running back. I'm going to shut my light, and we'll hopefully be able to see. Hang on one sec.
Okay.
Well, actually, first I guess we need the lights to see me.
People are saying put Jordan back up. We've got Jordan shot too. Jack, is there any way you can pull it up here that goes out to TikTok as well? Okay, he's working on it, folks. I think I just saw a wild Capucci walk in front of the camera there. Stand by.
Do a cartwheel?
Hey, there he is.
Oh, here I am. Yeah, so I know you guys can, some audio coming over the phone, but
you're blocked by the picture-in-picture. If you can just move a little bit to your it'd be your right.
Anyway.
Maybe I told him the wrong way, unless the camera is super delayed.
Let me go left.
I do not see Capucci. Oh, I see a light.
That's off their lowers, but that's good.
Hey, there's Capucci.
Oh, hey everyone. So you guys hear, obviously you hear my audio through the phone, and then you're seeing me a little bit delayed on the camera. But yeah, we're getting lightning strikes in the eye right now. It's so weird to see the edge of the eye illuminated. There are birds flying everywhere above me. It's so trippy to look up and just see birds and bats and all sorts of whatever else in the eye. Like I can see there's stuff flying above me right now, which is so cool. There are frogs all over the place as well, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, it's calm. All you hear are crickets. It is peaceful. You would never know that barely an hour ago, we got significant winds. We got hellacious conditions reminiscent of a tornado. And what I'm most amazed by is the fact that you guys can still hear me right now. I've just lost outer shot for a second. I'm getting everybody a present. Wait for it.
Oh, man.
Okay, so I'm jogging back. It'll take a second for y'all to see. Hang on a sec. Stay with me. It'll be delayed on the Zoom, or delayed on the thing. You guys can still see my video, right?
Yes.
Okay. How are we going to do this? Let me know when you see my thing. It'll take a sec. But it goes to show you all the friends you can make in tropical cyclones.
All right, so for those of you that are just joining us here,
away from getting absolutely
oh my gosh,
here, guys, it's coming in.
Yeah, what?
Oh my gosh.
So this is my new friend. Every time I'm in the eye of a hurricane, I make a new friend, and yeah.
All right, so for those of you that are
how you even caught that? That is I'm
skilled.
All right, so Capucci's in the eye of the hurricane there. Meanwhile, Jordan is north of Capucci. He is in Madison, Florida. The eye of the storm working its way toward Jordan next. You can see he's kind of going from gas station to gas station. Capucci's priceless, needless to say. Yes, he saved the frog. Kermit Capucci. Man, the chat is pretty wild right now, Capucci, on TikTok. Let me look over at the other social media platforms.
Can y'all hear him?
The frog?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, he's broken.
How are you holding a frog in the middle of a hurricane?
Trying to jump away, and now, where'd you go? No, get back up here. How am I supposed to get you now? No, do not go down there. Freddy, get back here. Bad Freddy. Gotcha. Bugger.
So, Capucci, I mean, obviously a little bit of levity in the moment here. Why are you seeing all those animals coming out right now with the eye over you?
You hear him? Wait for it. There he is.
I heard him.
Oh, who's a good little froggy?
Somebody said in the comments, the frog is having the weirdest day of his life. Oh my gosh.
I'm taking a selfie.
Nuts.
Frog, I did not say you could go there.
Are you gonna name the frog Helene now?
Someone said most wholesome hurricane coverage. Yeah, this is not Capucci's first rodeo here. He was at Disney World recently catching lizards. I mean, he's a friend to all
He's
amphibians.
always catching. He will always have something, a live animal in his hand somehow, especially when he's in Florida.
All right.
I love catching the geckos.
Can we pull up Jordan? Yeah, let's look at Jordan's feed too. So Jordan, again, for folks, is in Madison, Florida. This is north of where Capucci is. Probably going to be difficult to run out and grab some frogs in this. Jordan, of course, in his vehicle. He is more inland as the storm continues to work its way toward Jordan. So again, Capucci, if you guys can see the iPad version of the app, Capucci's effectively in the dead center of the eye right now, near the Perry Foley Airport, whereas Jordan is right up here along that looks like Interstate 10 in Madison. So Jordan is dealing with the eye wall winds right now, pushing inland, and only a matter of time until he is also in the eye of the storm. It is, by the way, 11:38 Eastern Daylight Time. About 28 minutes ago, officially, we did have landfall from the National Hurricane Center. Helene making landfall as a Category 4 hurricane with winds at, what was the number, guys? Was it $140 or 138?
140.
140.
It was 140. Okay, 140 miles per hour with a central pressure of 938 millibars. I see a lot of folks here. These comments are crazy on social media about Capucci and his newfound friend. Oh my gosh, totally nuts. Man, I'm at a loss for words, really, with some of these comments. I appreciate all of you in the chat here. Of course, Capucci cannot read your comments. He's probably going to have to go back and look at some of the replay of some of these when all is said and done. I'd like to remind folks, though, and I'm sure Capucci would also remind you guys, that being in the center of the storm means there's more storm coming, right? Like, you still have the entire backside of the storm here. So it's all fun and light now, but there's the backside of the eye wall coming here. One thing I will say, David, there's that dry slot that really is still there and is very persistent. Do you think that could have any impact on the rear eye wall winds coming ashore toward Capucci?
If anything, they'll make them more consistent, because normally when you have rain bands, that's where you get like the downdrafts and the updrafts and the inflow and all that kind of stuff. So if anything, it might be a little lighter. It would just probably make things a little bit more consistent as opposed to some of the rain bands that we saw before the eye wall hit them earlier before, Mike.
I'm seeing some comments coming in, people saying we lost the Facebook feed. On my end, it looks like it's still up. Jack, if you want to just double check that. To me, it looks like it's still up. It might have just been an isolated incident here. again, we appreciate all of the folks that are watching us right now. I still hear Capucci. I put him down for just a moment here. We're watching Jordan's. We're watching Jordan stream right now. He's in Madison, Florida, and boy, has business picked up for Jordan here. Again, Jordan is now. He's dealing with the strongest winds right now. Of course, the storm is pushing inland. You guys can see on the iPad app there, he is effectively in the inner eye wall winds right now, whereas Capucci is, of course, in the eye of the storm. Capucci about 10 miles away from landfall, which was, pretty good meteorologing there, Capucci, to find that spot. Capucci is driving. Capucci, where are you going?
Go back to Perry. I figure, since I rode at the first part in a gas station, I'm going to see if I can get back down. It's only about 5 miles away. There are, a lot of trees, a lot of tree debris, but I'm surprised the road looks this good, to be honest. I've seen, obviously in the periphery, a bunch of trees that have been down, and I'm turning off my high beams for just a second so that vehicle can pass me, but really, I'm thoroughly impressed that the road looks this good and hasn't been made impassable yet. Of course, I've only been driving in this road for about a half mile or so. I have like 5-ish more to go into town, but yeah, I'm pretty impressed.
Please,
Florida has decent infrastructure.
Please tell me that the frog is not in the car with you.
No, I didn't take him. I wanted to.
Good.
I need more friends, and whether they need to be frogs or people, beggars can't be choosers.
Good. All right. I'm going to put Capucci down again.
Second, illuminating the horizon. It's amazing to see lightning like that.
Are we able to pull Capucci in? Like, Capucci, are you able to join the Zoom instead of calling in? Are you able to connect via Zoom?
No, I've tried to even send like a text message and nothing's going through right now.
Gotcha.
Oh, there is a. Are you still able to see my stream now?
The video feed actually is it is down.
Oh, I was gonna say there's a giant tree down in front of me.
Jack, can we pull Jordan back up here? Jordan, Capucci's is popping back in, but let's take Jordan in full here, Jack. Jordan's stream is crazy. Of course, Jordan is in Madison. Hang on, Capucci, I'm just gonna put you down here for a second. By the way, big shout out to Dr. David Ruglicki. He had to jump. So David, thank you very much. If you are watching the stream still, again, we have been streaming now for, about 9.5 hours, if not longer than that. I think we started at like 2 o'clock, if not just after. So big shout out to Erica. Erica's still here with me here. We are the final two, Erica. And of course, Capucci and Jordan out in the field here.
Oh, I didn't realize everybody left. I think I was distracted by Capucci.
Oh, and of course, Jack. Come on now, Jack.
Jack.
Forget it. Okay, Capucci, for the record, you're not on the stream. Hey, big shout out for holy cow, what was that? Nana giving us some crazy gift there on TikTok. Thank you so much. There's still 3,000 of you in here. Big shout out. Thank you so much for watching. We, as you guys can see, we're watching Jordan Hall's feed here. He is, if you can see, he's in the eye wall winds here. So Jordan is dealing with the brunt of it. I would love to be able, Jack, if we can get Jordan back in to the Zoom, that would be awesome. For those of you that are just joining us right now, of course, Hurricane Helene made landfall as a major hurricane, Category 4 intensity with winds at 140 miles per hour. Landfall came at 11:10 Eastern time. We've crossed 80,000 followers on TikTok. Thank you so much to all of you that are watching. I mean, again, there's 3,000 of you in here. If you were able to, or rather, hang on. If you are able to follow us here, that would push that number up considerably to all of you that are in here. Of course, we really appreciate the support. And of course, if you follow us, that way you'll know whenever we drop a new TikTok or whenever we're live as well, which we intend on doing more of here with this brand new streaming setup, which has been working very, very well. Shout out to Jack behind the scenes. We haven't put Jack up on camera in a second. Throw Jack up on the I'm asking. Jack's the one doing it. Jack, if you want to pop yourself up on screen there, that'd be great. Jack is, I think, standing up, trying to stretch his legs. There's Jack. Shout out to Jack for making this all look good and sound good. And, of course, Mauricio as well. Mauricio's been rocking with us. His first hurricane with MyRadar. And what a hurricane to be with us, Mauricio. So big shout out to you two as well. Again, we're about to hit 81,000 followers on TikTok. We're at 400,000 likes. Again, if you guys would be so kind as to tap on the screen, let us know that you're digging the coverage. That way we'll do more of this. That would be great. People said, let us see Jack. Yeah, you didn't show Jack. You didn't show TikTok to you, unless you want to remain completely mysterious on TikTok. Again, you're looking at. We're looking at Storm Chaser Jordan Hall here in Madison, Florida. Jordan is in the eye wall here, so dealing with the strongest winds. Capucci, of course, is in the eye of the storm. You can see his shot up there streaming as well. It is, I mean, Capucci's shot is just him driving down a road. You would have no idea that he is in the center of a in the center of a Category 4 monster hurricane that happens to be 400 miles wide. Might I add as well, folks, the night is far from over for people that live in Georgia. The storm is going to work its way into southern Georgia on its way toward Atlanta into the afternoon tomorrow. Of course, if you are unaware, one of the busiest airports on the planet is in Atlanta, and that is likely going to lead to many travel delays. The city, by the way, under a tropical storm warning. That is very rare. Atlanta not often dealing with conditions like this. The reason for that being is that Helene is pushing ashore so fast, and it's, despite now kind of exiting the Gulf of Mexico, just based on how fast it's moving and how large it is going to maintain its intensity for quite a few miles inland. Of course, that is going to lead to numerous power outages. We are now over 1 million. I can hear Capucci here in my. We'll bring him back up on the stream in a moment. We are up and over 1 million customers without power across Florida. Georgia, a big leap. It was at 39,000 about 20 minutes ago. It is now up to 54,000 customers that are without power. North Carolina at 12,000. Virginia now at 7,000. And South Carolina at 6,100. So that is a lot of people without power across the southeastern United States. What'd you say, Capucci? We can't see it on your camera feed, though, unfortunately. So Capucci's saying that he can see clear skies. Obviously, it's quite difficult to see here on his shot, but we got to take his word for it. Again, if Capucci, if you could take a picture, and I guess try to share it on social media, we might be able to see it there. But we're going to
Mike, they've also extended the extreme wind warning into Georgia. I think that's, I don't think that was included in the initial extreme wind warning. So parts of Georgia now, Valdosta, one of the cities in that extreme wind warning.
And Thomasville, yes, as well. Erica, thank you for that. That extends for another 2 hours for Lowndes County, Thomas County, and Brooks County. That's until 2 o'clock in the morning. That's, of course, Eastern time. The extreme wind warning, I'm going to have to turn a lot of layers off here. There is a lot going on right now. If we turn it off, it's right here, folks. You can see on the Windows app that I'm using right here. That is the extreme wind warning. As Erica mentioned, you can see that it has been extended into parts of southern Georgia, meaning that it is effectively like being in a tornado, one of which that stretches across the entire area. And that is, of course, due to a Category 4 hurricane that is just flying inland. It is traveling at 24 miles per hour right now. So it didn't reach 25, but gosh, I mean, 24 miles per hour for something that's 400 miles wide is fairly impressive here. Of course, Capucci is in the eye of the storm down there in Perry. You can see his camera up on the screen. And then, of course, let's bring it back to Jordan Hall here, who's in Madison, Florida. So he is still in that extreme wind warning. Jordan is actually about to be in the eye of the storm here momentarily. So things, as we've seen on Capucci's camera, is going to start quieting down here soon. Is that Jordan in the stream that we hear? Jordan, can you hear me? Oh, it's just the audio from his camera. Okay. Oh, cool. No, that's okay. We're not able to hear very much as it is, and I think the people can see what's going down here. Folks, thank you very much for riding with us. Of course, we know that it's very late at night, and we appreciate all of your support very, very much. Again, whether it's on TikTok or whether it's on various other social media platforms, it's been a record day for us on Twitch as well. Holy cow, on X as well. There are a lot of people watching on X. What's up, everybody? Isn't it weird that it's called X now? Anyway, moving on, we've got a lot of people watching on Facebook too. And of course, in the app as well. Jack, if you can let me know on Slack how many people are watching in the app. I'm just curious. Again, we've been streaming now since the afternoon. Erica and I, and of course, Jack and Mauricio here as well. And big shout out to the rest of the MyRadar team that's been rocking with us. Jack, thank you very much. So shout out to all these people that are here riding it out. Chris on Facebook asks, are the winds decreasing? Right now, the winds are at 140 miles per hour. So no, those winds are still rocking strong. Hey, big shout out to Aubrey on YouTube for the super chat. Thank you so much. I've lived in Tennessee my whole life and don't remember ever having a tropical storm warning. How rare is that? What should we expect as it moves past Georgia? Aubrey, again, thank you very much for that super chat. Yes, it is quite rare to see a tropical storm warning that far northward. In fact, if I zoom out, you guys can see the whole path here in the app. Jack, let me switch to high def here. You can see here that by tomorrow evening, Helene will be over Atlanta as a tropical storm. The reason why you're seeing it maintain its strength like that is because of how fast it is moving. It's very large, and it is like being shot out of a cannon right now, moving forward at 24 miles per hour. For you up in Tennessee, Aubrey, what can you expect to see? Well, at that point, it will be weakening. If you live near like Chattanooga and into like Knoxville, you might see some of those outside bands as it's weakening. Bring a lot of course, heavy rain and tropical storm force winds above 39 miles per hour. But all told, yeah, it is a very rare event for you to see tropical storm force winds. You can notice up here, the D up here into Kentucky. That's where this thing is going to effectively putter out and eventually dissipate, becoming a tropical depression, and then eventually a post-tropical depression there over Kentucky. But there's still a lot of life in this thing as it works its way north and westward, interestingly enough. And that is going to, of course, bring with it a lot of rain. Aubrey, it's likely raining over you right now in Tennessee. In fact, I know it is, looking at the radar here. So there's a lot more rain coming and a lot stronger wind. So certainly something to keep an eye on. Shout out to someone on Twitch, says, I'm in California and this is fascinating. Hey, you guys had Hillary last year. Shout out to Castleberry, Florida. That's right down the road from us, man. In Maryland, apologies, ma'am. We're here in Orlando. What else we got here? There's so many questions here rolling in, Erica. I see Jordan's camera here. It looks like things are quieting down. Again, Jordan is in Madison. Almost said Kentucky. I used to live in Kentucky. There's a Madison County. Anywho, Jordan is almost in the eye of the storm there in Madison. And then Capucci. Capucci, can you still hear me? All right, let me take off my AirPods so the folks can hear from Capucci. We got people asking on TikTok where he is. Stand by. I've got to bring him up on the phone here, guys, because the cell service is pretty rough where he is. Capucci, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right, so people are excited to hear your voice again on TikTok. You want to now? Of course, it's tough to see what's on your camera right now. It's pretty dark here, but Capucci, where are you right now?
I'm near Perry. I'm in the eye, and I'm still seeing lightning strikes all over the place, which is so cool. There's a mesovortex that's trying to get me, so I'm actually going to, I'll turn my lights on. I'm going to move back. This button does lights. This button does lights. Nice. It's a windy backside of the eye, so I'm going to try to go east towards a place called Mayo, and I'll probably have to contend with the back eye wall, but I'm actually going to try, if the roads are all right, because there are no hotels anywhere around here, I'm going to try to start making my way back towards, I don't know, Gainesville, maybe Orlando. I don't know if that's feasible, but because there's no place to really stay around here. And yeah, I mean, I'm still seeing lightning strikes all over the eye wall, which is amazing to see from inside the eye. It was much calmer earlier on. Now we're getting wind once again. I'm a little bit wary of falling trees. So far, I haven't really seen much in the way of trees or wires in the road. There have been a couple times I've had to go around trees, but, all told, not bad for a Category 3, Category 4 impact. I'm very intrigued. I'm wondering if the eye wall was worse. Y'all saw, I definitely got some nasty winds where I was, and probably gusts around 115, maybe approaching 120 at times, to the point where the truck was definitely shaking back and forth. But even right now, the roadway looks decent. To my right, obviously, a bit of structural damage. We're going to be coming into the town of Perry. So if my shot is still up, wow.
We gotcha.
It says in broadcast here, 5,300 kilobytes per second. Oh, my gosh.
Whoa, wait, hang on one second, Capucci. Jack, take Jordan's shot in full here. All right, so we're looking at Storm Chaser Jordan Hall's feed here, and we're looking at some part of a roof, like the soffits of the roof that look like they're about to rip off of this outbuilding next to this gas station. Just hang on one second here, Capucci. This is in Madison County. These are the worst of the winds in the storm. Holy cow, Jordan's stream is nuts here, Capucci. Hang on one second. Jordan is... These are the winds that Capucci was feeling not too long ago, 140 mile per hour winds. You can see a lot, of course, bumping around there. Any moment now, Jordan it's going to go from this to completely calm. Very, very nuts to see. We're going to keep it right here. I see a lot of folks, of course, watching on social media. You guys on TikTok should be able to see Jordan here. Yes, Jordan is okay. This is certainly not his first rodeo as well. But yeah, it looks like that building has taken some kind of damage. Right, Erica? It doesn't seem like those are signs or anything that are hanging down, right?
Yeah, those are definitely something.
Yeah, like the soffits,
yeah.
the soffits on the underside of the roof there. So we'll keep it right here, Jack. Capucci, it looks like, is coming up to some damage on the roadway actually too. Jack, let's pull that up. Oh no, Capucci's driving away. Either way, yeah, let's. Okay, keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing, because we're watching Jordan here. Jordan's camera's crazy. Man, look at the. Can you guys see the traffic lights on the stream there on the right-hand side of the screen? Woo! They are holding on. This is it, folks. This is the strongest wind of the storm that Capucci felt not long ago. 140 mile per hour winds. We're seeing part of the soffits rip off. There it goes on the stream.
Wow.
Tearing right off. All right. I mean, listen, folks, if there's one thing about building codes in Florida, they have absolutely improved over years. I mean, of course, Hurricane Andrew kind of rewriting the way you build buildings in Florida. Jack, take that in full on the stream here. Perfect. Yeah, Jordan's stream is crazy. Now, it looks like his vehicle just moved up a little bit. Hopefully that wasn't the wind that was pushing him there. Oh, he's backing up. All right, so I'm providing some live commentary here to Jordan's vehicle. I mean, if y'all are not digging this, man, if this doesn't earn us a follow on TikTok, I'll pop it up on the screen. I don't know what will. This is wild here. Of course, big shout out to Starlink. I know Jordan is using Starlink to stream his shot, and it's been great. Of course, what am I saying here? Hashtag not a sponsor. Oh, they got a free plug there. Shout out. All right, so we're going to keep it right here. Just moments ago, I'm sure you guys saw part of the soffits of that roof flew off. So that thing is gone, wherever that went. We're going to keep it here on Jordan, although it looks like Actually, Jack, if you want to pull up the Apple TV here momentarily, there is a kind of dry slot of the eye, like the greenish, right here, that Jordan is entering into right now. So it's not the eye, but it's some drier air within the eye. In fact, if I widen things out as well, you'll see that the eye is quite large. You got to wait for the data to come in here. There it is. So Jordan is now entering the eye of the storm. Pull up Jordan again there, Jack. So again, I want you guys to watch how it goes from, I mean, this, you know, 100, oh, there's some debris in the roadway there. We're almost at 4,000 viewers on TikTok too concurrently. Shout out to you guys, man. And shout out to Capucci and Jordan for providing these visuals.
Big
Again,
tree
Jordan
branch
is
there.
in the worst
There
of
it
the
goes.
winds.
Down
This
the road
is
it goes.
the inner eye wall of the hurricane, right? 140-mile-per-hour winds, and it's going to go from this to what you're seeing on Capucci's camera here, which is nothing, right? It's a very strange sight. And then I would love to be able, Jack, if we can get Jordan up on camera. By the way, happy Friday, everybody on the East Coast. Just crossed over midnight.
Oh, there's that was
I know I had to put Capucci down here for a second, but boy, Capucci, a lot of folks in Florida offering up a room to you tonight.
Even though it's charging, it's all right. There we go. It got down real low because I know I had the core that you gave me was struggling, but yeah, I used another core and it seems to be doing the trick right now. So hopefully we'll obtain a shot. You missed it moments ago. I could see the whole inner edge of the eye wall.
Look at these sporadic gusts.
Illuminated. It's so cool to see.
So we've got Capucci up on Capucci. I'm going to put you down here again for a second. We're watching Jordan here. Again, we're keeping an eye on the soffits there of that roof there that have already ripped off. Of course, you can see the traffic lights in the distance there blowing around like crazy. We've seen a lot of debris fly through the roadway here. Largely, again, the building is intact. Remember, Hurricane Andrew kind of rewrote the way you build buildings and the building code in Florida. Again, Jordan is entering the eye of the storm momentarily. So we're going to see things starting to calm down a little bit here. And of course, all of this video will be available for you guys to see on social media. We just crossed 4,000 concurrent viewers on TikTok. Shout out to you guys, man. This is, I mean, we're already up, Eric, at 500,000 likes, 322,000 views. Again, shout out to you guys
That's awesome.
for the support.
Yay, thank you.
Oh my God,
Thank you
another subscriber? We got 2 subscribers over the past 15 minutes. I didn't even know we have subscriptions active. Thank you very much for the support, guys. We want to do more of these, and of course, I see all y'all on X. Again, so silly it's called that now. It's such a good thing with the name Twitter, but it is what it is. Shout out to X, Facebook, Twitch. This is our biggest night on Twitch by far. We just kind of have used that as a platform to stream to, but I guess we need to start doing more. Looks like Jordan is thinking about moving here. You guys can see Jordan.
Just trying to broadside myself.
He is in Madison, Florida. Of course, entering the eye of the storm momentarily. We're going to see things.
So if anything does end up hitting the car, it's going to hit the corner or sideswipe it.
Oh my gosh, Jason, you're so right.
Sucks, this thing took this is a hard right turn.
I gotta mention this while we have all of you people here. If you go to myradar.com right now at the very top of the page, you can.
Hello.
Do you want to do this? Do you want to go chasing with Jordan or with Capucci? Well, you can enter to. I can't believe I haven't mentioned this at all today. But good news where we have all these people on TikTok. If you go to myradar.com and right at the top, you'll see the means to enter the Storm Chaser contest. Do you want to go storm chasing with Capucci next spring? Well, you can win. You and a friend. 2 folks get to go chasing with Capucci. We will pay for your hotels and your airfare to fly out and to chase with Capucci for an entire week. Of course, course, we can't guarantee that you'll see anything, but we will certainly try our best. So if you want to ride effectively shotgun with meteorologist Matthew Cappucci and Storm Chased, go to myradar.com right now. I can't believe, Erica, that I have not mentioned this at all today. Jack, you leave his camera up here. I'm gonna pull it up here on my web browser. All right, Jack, take my web browser for just a second here. I want to show folks that are watching us. We got 4,300 people on TikTok. Jack, yeah, if you can take the web browser, keep
my GoPro quit
again,
recording.
I'll show you guys how to do it. Right here up at the top, myradar.com. You can see enter the Storm Chaser giveaway.
And it was right
Click
when a
sign
good
up
gust was
today,
hitting too.
and here you go. We're gonna announce the winner on December 15th. So there is still time for you to enter.
It might
again, we're gonna pay for your airfare to fly out and be with Cappucci. Apologies, it's up to 5 nights that we will fully cover. We'll cover your hotels and everything that comes with it, and you will get a chance to chase tornadoes with meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. Cappucci, I've got you up on. I've got you up here on the Zoom. And anything you want to say about the Storm Chaser contest that we're running?
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. You know, realistically, if you're looking for an exhilarating storm chase,
there we go.
I want to say those are a more fun, scientifically chased than hurricanes, but tornadoes tend to be rather small, and so there's a chance that you might see a tornado that's only in a field and doesn't even impact people, and those are the best, because when that happens, you can enjoy it without having to worry about people being impacted. And so that's why I say, you know, hurricanes, you're trying to navigate a disaster area. That's not a chase that you do for, I don't say recreation, but yeah, whereas with hurricanes, and you might see me on screen right now trying to navigate around downed trees. But yeah, when it comes to tornadoes, you can learn a lot more meteorology. You see it in real time. It's a pretty amazing thing.
So again, I'm going to put you down here for just a moment, Cappucci, and then I'm going to take it off screen so we can see the cameras here. Again, folks, myradar.com. It's right on the homepage, right at the top there. Enter the Storm Chaser giveaway. Sign up today. It is completely free to enter, and of course, you can go storm chasing with meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. Jack, let's bring it back to the Storm Chaser cameras. I can't believe I waited until midnight to talk about that. I think our director of marketing, Noah, is going to question me as to why I did not bring that up. But again, appreciate all y'all entering. That's going to be really exciting and fun. All right, look at Jordan's shot here. We have got something down on the road. By the way, all these people that are subscribing to us on TikTok, thank you very, very much. We're clearly going to have to figure out something to give you guys. Exciting times. So as you guys can see on Jordan's stream, I know Cappucci was talking about how the roads are clear near him and Perry. Obviously, as you guys are seeing here on TikTok, that is not the case here in Madison for Jordan Hall here. Again, I see y'all on the other social media platforms as well. Where's my mouse cursor? There it is. So, of course, please understand, folks, that while we are live streaming, turn off Jordan's sound. Jack, is Jordan's sound super loud? Okay, cool. By the way, Christopher, thank you very much for that super chat. Thank you very much. Yes.
I tweeted a compelling picture of blue lightning illuminating the eye wall from inside the eye.
I'll pull it up.
It's a slightly blurry picture, but it's a pretty cool one.
You put it on your account?
I did, and then I tagged MyRadar.
Okay, no, it's all good. I was looking for it here.
I also put up the frog if y'all want pictures of the frog. His name's Freddy.
It's struggling to load here, Cappucci. Your picture. Give it a second. Drum roll. Looking at Jordan's feed here. Things are quieting down.
I'm east of Perry now, and it seems like there's a little bit of a dry slot that I'm trying to sneak out. We're still getting gusty winds, but it's not nearly as strong. I'm actually driving on the yellow line, WL line on the highway, just in case, God forbid, a tree comes down. I want to be in the middle of the road. And realistically, during hurricanes, you know, especially at night, I can see anyone coming for miles. I'm seeing, oh, is that a destroyed home to my right? Oh no. Oh, there's a hole. I don't know if you can see it. Are we able to take my screen?
Yeah, no, we see it. Of course, you know, you guys have been with us here for hours and hours. It's
wow.
Yeah, it's really important to remember, folks, that there is the real human impact here. You know, that's terrible to see. And as Capucci alluded to before, people's lives are going to be changed from this storm. And one hopes that there weren't people inside that home as the storm arrived. Capucci, is that a boat right there?
It looks like there's a boat. So I mean, clearly there's a mobile home in there, but then there's also a boat. And so that just goes to show you the boat is in place, but the mobile home is destroyed.
Folks, the key word there in that is mobile. A mobile home becomes mobile. Very important that if you do live in a mobile home, you need to have a plan to get somewhere safely if bad weather comes your way. Capucci, that's just that's terrible to see.
Yeah, now we're getting big winds again. And you know, I'm probably going to try to relocate east, but the winds have just changed direction. You can see the sheet metal moving around, flinging around, and I'm sure we'll encounter more scenes like this. It's very sad to see. I'm hoping it wasn't occupied. It's not safe right now, given the winds, to go do any search and rescue or anything like that. So hopefully folks did heed the warnings. We're going to continue onwards on this highway and see if we can continue, I guess, getting out of Dodge, just because otherwise it'll be, you know, there are no hotels around here, no services, nothing like that. We need to get to a place with semi-stable internet and, you know, some resources too. So we're trying to get out of Dodge. You can see the winds are picking up again, but I'm a little bit east of Perry. So if we have the radar up, it's weird. I should be in the backside of the eye, but it's kind of like an open eye wall at this point. The structure obviously having degraded since moving inland. The storm is probably a low-end Category 2 right now, since it is inland. Big trees are leaning, so if you see me driving a little erratically, I promise I haven't been hitting the Chardonnay. Instead, I'm trying to maintain my safety just in case there are trees that come down on the side of the road. I've seen a railroad crossing sign toppled over earlier on. Obviously, you saw the mobile home that was demolished, and we are continuing east out of Perry in the direction of Mayo. Mayo is in the back eye wall right now. I've noticed I haven't seen as much lightning the past little while. That's a sign that the storm is beginning to weaken, but I'm heading slowly in the direction of Gainesville. We'll see if there are any hotels available to stay in tonight. But otherwise, I might just sort of camp in a car and reassess for tomorrow morning.
Folks, I want to read a tweet here, a tweet post on X from our good buddy Phil Klotzbach, Colorado State University. Helene is officially the 9th strongest hurricane since 1900 to make landfall in Florida based on the minimum sea level pressure. That is pretty wild. I'm looking at the list here. Helene falls behind when it comes to storms that have occurred this century. You've got Michael second on the list, 2010. That was 919 millibars, yeah. And then, whoop, Siri trying to talk to me. And then Helene there at 938 at number 9 on the list. Irma right ahead of that at number 8, 931. So all said and done here, Helene is a top 10er. It's a big, important and historic storm. We already know that, of course, the storm is deadly. We're hoping that the mobile home that Capucci just came to before was not occupied. And of course, we've got Jordan's feed up here too. Capucci, I'm just going to put you down here for a moment. We lost, by the way, Capucci, your video feed. It's grayed out. You can still hear me, Capucci?
Do we want me to drive around Perry and show folks more damage? I can turn around, or is this something where I can find some logging tonight? I'm happy to do whatever y'all prefer.
Capucci, I think it's you should probably focus on getting to a place to stay. Of course, we've got Jordan covering things as well, so no worries. All right, I'm gonna put.
Getting hurricane winds backside again, by the way. a little bit east of Perry. Winds have changed direction. I'm heading towards Mayo right now.
Okay. Again, big shout out to everybody here watching on social media, of course, in the MyRadar app as well. We really, really appreciate your support. Starting to lose my voice a little bit here. Capucci, I'm just going to put you down for just a moment. By the way, big shout out to all these people on TikTok that have been giving us all these gifts. They've been like animating on my screen. Brianna, Spiffy, Brianna, FSH, Claire. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate the support. Y'all are too kind. And of course, same thing goes for everybody here on Facebook and Twitch and X and everybody watching us right now. If you're watching us, I guess, on Twitch, we haven't said it. Hey, if you please follow us. I don't think we have anything set up for subscriptions over there on Twitch. But if you'd please follow us, that way you know whenever, of course, we go live. We'll be doing a lot more of these streams more regularly across all of our platforms, not just in the app. So wherever it is your preferred means of watching the stream, you'll be able to. People are asking for Jordan's audio. Jack, if we're able to open it up, is that possible? I don't know how much you guys are going to hear. Of course, he's inside his vehicle. I'm going to put my AirPods back on here. Stand by. Okay. Someone said thank you and stop yapping. Listen, folks, I've been streaming for 9.5 hours, almost 10 hours here with Erica. We are professional yappers. Maybe me more than Erica. Sense.
Yeah, my energy levels, my adrenaline is coming down, I think, from seeing Capucci. Now that Capucci's safe, I feel a little better. But of course, not liking seeing all the damage pics and you know, thinking about everybody who's been affected by the storm, all the power outages ongoing there. So I know it's a beginning for a lot of people. It's a long night across Florida, and then of course this going into Georgia. But I'm glad that you're safe, Capucci. I really was worried there for a second about you. My stomach was churning, so I'm glad to see that you're okay.
So people are Nicole called me the yapping king. My wife will really appreciate that comment there. She probably agrees with you. And then someone in here said yapologists. that may be the second comment of the night. That one's so funny. And then I'm seeing a comment here on Twitch saying it's jam, mango jam. If it is jam, big shout out to you as well. Appreciate it. Jam with Jack helped make all of this possible that you guys are seeing. So if anybody in the greater Orlando area is looking for the hookup when it comes to an integrated studio audio visual extraordinaire, it's Jam. Shout out to you. If it is indeed you on Twitch there. I just saw that comment roll in here. All right. It is. Big shout out to you, Jam. Thank you very much for joining us. Oh my gosh. Now D1 yapping. Oh my God. Oh man. Listen, I already have to deal with my 7-year-old with all of the terms. We're not there just yet with all the skibbity riz and whatnot, but yeah, yapping. You guys are hysterical on TikTok. Oh my God, it's so funny. Oh man. All right, we've got Jordan's feed up here. Jordan, can he hear me? Is he on the call? Just the camera? Okay. If we'd be able to get him on camera or get him on the Zoom, that would be great. Otherwise, I completely understand. We see Capucci's feed there in the corner. They don't see it on TikTok, but he's just driving down a road here. Capucci, shoot, if you make it back to Orlando, if you're coming back this way, just let me know. I don't know how much longer I'll be here, but of course you're welcome to stay in my guest room if need be.
Okay.
So Jordan is there in Madison, which if you guys can see on the iPad app here, he is in the eye of the storm, and as Capucci brought up before, it's really starting to look a little messier on the eye. Jack, can what'd you say? Oh, we're gonna have Jordan here shortly. Awesome. That's great to hear. Jack, do you want to just pull up the iPad here just momentarily? I want to show you guys how the eye has broken down. It's still pretty well defined, but I'm going to go all the way back to roughly here, 11:08. Landfall occurred at 11:10. So you can see that we have a really well-defined eye there, and interestingly enough, the storm was very, very strong, Category 4, but look at that little dry slot there at the bottom of the eye wall there. It was just persistent the whole way. Anyway, we're going to continue to advance it out, and then watch as the eye really starts to kind of fall apart a little bit there. It's still punched out there, but it is starting to lose kind of that characteristic. Bear in mind, it is moving away from its lifeblood, its source of energy, right? And is just really trucking it northward through Georgia there. Let me know, Jack, when we've got Jordan. Can we see your stream, Capucci? Yes, we can see it. Yes. Are you okay? Okay, so you guys couldn't hear Capucci, but he is going to try to clear the roadway there. Oh yeah. Jack, can we pull up Capucci's feed for just a moment here? Yeah. So you're in any moment now, you guys are going to see Capucci get out of his vehicle. He's just going to move the tree out of the branch out of the roadway there. He's fearful, of course, of running it over and running the risk of a flat tire. Yeah. Yes. So we're gonna keep an eye on Capucci. We've got Jordan there. He is in Madison County. Hang on, let me take my AirPods out so you guys can hear Capucci here. And by 1 second.
Going around the down trees.
All right, so take Capucci off camera here. No, you're good. Let me pop the AirPods back in. I think he's probably gonna need both hands there to clear the debris out of the roadway there. Let's take Jordan up in full again, Jack.
Yeah, we are here in Madison right now, and we're actually starting to see this tree debris. For a while there, the winds were so intense, we actually had to stay safe and kind of hide out behind a building. But as things calm down and we're able to get out here on the streets, we're starting to see some of the damage that's out here.
Okay. All right. So Jordan is recording a video right now that he's going to post to social media.
So far,
by the way,
it's
Jack,
a
you
lot
can
of
tell
tree
Mauricio
damage.
that
Large tree limbs and
he's
a
good to
couple of roofs
go whenever. We are kind of coming to the end of things. Again, thank you very much, everybody who's been watching us here for rolling with us, or rocking with us, I should say. I am starting to fade too, but we are here. Yes, Jordan, can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely. There was plenty of power flashes in this town earlier tonight, and
right.
one
I didn't realize
big
we can
one
hear. Go ahead,
that
Jordan.
knocked the power out to the entire town. So our plans for tonight are going to continue tracking Helene as it moves north into Georgia, and it's obviously going to be posing that threat for more tornadoes and flooding threat as well.
Okay. You guys can't hear Capucci, but he is literally singing in my ear here, so I'm trying to listen to Jordan. Fun times. And if you would like to go storm chasing with Capucci and hear his humming, you can go to myradar.com. Right at the top of the screen, you can enter the storm chasing contest. We are giving away a trip to go storm chasing with Capucci. We will pay for your round trip flight for 2, mind you, and up to 5 nights in a hotel. And you will, it says designated storm chaser, probably going to be Capucci. And you'll get to go storm chasing next spring. So not hurricanes. What'd you say, Capucci? What'd you say? Possibly. Hey, you know what? Hang. Let me get you back on the stream here. People are yelling at me in all caps that they want to hear you. Someone said Mike got an angry text about not promoting the contest. That's so funny. No, I completely forgot. I'm on the marketing team too. I completely forgot to talk about it. Capucci, what is it that you wanted to say?
What's your plan?
Oh, I was gonna say they get to bring a +1. Does that mean I'm like the whatchamacallit? I'm forgetting my words.
The third wheel.
Goodness, it must be late at night. Third wheel. Thanks. You know, I had a Red Bull. I never have Red Bulls, but I'm so awake. I feel like I could drive to Canada.
So
maybe I should.
So again, for folks that are seeing this here on TikTok, if you go to myradar.com, right at the top, you said we have Jordan. Can you hear me, Jordan? Jordan, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? All right, hang on one second, Jordan. I got to pop my AirPods back in. We were talking about the Storm Chaser contest. Again, for folks, go to myradar.com. It's right at the top of the page, and you can enter to win to go storm chasing next spring and chase tornadoes. Jack, if you want to take Jordan's shot up in full. Jordan, we were watching you as you were at that gas station, and it looked like the soffits were just tearing right off of the building there. What was that like?
Yeah, no, it was extremely windy. A lot of debris, like tree debris and stuff, smacked on the back of the car, but nothing too serious. I think Madison might have escaped with some probably Category 1 to Category 2 hurricane force winds, thankfully. There's quite a bit of tree damage, but I haven't seen too much and as far as structural damage.
That was pretty intense, Jordan, as we saw. What was it like for you and your vehicle there? That when you were at that mobile gas station, that's where at least that we saw, it looked like the winds were just whipping past you. Of course, that extreme wind warning has been extended into Georgia. Of course, you were in the thick of it there.
Yeah, no, the winds were definitely cranking pretty good there. The gas station awnings were rocking back and forth, but I'm pretty surprised they actually hung in there and didn't get tipped over. But definitely some very intense hurricane force gusts through there. It does look like I'm pulling up to a building that had part of a door blown in. Let's see what this looks like here.
As Jordan is looking at that, by the way, folks, we are up to 1.1 million customers without power in Florida. Georgia, as I expected, has really ramped up. It's up to 108,000 customers without power there. 16,000 in South Carolina, 13 in North Carolina, 7,000 in Virginia. So again, Florida, 1.1 million customers. That is not a person. A customer could be a house. There could be a family of 4 or 5 in that house, right? So the real human impact, very, very high from this. Erica, if you could pop that onto social media, that would be very, very helpful. I mean, the entire state of Florida is almost full of power outages here. And then again, that number really going to ramp up in Georgia. Jordan, can you still hear me?
Yep, I still have you.
So the building that you were looking into? I'm sorry, we jumped into that there.
Yeah, no, there's a building here where the door got blown open, and there's some sheet metal laying around. That was another part of the debris issue. Was this wind was gusting at over probably 80 to 90 miles an hour at sometimes, and carrying a lot of sheet metal with it.
Jordan, so of course this was made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Wow, look at that! Holy cow, that door is just blown right in. You were in Madison, right?
Yeah.
So what is your plan here for the remainder of the evening?
I think I'm gonna try to continue following the storm to the north, and might even see what the tornado threat's gonna be looking like. I've seen a lot of tornado warnings ongoing, and so I'm going to try to continue the coverage on that.
How does this compare to Idalia, Jordan? You were in this neck of the woods last year, this time. Of course, that was a Category 4 at landfall. What'd you say, Erica? Oh, Cat 3. Apologies. So that was a Category 3 at landfall. How did they compare?
Yeah, so I was in Perry for Idalia, so I had a little bit more of that intense wind right off the coast there, whereas now I'm further north, so the wind was just a little bit less up here, but we saw a lot of rain too, falling here too. So there's a lot more tree debris falling around and a lot of sheet metal. So.
I mean, that was a storm too, that being Idalia, that was weakening as it was making landfall. What's crazy, Jordan, is that both paths, both Idalia and now Helene, are like nearly identical. It really is crazy. And considering they pretty much happened right around the same time of year. And the only difference there is, of course, the intensity of Helene here, a category 4 at landfall, the 9th strongest storm in terms of the central pressure to ever make landfall, by the way, in the state of Florida, Jordan. So, of course, now the threat extends northward into parts of Georgia. So remind folks again where it is that you're going to be heading. Holy cow, look at that tree.
Yeah, I'm going to continue north probably to Valdosta, or however you pronounce it, Valdosta, I think. And monitoring this wind situation too. I do see we have a extreme wind warning, I believe, that continued and got extended to the north.
Yes.
And as we have seen with this storm, there's been a lot of rainfall, and that's caused the soil to get really saturated. And with this wind, even if it's just tropical storm force, there's a tree branch that just fell in front of the camera. Even with these tropical storm force winds, the further north you get, it's going to be enough to knock a lot of these trees over, and then that's going to result with power losses with power lines and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, folks, that you're seeing on Jordan's camera here, whoop, that right there is exactly the reason why you are seeing the power outages really tick up in Georgia. Jordan, they're making fun of the way you said Valdosta, by the way.
Valdosta.
So, there you go. Fun times. Listen, folks, we're trying as best we can here. But as Jordan just talked about, on top of the fact that it's been raining for a long time, there's even more rain coming. That's making the ground very wet. That's number one. Number two, you have these incredibly powerful winds that are blowing through and are very consistent. You, of course, have gusts that are like bursting forward, right? But it's the consistency of those winds just really pushing these trees over that are sitting in very saturated ground, right? So it literally is, Jordan, that's sitting on a power line, right? That I can see here?
Yep, that's sitting on a telephone cable there, hanging, right. As it's just hanging there. Yep, exactly.
So this is exactly what's happening, folks, where you're getting in spots of the Florida Panhandle and into southern Georgia, where these trees are falling on top of these power lines. And the National Weather Service talking earlier today saying that these power outages likely to last for days, if not weeks, in some spots. And it is literally for this reason that you're seeing right here. So I guess we're going to watch Jordan here navigate, I guess, around this, wherever he is going here. I guess we're taking a closer look at things here, Jordan. Any idea, Jordan, on what the winds are right now where you are?
Yeah, so I'm technically in the eye of Helene right now, and the winds still gust at probably about 30 to 40, but in the grand scheme of things, it's calm. But there's still some gusts and some mesovortices that'll come flying by and knock more branches and stuff down. But overall, a lot of power lines are still standing around here, so I'm very surprised.
As Jordan and I have been talking here, by the way, Georgia was at 120,000 customers without power, now up to 126. Again, things are really about to get serious for folks in southern Georgia. The storm is now pretty much crossing the border. Again, it is flying northward right now, 24 miles per hour. 1.2.
Here, let me hop right back in here.
Go ahead. 1.2 million customers without power in Florida, 126 in Georgia. Jordan, go ahead. Oh, he just left? Okay, cool. All right. I know Erica is still with me here. Erica, what an evening it has been. I mean, a storm that now is going to rank in the top 10 of some of the most powerful storms to make landfall in Florida in terms of its central pressure here. Of course, I think there's going to be a lot of meteorological research that's done into this storm, being that it took pretty much the same path as Idalia. We were kind of all thinking it, but it kind of did a Michael impression there for a minute, where it was strengthening considerably, really bombing out there all the way up to landfall too. What an evening, Erica, it has been.
Yeah, and of course, thinking of everybody who's been affected by the storm, we were talking about the power outages. numbers are going to continue to go up. We still have that extreme wind warning issued that stretches into parts of Georgia, and then even parts. I saw the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, Florida, actually issued a smaller extreme wind warning just because it's in their zone for where they issued warnings. So this is still going to be a very long night for a lot of you guys. This storm is now making its way into Georgia. And so if you live anywhere from central Georgia to even northern Georgia, it's going to be a very long overnight. The impacts will start to spread into your area. And then tomorrow, we're here now, but we're going to be still talking about impacts into tomorrow. So we'll have even more updates for you guys who are concerned across the Southeast. But for the most part, we're seeing all sorts of damage across Florida. A very, I think even for us here on MyRadar, it's a historical hurricane that we've tracked over the last several years. I've been here for the past 3 years, and this is definitely one of the more significant ones that we've seen here and even live on our stream. So thank you for those who've been watching us, have stuck it through with us throughout. I don't even know how many hours we've been streaming, but make sure to, check up on any friends and family that live out there. And of course, we'll be checking in on them. Our team of storm chasers are out there and thinking about all of you guys who are affected by the storm. If you have any questions, we're on social media on any updates that you may need.
So folks in TikTok here and in the chat are asking about a path update. So Jack, if you can take the if we can take the app here, I've got it up on Windows. Might I add, for those of you that are wondering, how is it that they're tracking these storms? Well, of course, that's MyRadar. It is completely free to download. I'm using it here on Windows. You can also download it on iOS, Android, as well as on Amazon too. Coming soon to Apple TV. Really excited for you guys to see that product. Our developers have been working super hard on it. But here is Helene on a wider view here. And you can see that the path is going to cover a lot of ground in short order. The S over Atlanta here, that of course is designated as a tropical storm. So the storm is going to continue to weaken, but up until that point is going to bring hurricane force winds through the Macon area. You can see that power outages already starting to pop up around the Orlando metro, around the Atlanta metro right now. Helene, as it stands, let me click on the storm here, is still boasting 140 mile per hour winds. I imagine that's really going to tick down here over the next 20 minutes in the next update from the National Hurricane Center. It's moving at 24 miles per hour. Again, for a storm that has a wind field that's 400 miles wide, 24 miles per hour is cooking big time. You can see as well that the power outages are now stretching up the southeastern coastline. We still have tornado warnings out there. Remember, there is a tornado watch in effect for parts of Florida and up the southeastern coast until 6 o'clock in the morning. So be sure that you have multiple ways of receiving alerts. Big shout out to meteorologist Erica Lopez. I think that she's going to be dipping out here momentarily. Again, Erica, thank you very much for joining us. Certainly could not have done it without you, Erica. Appreciate it very, very much. All right, so we have got you covered. I agree. It's just you and me right now, Capucci. For the record, Capucci, you can drop off as well. Try to find somewhere to get some rest, man. It's been a long day. Well, Capucci, we'll have a chat here. We'll have a chat when we're done here. Big shout out to Jason who's watching and says you can get alerts in the app. You betcha that you can get alerts in the app. Of course, MyRadar completely free. We'll let you know when it's going to rain, if there's a wildfire near you, if there's a tropical storm heading your way. So of course, one of the best ways that you can stay alert to the weather that is heading your way, of course, is by downloading the MyRadar app. The good news as well is that, of course, if the more significant alerts come your way, that being a tornado warning or, of course, a tropical storm warning, as we've touched on, it will break through those do not disturb functions. Of course, your life is very important. And then, of course, yeah. I mean, it's make sure you've got a mobile power bank, something like this, charged up and ready to go. That way, if you do lose power, you can, of course, give your device some more juice here. But of course, these power outages are likely to continue to spread northward quite considerably. We're already seeing numerous power outages. That's that blue color there. Let me turn off for just a moment. We're going to turn the radar off so you guys can see it. All of these little polygons, the blue, yellow, reds, oranges, these are power outages. To give you an idea, 1.2 million customers without power in Florida, 126,000 in Georgia, 16,000 in South Carolina, 14,000 North Carolina. A ton of power outages. And folks, there is more to come. Of course, you notice that the bulk of the power outages are here on the eastern side of the storm. Of course, that's where you find the strongest winds, the greater incidence of storm surge, the tornado threat. And that is going to continue into the overnight hours. So particularly for folks in Valdosta, Douglas, Tifton, Dublin, you need Macon and Warner Robins. You need to have a way of receiving alerts. And I can't think of a better way than to download the MyRadar app. It is completely free to do so. Daryl asking, can I log into MyRadar on Windows using the MyRadar iOS account? Unfortunately, right now, Daryl, they are separate ecosystems. We are working on something coming very soon that will link kind of all of the ecosystems together. But as it stands right now, Daryl, they are individual as it is right now, kind of operating on different operating systems. Big shout out to everyone that's still hanging with us on Twitch and on Facebook and, of course, on X as well. And, of course, big shout out to all you folks on TikTok. Y'all have been over 2,000 strong with us now for several hours. I haven't even looked. What'd you say, Jack? We just passed 10 hours live, and boy, from the excitement in Jack's voice there, I know that he can go for another 10 hours. Big shout out to Jack, and big shout out to Mauricio behind the scenes as well. Looks like Jordan's camera, Jack. Can we pull up Jordan's camera? It looks to be pretty rough here, and that is just again speaks to what we are going to continue to see through the overnight hours. Remember, folks, it's one thing that we're here watching the storm. If you're in California or something, you're of course not dealing with this right now. But it's important to understand that there are real people and their lives are being turned upside down. I used to work in TV news. I know Matthew has worked in TV news as well. We're going to bring Jordan in momentarily as well. It's oftentimes when you're working in that kind of business that you are talking to people on the worst days of their lives. And you need to have a certain level of empathy for people that are going through a situation like this. Jordan, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you get me? You got me?
What is it that we're looking on your camera that's down?
This is going to be a cell phone tower here, Mike, that actually came down across the road.
Okay. That's
a full cell phone tower. I thought I heard something earlier, and that would be what it was.
Where are you?
Is Capucci okay?
Capucci, you all right? All right, so Capucci's all right. He's not coming through the Zoom. It's good thing he did not. That would have bummed some people out. But he's okay. He's all right.
Okay, cool.
So back to Jordan. Yes. Jordan, that is for one, folks, you got to understand, Jordan is an expert. He is a professional. He knows what he is doing. Those are downed power lines.
Yeah, those are actual power lines. Those are full blown power lines. So
right.
That is likely what knocked the power out completely to this town earlier, was when this tower came down. And that probably would have been about a half a block away from where we stationed on this. But that's why we're very careful on where we hide out, because you can't be downstream of these types of things, because they could always tip over and fall on you. So that's a good example of why it's important to know what you're doing when you're out here.
So, Jordan, in a situation like this, I mean, you're turning around and going the other way, right?
Oh, like yeah, driving like down this road.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not drive across this road. Likely the power lines are dead, but there's not 100% on that. And you don't want to risk that, especially in a vehicle and especially when, you know, first responders are not going to be able to come help you. The best thing you can do is turn around and not be there. So
we got a comment here from Kara watching on X. Says watching from watching from Ontario, Canada, sending our thoughts and prayers for those affected by this hurricane. Thank you again for this great live coverage. Thank you very much for watching, Kara. And that's exactly right. Again, as I was alluding to before, and Jordan, as I'm sure can speak to this as well, it's oftentimes that when you see and you're talking to people in these events that, you know, it's not lost on us that we get to go home, right? These people are dealing with the real effects of that. So don't ever forget that these are real people that are being impacted by this. And of course, where Jordan is, that's a down cell phone tower. Communication now going to be more difficult for these people. Jordan, remind me where you are again? Madison?
Madison, yep.
Okay. So you're still down there, huh? You're right smack dab in the eye there.
Yep.
Capucci he was on the road in Perry, south of you. I believe that Capucci is now working his way back toward central Florida as things start to wind.
I'm going to mute myself here, Mike, so I can get some shots. So I'm just going to mute.
Go ahead. Do your thing, Jordan. So again, folks, it has been an eventful evening thus far. A big shout out to everybody that's watching across all of our social media platforms. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Thank you very much for joining us here this evening. Of course, we've been streaming for more than 10 hours, which is incredible, quite frankly. And big shout out to Jam, if he's still watching on Twitch, for helping make this a reality. And then Jack, for you too. Of course, you have been a rock star through all of this. There's Jack on camera. You guys should be able to see him. They can't see you on TikTok, Jack. They keep asking for you. But Jack is Jack's a rock star, man. So big shout out to Jack driving the boat here. There's a lot going down. Of course, we've been streaming live in the MyRadar app and across all of our social media platforms. We crossed 81,000 followers on TikTok. I mean, thank you so much for your support. If you haven't already, right above my head, somewhere or on the side or what have you, is a way to follow us on TikTok. We'd really appreciate it if you followed us. That way you know whenever we drop a new video, of course, whenever we go live as well. We'll be doing more of these throughout hurricane season and, of course, into severe weather season and into winter all year round. We'll be here to stream with you in some way, shape, or form. So thank you very much for showing your support. I mean, we're at 500,000 likes, too. I just saw that. Thank you very, very much for that and for tapping on the screen and sending your likes. I got to thank all these people that are sending us gifts, too. Antonella, Roki, Shepard, Aisha, Riz. You guys are too funny. Aaron, Asa, Nancy, Fish. I mean, seriously, shout out to all of you guys for your support. We really, really, really appreciate it very, very much. And again, for all you folks on watching on Facebook and watching on Twitch, someone just said, I watched you when you were in Lexington, Kentucky. Big shout out to you, Patty, the Big Blue Nation. Never forget. I mean, I'll always pull for the Wildcats. Big shout out to Chris Bailey. Of course, Jim Caldwell. Those are my guys at WKYT. Big shout out to everybody that's still there. Garrett Weimer, he's down here now at Fox 35. Big shout out to my guy, Garrett. Florida represent. Jeff. Shout out to Jeff here that just brought it up. We're going to bring it up on camera one more time, Jack. Then we'll get back to Jordan. If you would like to go storm chasing with a MyRadar Storm Chaser, we are giving away the ability to do that. If you go to myradar.com, right here at the top of your screen, enter the Storm Chaser giveaway. You click on sign up today, and you can enter to win. It is completely free. We are picking a winner on December 15th. We will fly you and a friend out to meet a MyRadar Storm Chaser, and we will cover your hotel for up to 5 days. Of course, we can't guarantee that you're going to see any active weather, but we will certainly try our best to get you up close and personal with Mother Nature. again, if you want to go storm chasing, I have 2 children. Those days are long past me. But if you would like to go storm chasing with a professional storm chasing meteorologist, you can enter to win on myradar.com. You click on right up top, sign up today. All right, Jack, take Jordan's camera back on stream.
I'm here still, just a fire.
I hear you, Jordan.
Looking around, I might leave here pretty quick.
Is that it's hard to see. Is that roof damage straight ahead of you there?
Where? I'm at the intersection, so it might be delayed.
Yeah, okay, you're turning around. All good.
Yeah, there was a little roof damage there.
I thought so.
So let me go down here. I actually wanted to check. There's a few places I haven't gotten to look in this town yet. Shocked that awning didn't go. Lots of tree damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's only going to be, I mean, from here up into Georgia, particularly, a lot of tree damage. And those power outages really ticking up here. Georgia was at 126. It's now at 146,000 customers without power in Georgia. 1.2 million in Florida. 16,000 in South Carolina. 14,000 North Carolina. It is. It's going to be a long night for folks there. I hope that you've charged your devices that have batteries, because it's very likely that you will lose power, particularly around southern Georgia and on its way to Atlanta. Already seeing a bunch of power outages popping up over the Atlanta metro too. If there is a small silver lining here, Atlanta is now, downtown Atlanta is now out of the cone. In fact, it's going east of Atlanta now. So if there is a silver lining, it's that some of the worst of those winds could push east of Atlanta. In fact, moving through Athens, Georgia, home to the Georgia Bulldogs, and through Gainesville, Georgia as well. Today I learned there is a Gainesville, Georgia. How about that? Meanwhile, Florida, still a mess. People are asking about Gainesville, Florida. You've got the feeder bands, the outer bands of Helene still slamming eastward through. Remember, there is a tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning for Central Florida. And that, again, you need to have a way of receiving alerts if there is a tornado near you, and you can download the MyRadar app for free to be alerted to the worst of the weather. You can download it on iOS, Android, here on Windows, and on the Amazon platforms too. We have so many.
We might have some damage up here.
All right, let's take Jordan's camera up in full again, Jack. Jordan, it's just you and me, man. Everyone else has left us. Oh, Capucci's still here? I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Capucci, I thought you had left. If you're able to join, Capucci, if you're able to join the Zoom, it would be easier. We can get you up on the. Okay. Ooh, Jordan, what is that? Hanging off the right
that
there.
That is sheet metal.
And that is hanging on a power line. Fun times.
And here comes the backside of the eye.
Okay, so Jordan's in Madison here.
Here comes some sheet metal right down the highway. There it goes.
Oh yeah, we saw that out of the corner of Jordan's camera shot there. Oh yeah, all right. So things are business is picking up here on Jordan's camera here. Jordan, I take it you're probably facing south, huh?
Yeah, I'm definitely facing right into it.
Yeah, I figured. Okay.
I'm gonna turn around up here.
All right, so we have got the outer bands of, almost keep saying Idalia because my brain, this is like where we were looking. Helene. Jack, real quick.
Here comes some wind. Ooh, geez. Woo.
Jack, if you want to pull up radar for just a second so we can show folks where Jordan is.
Yeah, it's getting windy again.
If you want to pull up the iPad, Jack. Man, look at all those power outages. Holy cow. Right here, Jordan is in Madison. Right here. Right? So he is kind of in the better side of the backside of the eye wall. All right, Jack, you can take Jordan up in full again.
Gonna back up.
There he is.
There we go.
By the way, folks, Taylor County, which is where the storm made landfall in Florida, 100%. The entire county is out of power. In fact, in Madison County, what I said? Yeah, Madison County, which is where Jordan, you are right now, by the way, Madison County, 100%. 100%. The whole county's out of power. Sewanee County, right next to you, Jordan, also 100% out of power. Let's see. Lafayette County, 81%. Dixie County, 90%. Any of these red colors that you're seeing on the app here, 87. Gainesville, by the way, that's in Alachua County, Florida, 60%.
Here we go. It's about to get fun.
Well, fun is a relative term, I think, Jordan.
Nah, I mean, as in, like, here it's about to get crazy.
All right, so we're going to stay on Jordan. Y'all in the chat can still hear Jordan, right? Let me know in the chat. Say, give me a W or a thumbs up or a yes to let us know that you can still hear Jordan. I see someone on Twitch saying yes. All right, cool. Fantastic. I promise you, I'm not.
Here comes some sheet metal flying around.
I'm not farming for engagement, guys.
Let's point this way. Oh, that whole building collapsed right there.
Wait.
The one that wall collapsed.
The one that we're looking at, Jordan?
Yeah, there's a full wall collapse. I just turned at it. Just turned, it might be delayed.
Okay. Keep an eye, folks. If you guys can hear Jordan, what he just said, his camera's going to be touched. Oh, yeah. Look at that. So, folks, Jordan is in Madison, Florida, which, again, is in Madison County. So that's the county seat that he's in. 100% of customers are out of power there. The entire county is dark. Going to be a long night for folks there. Do we have Capucci in the Zoom? Was he able to join? Maybe not. Yeah, Capucci, if you can try to join, it would be easier to pull you in.
Oh.
Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. Folks, no worries. Folks on TikTok that keep yelling for Capucci. He's trying to navigate around some roads that are not great. So just stand by. I've got him in my ear. We'll work on getting Capucci. Yeah, someone said, hope nobody was inside. I mean, we certainly hope so. And hey, Honda, appreciate the kind words there on Twitch.
That's a better view.
Yeah, we don't have any subscriptions or anything on Twitch. But yeah, if you'd please follow us on Twitch, that way you know the next time that we go live. That would be great. Someone said, what is Twitch? Twitch is a live streaming platform. Yes, Capucci is okay. I literally just heard him. He is...
I gotta mute quick. I'll be right back.
Do your thing. All right, Jordan is going to mute for a moment here. So we're looking at that building. Again, Jordan is in Madison, Florida. Holy cow, look at that. That is a collapse of that building there. Again, he's in Madison, Florida, in Madison County. 100% of customers without power there. So again, the entire county is without power. Again, big shout out to everybody watching on the live stream in the MyRadar app and of course across all of our social media platforms. We're going 10 hours strong, right, Jack? I think we're almost at 10 and a half hours, you and I. Is Mauricio still here or did he leave? Okay. And again, big shout out to everybody on TikTok. I can see y'all following us. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very, very much. And we can put Mauricio on camera. I mean, we certainly can. I mean, again, Mauricio can go home if need be. I mean, I think we've got it handled here. We got Capucci in the Zoom.
Here I am.
I hear him in my ear. Can you guys in the chat hear Capucci? Yes? No? Capucci, talk.
Oh, sorry. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, everyone. Testing from the hurricane.
Hey, they hear you. All right. Someone on Twitch said Pog. Of course, play the game. Capucci, I know you're not much of a gamer. So the getting Capucci back in the stream, that was the play of the game. How about that?
Nice. Yeah, so I'm kind of backtracking right now. Unfortunately, I was on the highway, or at least the state highway, and encountered a fair deal of trees down. And I made some pretty good progress on US 27. Unfortunately, I can no longer pass it, so I'm going north and trying to make a little detour on a side road that so far appears to be paved. I hope it remains paved. Always tough to tell in this part of Florida if it will remain paved, but you know.
I'm not laughing at you, Capucci. Probably one of the best comments of the night on TikTok. Someone said, breaking news, Helene the frog was seen with another frog. Capucci is unaware of this situation.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time I've been cheated on, but that's okay.
Capucci, a question from someone on X. Are you camping in your truck for the night?
I don't know. It depends if I can get anywhere. Part of me is like, do I just drive down to Orlando? Part of me is like, am I going to make it? You know,
if you're able to make it to Orlando, Capucci, again, I live north of Orlando. Again, you're more than welcome to come hang out. You're more than welcome to come and stay in my guest room, as long as you're cool with dogs. There you go. Shout out to Jack. Megan, apologies, on Facebook. So close, Capucci PPC. So close. Yeah, and we have 26,000 people watching on X as well. It's awesome. Wow. Yeah, Capucci, this has been a banner night, big time on a lot of the social media platforms. The support here on Twitch has been awesome. Big shout out to all you folks watching on Twitch. I guess I would say subscribe with a Twitch Prime, right? That's a thing you say, right, Jack? I think. I don't know if we have that set up though. So if you follow us on Twitch, we'd really appreciate it. Appreciate it very, very much.
Subscribe with a Venmo. Just kidding.
All right. So TikTok's getting upset, Capucci, that I'm not saying that the TikTok chat loves you. That's what they're saying.
I'm playing my favorite game. Can I plow around or through these trees? On your mark, get set. Whee!
Shout out to you guys on TikTok. Absolutely.
Oof. Oh, can y'all hear that? Bam. Crunch.
Yeah, we're looking at Jordan's feed here, Capucci. I don't know if you can see it. He's looking at a building that looks to have some pretty severe damage. Yep. Just to the right hand side of the building there, it looks like the wall collapsed, and then it looks like the roof and the soffits of it are really struggling to hold on there. Of course, remember, folks, a Category 4 hurricane pushed through this part of the world. You saw it live. We had Capucci there at that gas station. That video was nuts. And then, of course, we had Jordan as well. He's dealing with the backside of the eye wall right now. But, of course, the winds coming in initially in the eye wall, being that a good chunk of the storm is still over water, were going to be the strongest winds. And that's what we saw earlier from both Capucci and Jordan here.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's saying Capucci just vibing. Yep, he is a vibe for sure. Someone asking, how's Orlando doing? I mean, we're good here. There's certainly some stronger bands coming in actually within the next hour or so. That's kind of splitting the difference between Orlando and Tampa right now. I would say probably once that band has pushed through Orlando, seems to be that we're kind of done for the night here. Hopefully I drove the MyRadar Cybertruck. It's parked outside. Hopefully things are still good with the truck there.
I take it the company that was supposed to come and pick it up was not available today.
Thankfully, Capucci, I talked to the driver earlier today, and he's not. So he's picking it up tomorrow, which is a weight off my chest for sure.
Yeah.
For folks that are watching right now, I'll give you a little sneak peek here. If you are in the area of Albuquerque, New Mexico, we will be at Balloon Fiesta next weekend. That's crazy to me. I'll be in Albuquerque next weekend. And then in the weeks after that, we will be in Las Vegas for Kyle Weatherman's next race at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So if any of you guys are watching from Las Vegas and you're NASCAR fans, stop by the Fan Fest and come say hello. You can meet me, and I believe Erica is coming as well, so you can come say hello. And then I will be at Balloon Fiesta next weekend. So come say hi if you're going to be there.
For the folks at home, they only let me out of the office when the weather's crazy.
Someone's saying that this video is live on the Weather Channel right now. Is that Jordan's camera? Possible.
Must be.
Oh,
yeah, my camera's off.
Oh, okay.
It timed out, unfortunately.
I figured. Well,
yeah,
Nick on YouTube says he was going to be at Balloon Fiesta. Well, Nick, we're bringing the MyRadar Cybertruck there, and we're going to be towing around balloons. Sounds like one of Capucci's ideal dates. I got you, Jordan.
Can we get a blimp?
The MyRadar blimp?
I had a flip a U8 without getting smacked by a bunch of sheet metal again, because that wasn't fun.
Oh, people are saying that Jordan was just on the Weather Channel.
Yeah, let's drive behind me when I'm trying to turn around. Thanks.
Wait a minute. Now someone's saying that the Weather Channel was grabbing the live from TikTok. Jordan,
no, they're grabbing my live.
Okay.
I had to do it.
Did it have the MyRadar? Did it have MyRadar on there?
No, they grab it directly from me.
Gotcha. Heard. Gosh, any idea what that building is, Jordan?
I have no idea right now, but I do know I've been getting smoked by sheet metal with it, so I'm trying to get out of the way.
Right. So
it's been eating my car alive.
We just had both you guys talking over each other. What'd you say, Jordan?
Oh, I said this. Sheet metal's been eating my car alive.
Folks in TikTok that are asking, Valdosta, yes, you are. It is passing just to the west of you right now, so it's very likely that you are feeling the worst of the winds there. Valdosta in Lowndes County, 27% of customers without power there, so it's still, low, all things considered. But for example, where Jordan, where Capucci are right now, the counties are completely dark.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single light. It's kind of eerie, especially now that I have the winds coming back in. I'm near a place called Dowling Park. I'm on mile 5 of roughly 7 or 8 mile detour, and the winds are picking back up. We're getting gusts 60, 70 miles per hour, and it's tough because there are so many trees that are already downed and a lot that are very low hanging. So to be honest, I'm actually ducking down as low as I can, just in the off chance a tree comes down and crushes the cab. I want to make sure that I'm below the window level just in case. But yeah, even though the backside is mostly dry, that hasn't really, helped us with the winds. The center's near Valdosta, but even, still Perry, Mayo, Salem, Live Oak in the direction of Lake City in northern Florida, a little bit south of the I-10 corridor, still seeing significant winds. And I got probably 15, 20 miles on highway. I think it is it 62? I'm sorry, highway 2027. And was doing pretty well, and then encountered a tree that just couldn't get past.
Up there when you were facing the building, we went behind you.
I think someone's talking to Jordan.
I was going to say, I've heard you do impressions, Mike, and even that was a little too good even for you.
That was not me. For the record, a quick little recap here for folks. Hurricane Helene has now been downgraded to a Category 2 hurricane by the National Hurricane Center. That was 9 minutes ago here at the top of the hour. Of course, it is now Friday morning, 1 o'clock, 1:09 to be exact Eastern time. 110 mile per hour winds. Central pressure is now up to 950. And it is, Capucci, you can hear me?
Yep.
26 miles per hour it's moving right now. So it is hustling northward. Again, folks in Atlanta are going to see this thing likely early tomorrow afternoon. Again, it is already raining. It has been all day. That predecessor rain event out ahead of Helene has been dropping a ton of rain. There's still more coming. Shoot, this thing might be in Atlanta by the morning commute at this rate. It is really, really moving. Of course, it's moving.
That's so creepy.
You okay, Capucci?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere and crazy winds. And when I say middle of nowhere, I really mean middle of nowhere. I'm on this weird detour, and there's just some guy wandering in the middle of the road. And ordinarily I would stop and help, but in this part of rural Florida and winds like this, yeah, oh gosh, it was creepy. So I'm just gonna keep getting out of here as quickly as I can, just because it creeped me out.
So somebody on Twitch asking, what time do we think the strong winds are going to hit northwest Atlanta? Been raining here like crazy. So it's going to continue. It's going to continue to rain in Atlanta for the next. Jordan, you okay?
Yeah, I'm golden.
Okay. It's going to be raining in Atlanta for the next, realistically, 24 to 36 hours. The strongest of the winds are going to arrive into the morning. In fact, if I go into the app here and we go to the layers menu and I go to the hurricane tracker, I'm going to switch to the wind speed forecast, and you'll see the tropical storm force winds are set to arrive as we get into tomorrow morning. That is the path there. You're likely already feeling a little bit of something right now. But the good news is for Atlanta, if there isn't a silver lining here, it's that the path has shifted pretty far to the east, whereas downtown Atlanta is only partially in the cone. The northern side, Sandy Springs, Roswell, Milton is in the cone. But for those of you that live in Douglasville, Peachtree City, South Fulton, you are not in the cone. That does not mean you won't see impacts or feel impacts. But the strongest of the stuff will be on the east side. Not to mention, and Capucci can speak to this as well, at that point, weakening to a tropical storm, again, it's not going to even really have that same look. It's not necessarily even going to have a defined eye. It is going to boast some really strong winds, and it's going to bring a lot of rain, but you certainly need to watch out for the flash flooding threat, being that the ground is super duper saturated. It's like taking a sponge, squeezing it underwater, and taking it out of the water and trying to dump some more water on top. It's not going to absorb any more of it there. Somebody said, Capucci, you encountered a wild Florida man.
Oh, it was so creepy. It was like he stared right through the vehicle, but made no eye contact, didn't acknowledge I was there. And like when I say in the middle of nowhere, I mean middle of nowhere. No houses, no structures around, no clue where it came from. And like last time I picked up a stranger in the hurricane who got stranded, needed a ride, and I was like, sure, if you kill me, whatever. But this time, gosh, that was creepy.
So fun fact, when I was on my way to Madison, probably about 10 minutes before peak eye wall, there was somebody walking down the middle of the road too. So very odd.
What? I don't get it. Where are you going? Wendy's is closed. Why?
Yeah,
Hunker down, people.
Right. People are saying we wish he had his video. He was not on camera. And of course, we value the safety of our folks that are out in the field. Someone said it's Florida. Yeah, amen to that. I love Florida. Of course, I live here. One of my daughters was born here. I love Florida, but boy, it certainly lives up to its reputation. People are saying that Jordan's stream is up on the Weather Channel right now. Big shout out to those folks.
Where is I'm driving through Madison right now, just seeing what we got for damage still. A lot of tree damage.
And that's what's certainly going to lead to additional power outages as Jordan heads northward. I'm going to refresh the page here. We were at 146,000 customers without power in Georgia. It is now 193,000 customers without power.
Up.
Yeah. So again, to reiterate the numbers, 1.2 million customers without power in Florida. Georgia up to 193,000. South Carolina 17,000. North Carolina 14,000. So big numbers. I believe that would put us pretty close to about 1.5 million customers without power. Remember that human impact, because a customer, like for example, the building that we're in here in Orlando would be one, if the tenants, maybe 3 customers, right? But there's people, more than 3 people that work in this office. So the human impact much higher than what that number is. Someone said, is Florida worth the hurricanes? I love it here. Florida is great. No income tax, that's a biggie. That's a good one. 2, my children are very spoiled in the sense where they can go to Disney World, really whenever they want to, which is fun. And again, my daughter plays soccer. She can do it all year round here. So shout out to Florida. Someone said, I'm on the MyRadar app on my phone. Thank you, Addison, for downloading. Might I add, if you're wondering, what's that app above my head there? What's this app behind me here? It's MyRadar. Of course, you can download it for free across all major mobile platforms on iOS, Android, on Amazon, as well as on, my brain is slowing down here, as well as on Windows. That is what I'm using it right here on. It is completely free to download. Of course, there are premium features within the MyRadar app. They are, of course, optional. The app is completely free to download. People are asking, Capucci, are you still here?
No, I left the building.
People are asking for you.
Oh, hello, everyone.
Oh,
I made it away from the crazy guy. I'd not say he's crazy, but, when someone randomly appears out of the darkness and disappears into the darkness in the middle of nowhere, that's a little eerie. But yeah, still obviously no power. I'm heading east on Highway 27 in the direction of Mayo, nearing Mayo right now. It's just creepy because I'm the only source of light in, anywhere nearby. But I'm noticing, east of Perry, there's some pretty bad tree damage. But then once you get closer to Mayo, knock on wood, the road seems much better. So it seems like, outside the eye wall, the damage really isn't that bad at all. And that's how hurricanes are. The eye wall is always the strongest part. But I still have another roughly 70 miles to go before I get to Gainesville. I'll probably stay in Gainesville tonight, assuming I can make it there. My estimated arrival time is about 2:37 in the morning. Certainly been a long day here at MyRadar, but we are going to stay with you every step of the way as the core now pulls into southern Georgia. It's amazing how quickly, just like 2.5 hours ago, if that, we had landfall, and now it's 45, 50 miles centered north of the Florida-Georgia border near Valdosta. Obviously, the vortex itself is beginning to fill in. It's kind of like when you have a cup of coffee and you're stirring it. When you stop stirring, the vortex begins to slow down and the fluid dips, or rather stops dipping and kind of returns to like a flat state. Same thing here. That dip in the middle of the hurricane, that drop in air pressure, that void of air in the middle, is beginning to sort of fill in with air because it's no longer being heated and rising out of the middle. So since the ocean's not below it to heat it. And subsequently that vortex is filling in, but there's still strong winds funneling into the system. That's why we're getting gusts even where I am in Mayo of probably 60 plus, almost 70 miles per hour at times. Jordan Hall, I know, is getting some significant gusts as well, but Valdosta, I'd venture to say y'all probably just got a burst of 80 mile per hour winds. And that inner core, assuming it remains intact with gusts over 75, almost 80 miles per hour, is going to be heading next up towards Douglas, Pearson, and it's right over you in Lakeland, Alma and Baxley, and maybe Hazelhurst down the road as well. So it's heading north and east. Flash flood warnings in effect there too. So that's kind of the meat and potatoes of the storm. The backside, not nearly as bad. It's kind of drawing out a little bit, but it's still a force to be reckoned with. And obviously it's not over until the fat lady sings, and the fat lady hasn't even got to the parking lot yet.
Well, it's the fat lady just sang for the New York Giants. Jack just texted me that they just lost to the Cowboys, so that stinks, Jack. Thanks for bringing the mood down. Appreciate it very, very much here. Well, we got a really nice word here from Cheesy on Twitch. Thanks for helping break everything down that is going on. Great job navigating and orchestrating the space. You've obviously got a great team too. We absolutely have a great team. It is certainly not just me here. Of course, Capucci, Jordan, Erica, Colin, Will, David, Mauricio, Jack, and of course Andy, our fearless leader. Literally, I was working. I remember when I was a college freshman and I was working at Apple during the seasonal breaks that I had at school, and I was working at Apple when the App Store was launched in 2008. If you had told me that years down the line I would have left my jobs in TV to work for a company that's on the App Store is crazy. It's so nuts the way life works out. So again, big shout out to Andy, as Capucci alluded to before, for making all of this possible. Of course, we have a great team at MyRadar, and again, Jack and Mauricio behind the scenes as well. They are the unsung heroes, making sure that you guys at home can see all of our video content excellently. So big shout out to them. Appreciate it very, very much, Cheesy. Thank you. Here's a question here from Twitch. Man, so many questions from Twitch. We'll get to your comments on TikTok here in a minute here, guys. Oh, Jam's out of here. Thank you very much. Again, if y'all in the greater Orlando area are looking for the best studio AV integrator around, Jam is the one. Someone's asking for a Jack cameo on Twitch. He'll have to make that decision to pull himself up. I think Jack might be fading. I see the shot here. I see the shot of Jack on the spy cam. Jack is fading here. Let's see what else we got here. Capucci, Jordan, you guys still there?
Of course, I'm here until the bitter end.
I'm here.
All right, here's a question, a little fun one here, some levity. Someone's asking. Someone said, I'm looking into college. Just wondering what you all did to get into the positions you have now. Jordan, you have a very interesting path through college.
Yeah, I went to college for criminal justice, but I've always had a passion for weather and, just kind of chased the dream and made it. You just got to grind hard and be willing to learn from other people, I think, is the most important part.
Little fun fact about Jordan. I think he's being humble. Jordan played college football, which I did not know. That was cool to learn. You were a receiver, right, Jordan?
Yeah, I played wide receiver.
Yeah, Jordan's an athlete, man. Capucci, I mean, you have a quite interesting path too.
I did not play football, as I'm sure the folks on here can imagine. I'm not nearly that coordinated nor talented. No, I've always wanted to be a TV meteorologist, and so I went to college for atmospheric sciences, got my degree in 2019, and then I worked at the Washington Post full-time, transitioned into doing part-time TV in DC, did that for 2.5 years. At the same time, I did the Post and MyRadar and NPR and taught on the side, so I worked 5 jobs at once. Every day I worked from about 3 o'clock in the morning to roughly 6, 7 p.m., and then tried to run 5 to 8 miles a day, and I'd sleep for about 3 hours, and I did that for 2.5 years. And then MyRadar was kind enough to give me the senior meteorologist job, which, allowed me to step away from TV, give me a whole new range of opportunities. They pay for my storm chasing. They really do take great care of us. And it's been so much fun to be able to be here in every storm and bring you direct coverage from wherever it's happening is such a privilege. And the folks at home who allow us into your homes via their screens is such a nice gift to us. And we're so grateful to be able to do it for y'all. So yeah, I have certainly a weird path, but yeah, it's funny. I never took any broadcasting courses. I just figured, Lord knows I can yammer, so might as well yammer in front of a camera.
Capucci, someone on Twitch said, you're really working for that blimp. Which I thought was funny.
I feel like if there's any boss who would buy a company blimp, it's Andy.
Yeah, it's probably Andy.
I agree.
You're not wrong. We were we were looking into getting a MyRadar balloon with our colors for Balloon Fiesta in a couple weeks, but it was too short notice. So maybe next year we'll have a balloon.
I'm still a little bit bitter that nobody ever told me what happened to the bus.
Oh, I have an update on that. I'll have to tell you.
For the folks at home wondering, when I was little,
no one's wondering about the bus.
Well, you know what, everyone? Sit down and shut up because you're going to listen to my story. So, that's all sarcasm, of course. So anyway, back when I was little, 4, 5, 6 years old, I always wanted to drive a big truck or a bus. First, I wanted to drive a limousine. Then I was like, you know what? A bus can transport more people. I always wanted to drive a bus. And I figured I'd be a school bus driver and then a part-time meteorologist. In the end, I went the latter route, not the former. But anyway, was obsessed with buses. And I still love buses and trains and stuff like that. And MyRadar had a bus. And way back in the day, back probably 5, 6 months ago, Jason, our one of our bosses, said to me, what would your dream contracts look like for MyRadar? And I said everything that I thought would be nice in a contract. And then I said, I'd also like to get to drive the bus. Come to find out, MyRadar got rid of the bus, and nobody has told me where it went.
I know where it is.
Something is fishy.
I know where it is.
Is anyone? I think Jason just texted me. I'm handling the bus.
Yeah, I know where the bus is, but we don't have to talk about it here. People are credit to Jason if he is still watching. People want the Capucci bus tour. You guys joke. I mean, you guys joke. That could be a very real thing.
Jason, since you can hear me, can it be a double-decker bus? I'm amenable to either a double-decker bus or those big, long, bendy buses, which for the folks at home are wondering, it's called an articulated bus. They look like accordions, but they're called articulated buses.
Man, 10 and a half, 11 hours into the stream, and this thing has gone off the rails, I think. People are saying, bring back the bus. Nah. No. Jordan, people are wondering where you are. Are you still in Madison? Oh, did we lose Jordan?
Ooh, I'm in Mayo right now. And
Sorry,
Mayo
I was muted. I was muted, so I didn't interrupt Kapuchi. We are driving west of Madison right now.
Okay. So Jordan driving west of Madison, so he's driving. So that you're on Interstate 10, Jordan? Or
No, I'm on
thereabouts?
the highway between. I'm on the highway west, right out of Madison.
Okay. Gotcha. Oh, okay. I see where you are. Heading toward Greenville.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dodging trees out here.
Noah's asking about Central Georgia. We'll give you a little rundown here. So Helene right now is a Category 2 hurricane. It is weakening fairly quickly here, and it is on its way northward. The path is supposed to go through Warner Robins and Macon on its way to Atlanta.
I got a shot for you.
All right, we'll take Jordan's shot here momentarily. But again, for you folks up in Georgia, it's expected to weaken to a tropical storm on its way to Atlanta into the early morning hours. If you live in the metro Atlanta area, you're going to start to feel those winds. Likely here within about the next hour or so. Things will really pick up in intensity, though, over the next couple of hours. And by early tomorrow morning, we're talking around 8 o'clock tomorrow, later this morning, I should say, you're going to start to feel it. Oh, there's another down power line, Jordan.
That's weird. My stream says it's going out all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, it just froze.
Yeah, of course it did. Right when I'm on a shot, too.
Hey, I mean, we see it.
It should come back. It's coming back.
Gas station canopy is down in in Mayo.
So let's take a look. I'm going to turn here with this power line. We're going to see what took it down. There it is. That's our culprit right there.
Can't see. There it is. Wow, what a reveal. Very dramatic reveal there. Again, folks, this is what you are seeing is going to be the common thread here, particularly along the Florida-Georgia line, where you're going to see all of these trees that have been weakened due to the significant amount of rain that has come through. And then on top of that, you have tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds that are coming through to knock the trees down. Of course, this part of the world, the power lines and the trees are also densely kind of packed, and it's just inevitable that they're going to fall. A little update, by the way, on the power outages. At last refresh, I was at 214,000 for Georgia. It looks like it's still at that. We'll get another big a big dump coming in here of power outages momentarily. But that is, we're up in over 1.5 million power outages across Florida and Georgia. Someone's saying, loving the stream. The stream setup is awesome. It's like TV, but more chill. Capucci and I used to work in TV. And we take what we know from television. And, of course, I feel like I'm terminally online. So I take what I like from Twitch streamers and YouTubers and try to bring it to you guys. Capucci weather party bus. Stop. We do not want to make that a reality.
Aw.
I've seen the bus. I've seen the bus at its worst. I don't want to.
You know what I'm extremely inclined to do?
What's that, Jordan?
Start flying north to North Carolina on that East Coast for the tornado threat tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a big flooding threat there too, Jordan.
Absolutely, and then you also have those stilt homes that are going to get a lot of those onshore flow on that.
Whoa, big gift there on TikTok, Constantine. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it very, very much. That was great, man. Capucci, you have a lot of folks on social media here that want the friggin' bus. You guys don't know. Trust me, I've seen it at its worst. We don't. No
All
bus.
donations go to me getting a bus.
Yes, donate to him getting a bus and me getting a cheeseburger.
Oh, well, we can handle the cheeseburger, Jordan. You let me know. We can certainly handle the cheeseburger, but the bus, nah. No, Jack, he doesn't need the bus. He doesn't.
I would love to chase side by side with Capucci and his bus.
Capucci is getting a storm chasing vehicle, and big shout out to Jordan. He is helping make that a reality. Whoa, another big gift there on TikTok. Thank you very much for that. We are making. Hopefully, that wasn't a donation toward the bus, because. But Capucci is getting a storm chasing vehicle, so he is kind of getting a quasi Capucci mobile. It's happening.
Quasi Capucci mobile. Oh my gosh!
Y'all know those commercials for the pets that need help, where they sing like "In the Arms of the Angel." I think we should just take sad photos of me and just have commercials for me getting a bus.
Someone on YouTube just asked, Mike, why don't you like the bus? Nick, I'll say this: if we have 133,000 subscribers on YouTube. If we get above 200,000, not today, but if we get above 200,000, I'll tell you why I don't like the bus. All right. In the meantime, I just don't.
If we get above 300,000, can I get a bus?
Gonna put me on the spot there. I'll talk to Andy and Jason about it. How about that? I mean, that would represent a doubling of our subscriber count on YouTube. I would think at that point we probably can get Capucci a bus. What has this stream become, Jack? What has this stream become? This is just I think that we're still over 2,000 on TikTok. I don't know if we can wrap this thing up, Jack.
You want coverage up north? I'm gonna start driving north.
Jordan, you make that call. You always have good instincts.
Well, 11 and a half hours to the Outer Banks.
Jeez.
A little.
You could be a long haul trucker.
I know I could be.
We'll do a little recap here, and then I think we might think about wrapping this thing up here. So again, let's bring it to the top here. What's up, everybody? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you from the beautiful MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, earlier yesterday evening at 11:10, Category 4 Hurricane Helene made landfall in the Big Bend of Florida, about 10 miles away from where Capucci intercepted it in Perry, Florida. Of course, we have the recording, right, Jack, of Capucci, that whole moment up to landfall. Of course, Jordan was in Madison, Florida, where the storm also worked its way inland. The storm is now a Category 2 hurricane. Winds at 110 miles per hour. It is moving at 26 miles per hour. It is flying northward here. Going to give you a little update on the power outages. We're at 1.2 million customers without power in Florida, 244,000 across Georgia that are without power, 23 in South Carolina, so that was a big tick up there, and 17,000 in North Carolina that are without power. When we wake up, when you go to sleep and you wake up here on Friday, you're going to see a lot more of these power outages for folks up in the Macon and Warner Robins area, Dublin, Georgia. And of course, up here near Charleston, South Carolina, likely to be more power outages there. Not to mention a tornado watch is in effect for at least the next 5 hours across parts of Central and North Florida. That's until 6 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, Mike, a random question.
Sure.
Do we know anything about power outages in Ocala? And did I say it right this time? Ocala?
Ocala.
Ocala.
So that's Marion County, 21% of customers without power there.
Oh, that's not terrible. Okay. I'm considering going there tonight, assuming I can get there, which right now I'm on the east side of Mayo and things are looking a lot better as I approach Branford.
Again, let me know if you wanna stay in my guest room, Capucci. I'm there in Seminole County, so it's not far away from Ocala. Just let me know. Well, we can make it work. I'm getting texts here. Jason, stop. Now Jason is sending stuff with the bus. Bus driving experience, vintage and modern buses. What are you doing, Jason? We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this.
Oh, this is the one in the UK. So I tried that. I went to the UK years ago, and unfortunately, they didn't offer them the times when I was going over there. They're very weird about scheduling, and so I have to go back at some point to drive my bendy bus. But I did look into that specific tour, actually.
Bendy bus. What are we doing? What are we doing? Y'all don't even know. You don't even know the what I've seen in that. I don't want to let them know, Jack. In the same way how you're not showing your camera on you're showing the spy camera on the stream, Jack. I don't need to talk about the bus and the things that I've seen with the bus. Although I will say the rap on the bus was sweet. I will say that. I'll tell you this, Capucci. Someone in Orlando has the bus, and it is still wrapped in MyRadar stuff.
That's awesome.
I have 2 more days until I fly back to DC. I will find the bus.
You have to talk to Andy. Yeah. Someone says, why does Jack not have a video feed? He does. He's choosing not to show himself. He's mysterious Jack.
Jack is an enigma.
He's hiding. He's hiding. He doesn't want to show himself. There he is. There's Jack. A Jack sighting, waving to the camera. The setup is dope, guys. I think it's really cool. Someone said subscribing for the bus on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. Someone said, bro, give Capucci his party bus and give Jordan his cheeseburger.
Yes.
There you go. Boy, we are. Hey,
Jordan, we can drive the bus to go get cheeseburgers.
I agree.
Why do you agree?
That, honestly, we could fit a ton in a bus.
A ton of cheeseburgers, I'm in. Bacon and ketchup only, though.
Boy, this stream is really breaking down, huh?
My mother texted me. My mother's been so anxious tonight. She texted me, where in Florida are you? And I don't know if anyone's seen Seinfeld, but I told her Del Boca Vista, and she didn't seem nearly as amused as I was.
You know, growing up in New York, Capucci, not a Seinfeld guy. Love Curb Your Enthusiasm, though.
I love Curb.
Curb is great. Shout out to Larry David. What do you mean, why are we ignoring the frogs on TikTok? Why are we talking about frogs?
I thought someone is calling me out for, like, probably hitting 20 frogs tonight.
Oh. I've been avoiding them.
Because you can't avoid them all.
You'd be surprised. And somehow, knock on wood, I still haven't gotten any flats. Have there been trees that I had to brush past? Yes. Did I find a tree that somehow got embedded on the underside of the truck? Maybe. But somehow, I still got 4 tires, which is a record for me.
I'm shocked we didn't have to bail you out of jail. Very.
Somebody on Twitch just asked, is there a way that we can watch Jordan's feed if y'all are not live? That is a great question, and the answer is yes. I'm going to show you on the iPad here, Jack, if you want to pull it up.
I'm actually live on YouTube, too.
So, of course, you can follow Jordan on YouTube as well. Big shout out. Jordan, how many followers on TikTok you have now? Over 100,000?
I wish. I'm about 83.
Hey, we're at 81. We are catching up to Jordan. Help us beat Jordan. Follow us here on TikTok. Man, you know you're doing a good job on TikTok when you are just getting all these bots popping in here. It's the same crap over and over again.
If y'all want to follow me on TikTok, I would love that, at Matthew Capucci. I'm trying to do better. I don't have a 6-pack and I can't dance, so that might eliminate most people who want to follow me because I've seen what TikTok is.
But I have a 6-pack, but it's Coors.
Can I borrow one? I could use a Coors right about now.
Oh my God.
I have a Happy Dad in the back seat, but I saved that for the hotel.
Hey, you're in Oklahoma. You got F5 Brewing. I love it.
We gotta stop with all these shout outs. The hashtag not a sponsor.
Sir, I'm in Florida.
Oh, wait, they have it in Florida?
So yeah, I got the Happy Dad at like a gas station in Florida.
No way. There's Mad Tree Brewing in Ohio that has Thunder Snow beer, and so it's funny. I got a 6-pack years ago that a viewer dropped off at the TV station I worked at, and I gave one to my news director, one to my assistant news director, one to my floor director, and one to the other anchor, and I held 2 for me and whoever I someday get to have a beer with, you know, if ever I get an Emmy Award or anything. And you know, still haven't tapped into them, but they've been sitting in my fridge for like 1.5 years now.
Holy cow.
Someone said they just Googled the bus. No way it's there. Oh my God, it is there. Yeah, that's it. Wow. Shout out. MyRadar bus. If you Google it, there it is. I'll show you on the stream, okay? I'll show you. I can't believe we're doing this. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? People are saying do a podcast and yap on the bus. I mean, I co-sign that. All right.
We're gonna see how far north I can get before I really need gas.
Here's the bus. Jack, take the web browser so we can show people. All right. It is cool. Again, I said the wrap is cool. I think the wrap is awesome. Here it is. Big shout out to Hidden Skins here in Orlando, local business. They're the ones that wrapped the bus. Hey, the second post is from me on Facebook. It's my own undoing. I'm sharing a picture of the bus. What a great framed photo, huh? I don't know why it's showing up so poorly there, but yeah, that's it. So the paint job is, or the wrap was cool. Super awesome. I'm so over this stupid thing. I'm so over it. All right,
Don't
Jack.
start talking smack about my bus.
Jack, let's round things out here, okay? I think that we have completely devolved here into pure insanity.
Well, plus
Just ran something over.
It's past Jack's bedtime. He's only 14.
Someone said, was that an Oreo cup? We got to stop with the product. They're not sponsoring us. Yes, it's actually pretty good. I'll give it that. In a MyRadar koozie, which I'll cover up the brand, but isn't that cool? Right?
What did I run over?
See? MyRadar koozie?
Did you say, what did I run over?
Yeah. What the hell is that?
You know what's so funny? I had the same thing happen earlier on, and it sometimes making a weird noise. I'm like, what on earth is that? And I go, and somehow I have a big stick branch thing embedded underneath the vehicle.
Someone's saying we need more unhinged late night streams. Listen, folks, this is what happens when it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and we've been streaming for, Jack, how long? 11 hours?
Here you go. You can tap into my camera fast if you'd like.
Wow,
But no one's counting.
To my Zoom camera.
All right, show Jordan's Zoom camera, Jack.
It should be a little foggy, but let me wipe it off. Am I on there?
Almost. Jack is pulling you in here. Stand by.
Cool beans. Cool. So I just ran this over, and that's an example of debris, and there's some nails hanging out of that.
Oh,
Are your
that's
tires
fun.
okay?
And this is going to be a promotion for KO2 BF Goodrich tires, because we are golden.
Jason, if you're still watching, we have a lot of opportunities here for some stream sponsors. Holy cow! All right, folks, we're gonna round things out here. I'll give you another update here. We'll allow Jordan and Capucci to give you guys some final words, and then we're gonna close this thing out. Again, it has been a fantastic evening. We really appreciate the support, but again, let's not forget the real human impact for the people on the ground that are dealing with more than likely one of the worst nights of their lives as a Category 4 major hurricane, the 9th strongest hurricane to make landfall in the state of Florida, or on the top 9, I should say. That is Hurricane Helene making landfall at 11:10 yesterday evening at this point, with winds at 140 miles per hour. It is right now a weakening Category 2 hurricane, though, as it now works its way through Valdosta, heading its way into south central Georgia. Wind speeds at 110 miles per hour. It is hustling at 26 miles per hour. It is forecast to work its way through Warner Robins, Macon, and on its way toward Atlanta and Johns Creek into the early morning hours and into tomorrow, I keep saying tomorrow, into Friday afternoon, at which point it will continue to hook its way toward Tennessee, bringing with it just more heavy rain. It's already raining now, though. Keep that in mind, that flash flood warnings likely to pop up for these areas. It will continue to work its way all the way through Cookeville and Nashville there before eventually dissipating over western Kentucky near Bowling Green and Paducah. Someone saying not going to make it. I mean, at that point, it could certainly dissipate, but it's moving very quickly, right? And then that's the thing that it's got going for it right now. A couple of other things. If we look at the app there, you can see that there are a ton of power outages. In fact, right down here where it made landfall, these counties that are dark red, these are all without power, completely nothing. Capucci and Jordan are driving through those counties right now. In fact, let me give you an update on the total power outages. We're up to 1.2 million in Florida. Georgia's up to 276,000. South Carolina, a big uptick now to 25,000. That was up from 17 not too long ago, and 13,000 out in North Carolina. So those likely to continue. There is an overnight tornado threat as well for Central Florida that will continue until 6 o'clock in the morning. You can see Jordan's video here. It's just not a pretty sight here in the panhandle of Florida, as Helene continues to make its way northward. Capucci,
How
Jordan.
many more things am I going to hit today?
Capucci, Jordan, anything you guys want to say to the folks that are watching on social media? Again, this is a record stream for us here across YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, X, and on TikTok as well. Big shout out to you guys on TikTok for the support today. My gosh. Capucci, anything you want to say to round things out?
Just a huge thanks to everybody who tuned in. We very much appreciate it. I know it was a very busy day for a lot of, I know it was tough for a lot of people, but ultimately, thank you so much for trusting us with your weather information and for staying along for the ride. It certainly has been a journey. As someone who's still on it right now, I can tell you that from my end, it's been a crazy day as well. So, we all deserve a good Friday and we all deserve a good weekend. And I hope everybody gets some time to rest, relax, and afterwards an emotionally and physically trying few days.
So everyone on TikTok I see is asking for Capucci's social handle. I put it in the chat. It's just his name, Matthew Capucci, Cappucci, and he is Capucci. You're that on Instagram, TikTok, everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're starting to lose him. I mean, yeah. Oh, there it is. It's up on the stream there. Matthew Capucci. And then Jordan, anything that you'd like to say to round things out? Of course, as you mentioned, you're going to be heading northward to North Carolina here, but it looks like things are still pretty rough there in Madison County, Florida. Anything you want to say to round things out?
Yeah, absolutely. Just want to say thank you all for coming to MyRadar to get your updates, because that's all we try to do here is make sure you guys get the latest and the newest when it comes to weather, and we just want to make sure that we appreciate everything you guys do and tuning in, because it helps us spread the word and keep people safe. So thank you for all your support, and we're going to be out here covering the storm around the clock. So
another thing I want to mention to folks that, Jack, if you can take the web browser for just a moment, if you guys go to myradar.com, you can get there through all of our social handles. Right here at the top of the page in red, enter the Storm Chaser giveaway. Click sign up today. We are giving away the chance to go storm chasing with MyRadar. We will pick a winner on December 15th, so you have plenty of time to enter. It is completely free to enter for you and a friend. We will pay for your airfare to fly you to meet with a MyRadar Storm Chaser, or will likely end up being Capucci. Jordan is out there, of course, as well, and you will be with the Storm Chaser for 5 nights. Of course, we're going to try and find a time where you're going to have the ability to see something. I mean, shoot, if you're going with Capucci, you might even get a MyRadar hard hat or get some hail 3D scanned. Capucci will take you right up close to a tornado. It will be an experience unlike anything else, and you might even get to go eat Waffle House with Matt Capucci. That is, I think, a prize in and of itself for a lot of his adoring fans. Whoa, Jack,
it's not
shots.
overrated. Really, shut up, Jack.
A coveted opportunity, really.
Oh my gosh, Jack with the shots there. Again, it is completely free to enter the giveaway. Go to myradar.com. It's right at the top of the page. Again, we really appreciate all of your support. We got up to 81,000 followers on TikTok. There's still 1,500 of you in here right now. If you'd all be so kind as to follow us right now on TikTok, that would push us above 82,000. Again, that way you know whenever we drop a new video, or of course, whenever we go live. This has been a huge success, that being our new streaming setup, and that is all because of Jack in the back for getting this all set up. Of course, we had some technical hurdles and whatnot that we had to get over, but Jack is calm as a cucumber, and we came out on the other side. So big shout out to Jack for making this all a reality. We will certainly be doing more of these. Of course, it's great to have folks like Capucci and Jordan out in the field. I know that those guys live for this kind of stuff. So it's great that we are able to provide you that expert analysis and that first person look at what Mother Nature can bring on its worst day. So I think that's going to really round things out. Again, be sure to follow us across all of the MyRadar social media handles. We are everywhere. Of course, we're on YouTube, on X, on Facebook, LinkedIn. We're on Twitch. What a big day for us on Twitch. Appreciate it very, very much, your support there. We're clearly going to have to do some more stuff on Twitch because the following is great there. Hey, we have someone on YouTube that says, I'm a broadcast audio engineer and it sounds great. Shout out. Jack is running everything, by the way, behind the scenes. He's doing it all. He's doing audio and video. There he is. Jack is the man of the hour. Couldn't do it without him. Mauricio's back there as well. Again, appreciate it. I think that's about it. Guys, that's going to do it. Download MyRadar. It's completely free. And of course, stay safe overnight as Hurricane Helene works its way northward. We will continue with our coverage of Helene here in the coming days. That's going to do it, folks. For everybody here on the team, stay safe and stay dry. Thank you for joining our coverage tonight. Be safe, everybody. See ya.
Right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high-intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.